Rodero, the one man show. And if you didn't know, you better learn quick. Cause yo, I'm asking the question. Who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Yo, yo. You feel that bass line? Yo, clever at waves. I'm coming to free you slaves from the yoke of materialism, drugism, thugism. So wake up before I break up. Your jewelry, your oversized truck. Step to me, good luck. You're gonna need it. Like MJ, I'll make you beat it. Those ghetto lurks don't hit, so before you spit, reach into your bag's a trick, and I don't mean a cereal. I'm more lethal than a venereal disease, so let the hate and cease. Speaking of cereal, I'm not a killer, I'm a thriller. Locking your ass up like Barney Miller. Welcome back to the area you dreamed about. Dropping knowledge of insults is what I'm about. Don't like it? Well, let's exchange. You're not cerebral enough to hang with the cells in his brain. Yo, when it comes to physics, you got a limp biscuit. I've been around 24 years and you still say, who is this? Stop asking, stop macking, or it's you I'll be attacking next. So flex and get dumped on your neck. I carry you around like a knapsack, then deposit you flat on your back. Yo, I'm asking a question. Who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Yo, stop hating, stop bitching. I don't sound like you, so stop tripping. And I got the power, so shut the fuck up and listen to something different. No one brings it like me. I'm exciting and inviting you to hear a free sample of a lyrical bubbling example. I'm creating, composing my other sample. Don't care, great, go home and masturbate. I'm not the musical head of state, but I'm yours. I travel the waters you can't navigate. I'm the captain who keeps rapping my melodies, keep your foot tapping. I follow the right path, y'all don't accept it and feel my wrath. If you hustle, you got to go. If you use blow, you got to go rehab or go back to where you came from. Skid row. Just get off, you be more truth, so get put to sleep. An ordinary citizen you can't maintain, yo. I'm whipping on your brain cell. Damn, what's so hard about living today? We earn money, but we lost our way. Yo, grow up. At the community meetings, you never show up unless it's on police brutality. You don't see brothers like me handcuffed on TV. You're an embarrassment to your community, a black mark on your family. And I'm asking you, where you from? What you got? Yo, who you drop? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Yo, you brothers talking, but when talented, you just walking in another direction. Another poor reflection of Generation X who has no respect or knowledge. The few that go to college ain't learning nothing, but are first to speak on something. If you don't sling, don't flash that bling bling. I recite, I don't sing, so stand back, I'm letting go. You knuckleheads piss me off, yo, I'm bringing it full barrel. Shooting your ass like James Quarrel. So if you a shot caller, come face this bad knuckle brawler. When I rap, it's full contact, I'm not coming to hang. But to put you on your back, bring your loot cracks. Who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Rodero, the one man show.
Rodero. That's me, Brother Dark. All right. Topic of our show is Donald Trump on his way to jail? That's the topic of today's show. Now, somebody said that it's disrespectful. How is bringing the truthful news disrespectful? Only those who agree with somebody breaking the law would see bringing the truth to the people as disrespectful. So, let's get to our first story, because we ain't going to play with you. Now, we did that first show. We were just showing off the Dolby Atmos. Now, I've asked y'all, can y'all hear me? How do I sound? Some of y'all said I sound far away. Well, I'm asking you, how do I sound? I got the microphone right here. How do I sound? We got the desktop audio. Nothing's playing on the desktop. So they're not competing. We're trying to get the right balance of having the desktop audio because I want y'all to get the 5.1 that I'm sending you. I don't want the microphone to mess it up and not have the sound go to all 6 of your speakers. If you got a 7.1, I don't want it not to go to all 7 of your speakers. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? The microphone might only do stereo, which is a right and a left. We're going directly from the desktop. That's sending you 6 tracks. We're really doing 12 because we got left and right for each one. We're sending them to YouTube. So hopefully you'll be able to hear them on all of your speakers. If you got a 5.1, you got 6 speakers. If you got a 7.1, you have 8 speakers. Okay? Those of you that have real sound systems, you know sometimes those red speakers don't play. If it's not set up for 5.1 or 7.1, it won't play. We're sending YouTube the information. Will they bring it to you? I can't control that. I'll just send it to you. Let's get to our first topic. Hang on a sec here. Hang on to our first topic. We played our song, gave everybody a chance to get in here. You ain't get in here, you're going to miss it. All right, let's get it. Our first topic of the day. Let's get it. Let me make sure y'all see that on y'all screen. Yes, you can. Let me blow it up for you. Let me make sure you can see this. Report. Trump is terrified about going to prison after losing the election, as he should be. I'll repeat it again. Trump is terrified about going to prison after losing the election, as he should be. The president is said to not only be worried about an existing investigation, but new federal probes into matters we don't even know about yet. Washington, D.C., October 19th. U.S. President Donald Trump returns to the White House after multiple campaign stops of the weekend on October 19, 1920 in Washington, D.C. With only a couple of weeks left before the presidential election, the president is campaigning heavily in key states. In September of 2019, Donald Trump's lawyers debuted a bold new legal argument, attempting to squash a subpoena from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which had requested 8 years of tax returns to determine if the Trump Organization has falsified business records relating to payouts made to a porn star and a Playboy model. The president's attorneys insisted that such a request was unconstitutional because the founding fathers believed sitting presidents should not be subject to the criminal process, which would distract the president from his duties. Pressed by a judge on this argument and the hypothetical Trump busted out during the 2016 election that he could not stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and not lose any voters, attorney William Consovoy insisted that yes, that kind of thing will fall under this concept of presidential immunity. Example, Trump could put a bullet in a random pedestrian and avoid prosecution until moving out of the White House. Unsurprisingly, actual legal experts weren't convinced of this argument, and neither was the Supreme Court, which ruled last July, in the words of Reuters, there are limits to the powers of the presidency, and stoutly reaffirmed the principle that not even the president is above the law. Still, Trump's lackeys, which include the Attorney General of the United States, have done their part to shield him from situations wherein he could be convicted of a variety of crimes. him through almost an entire term without an embarrassing situation where a sitting president is, say, found guilty of falsifying business records regarding a hush money payment he made to an adult film star. Unfortunately for Trump, if he loses the 2020 election, he'll no longer be able to use the staff of the Justice Department as his personal lawyers. That's a worrisome thing for a guy who's potentially committed numerous crimes. And we know this because Trump is reportedly soiling himself in fear over what he might be prosecuted for and maybe go to jail over after he leaves office, per the New York Times. Seldom far from Mr. Trump's thoughts, however, is the possibility of defeat and the potential consequences of being ejected from the White House. In unguarded moments, Mr. Trump has for weeks told advisors that he expects to face intensifying scrutiny from prosecutors if he loses. He is concerned that not only about existing investigations in New York, but the potential for new federal probes as well, according to people that have spoke with him. As the New Yorker's Jane Meyer wrote in an article published over the weekend, the world awaiting Trump winning if he loses the election is a dark one, and not just because he'll no longer have a taxpayer-funded staff at his disposal to lie for him. Given that more than a dozen investigations and civil suits involving Trump are currently underway, he could be looking for an endgame even more perilous than the one confronted by Nixon. The presidential historian Michael Batchelor said of Trump, if he loses, you have a situation that's not dissimilar to that of Nixon when he resigned. Nixon spoke of the cell door clanging shut. Trump has famously survived one impeachment, 2 divorces, 6 bankruptcies, 26 accusations of sexual misconduct, and an estimated 4,000 lawsuits. Few people have evaded consequences more cunningly. That run of good luck may well end, perhaps brutally, if he loses to Joe Biden. Even if he wins, grave legal and financial threats will loom over his second term. 2 of the investigations into Trump are being led by powerful state and city law enforcement officials in New York. Cyrus Vance Jr., the Manhattan District Attorney, and Letitia James, New York's Attorney General, are independently pursuing potential criminal charges related to Trump's business practices before he became president. Because their jurisdictions lie outside the federal realm, any indictment Hello? I'm live streaming. What are you doing? I said I'm live streaming. What are you doing? Well, I'm talking about Trump's indictments right now. So just hang on a second. What was that? They are independently pursuing potential criminal charges related to Trump's business practices before he became president. Because their jurisdictions lie outside the federal realm, any indictments or convictions resulting from their actions would be beyond the reach of a presidential pardon. Trump's legal expenses alone are likely to be daunting. By the time Bill Clinton left the White House, he racked up more than $10 million in legal fees, and Trump's finances already undergoing strain. During the next 4 years, according to a stunning recent Times report, Trump, whether re-elected or not, must meet payment deadlines for more than $300 million in loans that he has personally guaranteed. Much of this debt is owed to such foreign creditors as Deutsche Bank. Unless he can refinance with lenders, he will be on the hook. They got these commercials in here. One of the reasons he's so crazily intent on winning is all the speculation that the prosecutors will go after him. Author Barbara Reese told Meyer, it would be a very scary spectacle. Of course, when he's not worrying about losing to Biden, Man, it's going to be embarrassing if I lose to this guy. He has reportedly told advisors, according to the Times, and maybe going to prison. Trump tells himself he's going to win, as do his psychopathic advisors who keep him in a protective bubble wherein he'll be reelected in a landslide and also be named People's Sexiest Man Alive 2020. Whatever. The president and his associates say has drawn encouragement from his larger audiences and from a stream of relatively upbeat polling information that advisors have curated for him, typically filtering out the bleakest numbers. On a trip to Florida last week, several aides told the president that winning the electoral college was a certainty, a prognosis not supported by Republican or Democratic polling, according to people familiar with the conversation. And Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff, has responded with chipper enthusiasm when Mr. Trump has raised the idea of making a late bid for solidly Democratic states like New Mexico. An option other aides have told the president is flatly unrealistic. Most people in the president's inner circle share this optimism about the outcome of the race, even as they fight exhaustion and the president's whipsawing mood. Interviews with more than a dozen aides and allies showed, but some advisors acknowledged that it required several factors to fall into place. They spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive internal deliberations. Republican lawmakers have offered less rosy assessments of its prospect, and in private, some Trump advisors do not argue the point. One high-ranking Republican member of Congress vented to Mr. Meadows last month that if Mr. Trump is trying to lose the election, I can't think of anything I tell him to do differently, the lawmaker recalled, noting that the aide only nodded his head in acknowledgement. They just think they can do they just think they can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Trump hinted last month about his plans should voters elect his opponent. Could you imagine if I lose? I'm not going to feel so good. Maybe I'll leave the country. I don't know. Whoa, Trump talking about running? Judge rules Republicans just can't throw out 127,000 Texas ballots. Nice try, though. U.S. District Court Judge Andrew Hanen on Monday threw out a suit challenging the legality of some 127,000 votes cast at drive-through voting sites in the Houston area. He ruled the plaintiffs don't have legal standing to sue Harris County, Texas' most populous county and majority Democratic, erected 10 tents to expedite the early voting process as a way of allowing people to cast ballots safely during the coronavirus pandemic. They were also in place this summer before the state's primary. Noting that point, Heyman, a George W. Bush appointee, asked the plaintiffs, "Why am I just getting this case?" He later said that the suit was not timely and that this has been going on all summer. Next time y'all try to suppress the vote, try to be a little more timely about it. On Sunday, the Texas Supreme Court dismissed a similar case also decided by Republican appointees, which will make it slightly more difficult but not impossible for Trump to be and moan about tonight. Vote for me and I promise to get rid of the few people here who knows what he's doing. Now they're showing a tweet from somebody named Aaron Rupar. Says Trump mocks Joe Biden for implementing basic public health guidelines at his political events, then mentions Barack Hussein Obama. The crowd responds by chanting, "Lock him up." Oh, it's a video here. Hold on. Let's play it.
And you know, Sleepy Joe had a rally today. There had 12 people in those little circles. He's got those little crazy circles. The only thing good about his campaign, the guy that does the work, I'm a perfectionist. They're so beautiful, nice and wide. And they can't fill them up, so they get the media. Could you please take a circle? And now he's got President Barack Hussein Obama comes up. President Obama. And you know, Sleepy Joe had a rally today. They had 12 people in those little circles. He's got those little crazy circles. It's the only thing good about his campaign, the guy that does the work. I'm a perfectionist. They're so beautiful, nice and wide. And they can't fill them up, so they get the media. Could you please take a circle? And now he's got President Barack Hussein Obama comes up. President Obama. And you know, Sleepy Joe had a rally today. They had 12 people in those little circles. He's got those little crazy circles. It's the only thing good about his campaign, the guy that does the work. I'm a perfectionist. They're so beautiful, nice and wide. And they can't fill them up, so they get the media. Could you please take a circle? And now he's got President Barack Hussein Obama comes in. President Obama. Rounding the turn. I say it drives them crazy. It's rounding the turn. Because all they want to do, you turn in the news, COVID, 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 COVID. We'd like to talk about COVID, and then next thing. Here's what happens, November 4th. You won't hear too much about it. You won't hear too much about it. Don't tell anybody, but let me wait till a little bit after the election. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. No, he's been wrong on a lot. He's a nice man, though. He's been wrong on a lot. Do not, under any circumstances, where I'm at, rounding the... I say it drives them crazy. It's rounding the turn. Because all they want to do, you turn in the news, COVID, 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 COVID.
All right. You heard the president go after Barack Obama for no reason. And had to make sure that he called him by his middle name, Hussein. Which the people who had problems or family members in 9/11, anytime you mention a Muslim anything, you're going to get people in their feelings. And this is what Trump is trying to do. Now, I don't know about y'all. I haven't seen Barack Obama put no bombs. I haven't seen Barack Obama fly an airplane, flying at the World Trade Center. I ain't seen Barack Obama drive a truck filled with bombs into a crowd of people. But these ignorant sheep, these ignorant white folk that's listening to Donald Trump, and there's some black folk in there too, he's convincing them that Barack Obama is doing all these things, when the fact of the matter is, he said the day after the election, you won't hear nothing about the coronavirus. The coronavirus is higher than it was in its peak in April. He's making fun of Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci, who tried to help President Trump out, because Trump got rid of all the masks and PPE equipment that Barack Obama had to beg the Republican Senate to give him in case there was another outbreak. And Trump came in and spent 3 years getting rid of the supply. Getting rid of it. He got rid of the scientists. Why is the vice president the head of the CDC? Because Trump got rid of everybody. And Pence had to go and try and get what he can get back. Whoever wasn't hired by somebody else. Because Obama had them working. And Trump came in there and said, you got these men standing around in white lab coats playing with test tubes. They're not making me no money. I'm a businessman. I need somebody to make me some money. And he got rid of them. Why is the vice president the head of the CDC? It's not his job. What do he know about the virus? He ain't no scientist. But this shows you the retardism that's in the Trump administration. See, you got a lot of people that want to tell you how good Donald Trump is, but when you ask them, they don't have nothing to say. When you ask me why I don't want Trump to be president, I can talk to you all night. That's why they won't come over here. I can talk to you all night. Fauci told us not to wear masks back in March because Donald Trump got rid of them. I haven't checked the mail today, but my first mask. That's an actual 3M. NIOSH approved. I'm finally going to have a real mask. Because Donald Trump got rid of all the masks. I showed y'all an article that said the United States Post Office, something that Obama has set up, they were going to ship every resident, every household in the United States was supposed to get 5 masks. Do you know Donald Trump stopped it? You know why he stopped it? Because he had to give them to the doctors in the hospitals because there was a shortage. Why was there a shortage? Because Donald Trump gave them away or sold them. That's why there was a shortage. The man kept saying, right after the election, you're not going to hear nothing about COVID. We were doing 60 and 70,000 at the peak back in April. Now we're doing 128 new cases a day. We have doubled that almost. 70 and 70 is 140. We've almost doubled the cases. Trump has done nothing. Nothing. Instead of trying to tell people what to do to cut down on the spread, he put all his hopes into science, something that he say he don't believe in. Now, as the man would say in Atlanta, make that make sense. You put all your hopes into something you don't believe in. I don't believe in science. I don't believe in it. But you put all your hopes. We're going to have a vaccine within the year faster than anybody in the world. Why not shut the country down so we don't have it at all? But the people you owe money to won't let you shut down the country. Why don't you tell the truth? Tell the truth, sir. The people that you owe money to wouldn't let you shut down. That's why he always talking about reopening. Reopening. Guess what? Arizona's shutting down again. Georgia talking about shutting down again. Texas talking about shutting down again. California talking about shutting down again. Florida talking about shutting down again. But all they say is, we don't want no shutdowns. We having shutdowns. Every time you reopen, the virus goes crazy. Every time you reopen, the virus goes crazy. Instead of spending money on ventilators, and we know that the ventilator is the death sentence. When the doctors tell you you have to go on the ventilator, you are like the death row inmate having your last meal. And they're going to walk you down that hallway. And while you walking down that hallway, you praying that the governor stay your execution. While they strapping you in that electric chair, while they strapping you in that gas chamber chair, or while they strapping you down to that table for the lethal injection, you are praying that the governor will call and say, stop the execution. That's you on the ventilator. Because only 17% of the people that get on the ventilator survive. So the ventilator is the death chair in the hospital. That's all a ventilator is. When you got to get on the ventilator, that's your death sentence. And you got to pray. You one of the 17% that the governor going to call and say, hey, stop it. Don't kill him, stop it. When you on that ventilator, you got a 17% out of 100 chance of getting off of there. And you got a president that still brags to this day, we've got more ventilators than anyone. But you can't get a goddamn mask. So you can't get on the ventilator, right? You can't open up stations to have people have professionals fit the mask to your face. You can't do that, can you? You can't make no deals on hand sanitizer, can you? Hand sanitizer was an arm and a leg. You couldn't even find none a couple months ago. You ain't do nothing to help the American people. You the sorriest president I ever seen in my damn life. You donated some money to black colleges. You can't even go to college right now because of this damn disease. You're crying about the mail-in voting. If you took care of the disease, we wouldn't need the mail-in voting. Huh? Hello? Everything come back to you being lazy. I'm not signing this daggone coronavirus bill. It got money going to the Democrat states. They not running that state correctly. Have you gone and kicked them in the butt and made them run their states correctly? You are the president. Well, you know, I let the states do what they want to do. So the states got their own election rules. But now you're filing lawsuits against those states. But you said you're going to let the states do whatever they want to do. Make it make sense, somebody. Somebody make this make sense. I don't want to tell the states what to do, but you're filing lawsuits telling the states they didn't do the election right. You said you didn't want to tell them what to do. You can't have it both ways, sir. Somebody talk to me, I'll listen. Somebody talk to me, I will listen. Let me pull the chat up. Let me see what somebody got to say. Somebody talk to me. This man need to go to jail. Sam says we have to support Trump, BD. Liz says why? Liz says, I'm not going to blame COVID on him. No one really knows how to control it. I don't like the lies and the arrogance he puts out. Liz said, he didn't help, I know. Sam says, shutting down the country will not work. We need jobs. Sam, I already covered this. Back in March. We in the middle of November. I said back in March. Shut the country down. for 16 days. Give everybody a 4,000 or 5,000 stimulus check. Let them get whatever entertainment, food, grocery, whatever you need to stay in the house for 16 days. Those that have it are going to die. Those that will recover will recover. There will be no CV in the country. Lock the borders. You said jobs. 16 days will not break the economy. 16 days will not break the economy. If Trump, and I sent him tweets, if Trump would have done this, we might have maybe 1,000 cases, if that. I say 500 cases around the whole country. Because somebody always going to be hard-headed. We know that. Somebody always going to sneak in over the border. Somebody always going to find a way to sneak in. But we wouldn't be wearing masks. Wouldn't have to worry about no hand sanitizer. We can go to restaurants. We can go to the beaches. We can go to the clubs. And y'all can freak on each other all you want. All you had to do was stay on your property for 16 days. Let everybody quarantine. Everybody that got it. Right now, we got 3.5 million people walking around the country right now. You lock down for 16 days, those 3.5 people, they're either going to die or they're going to recover. After that, there's no more CV. Jobs. Let's keep the border closed so the other countries get their CV under control. And we need to start making the products that we get from overseas. Start making them here. That's jobs. Somebody got to train the people, and somebody got to work the jobs. Let's start converting our cars, tanks, airplanes, convert everything over to electric gas hybrid vehicles. Somebody got to make the parts. Somebody got to know how to do it. That's a job. Somebody got to actually do it. Let's start changing all our cars over so we don't need no oil. Now we working. The problem is, anybody that got a little bit of brains will be able to get in on this. That's why the Republicans don't want to do it. That's why Trump didn't want to do it, because the gas companies, the oil companies, they're going to lose money. And a lot of them old farts, they've been sitting on them old contracts for generations. They don't know how to say, well, let's convert to electricity. That's why you hear Donald Trump talking about, oh, having them windmills is killing the birds, and anything to keep you from using electricity. I'd rather have an electric car than a gas car any day. I get in an accident, gas car ain't gonna catch on fire. There ain't no gas tank to blow up. It ain't. Plug your car up when you come home. Unplug it when you leave. When you go over somebody's house, bring your extension cord. Plug the car up while you're in there dancing or whatever. When you get done, unplug it and drive home. Change the gas pumps into electric. That's jobs. We'll have so many jobs that we'll have to be able to fill them. You're going to have to bring the immigrants in to fill these jobs. But they won't do it. They won't do it. What happened when Biden allows 11 million immigrants to become legal? Think about the people who lose their job. What about the millions of immigrants that's working every day right now taking your job, sir? What about the millions of immigrants right now? Right now. Then let's fix the technology, Sam. Think of all the people. I say it again. 6 in the morning, go up to Lowe's. Go up to Home Depot and see all the immigrants sitting out there. I know when I go, it's about 100 of them. 100 of them out there. And watch the white people in the pickups come by. Go into the Lowe's or the Home Depot and get their equipment. They come out and they get 4 or 5 of them on their truck and they go. That's taking jobs out your hand right there. But those are the same people that complain about a wall, but they ain't got no problem hiring them. They're the same people that complain about them applying for free health insurance. They give them peanuts. They not giving them health insurance. How can they complain about them trying to get health insurance? Do you understand what's going on in this country and how they got you bamboozled? They know the drugs coming in here. They making money off of it. They know the immigrants coming in here. They making money off of them. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Because it can be stopped. They don't want to stop it, but they want to be able to tell you they're doing something. The war on drugs is a joke. That war on drugs, they spend all that money on. I ain't never seen a dope fiend say he couldn't get high. I ain't never seen a dope fiend say he can't find no drugs. So where's the war on drugs at? All that money they spent on the war on drugs. I've never known a drug dealer say I can't find, I'm a drug addict. I've never heard one say I can't find no drugs. They do one bust and show you a table full of drugs. Look at what we did. But while they doing that, 8 times that amount is coming right on through. But they show you this. Look at the drugs on the table. See, it do work. We doing something. They ain't doing nothing. They pick and choose who they want to hit. Why does it take them months or years to do an investigation before they lock somebody up? Because they making money, that's why. And they rather lock up small people and take their cars and their homes than lock up the big people. But they can just keep locking up small people and taking their cars and their homes. That's why they put them in the mama name, and the baby mama name, and their sister name, and their girlfriend name. The country is making money off of seizing the assets of those involved in the drug game. And when you become addicted to seizing the assets, why would you stop the flow? You can't get no money off the assets if you cut everything off. Can somebody explain? I'll listen. I'll listen. Somebody want to explain the hypocrisy? See, they tell you they doing something. They ain't doing nothing. They only picking on, somebody ain't giving me the money they supposed to be giving me. All right, go ahead and get them. It was doing all right at first. Now, they only giving us crumbs. Go ahead and lock them up. Put it on TV. Show everybody what we doing. Let's make an example. I bet nobody else not going to give us our money. Hey, Neil, you finally showed up. I sent you a message on the Hangout. Welcome to the show, dear. So you see, Donald Trump got all these lawsuits, all these people waiting to try him. You see, the man's a criminal. Why would you want the criminal to be the president? The man owes $300 million to a foreign bank. He's in debt to a bank in another country. How can he be partial? How can he be impartial? The man said he a great businessman. You give me $34 million. See how many businesses I open up. You give me $34 million. East Baltimore will be called Brother Derek Baltimore. I would go buy all these abandoned properties, turn them into storefronts or turn them into nice homes, and let people move in. And you come see me 40 years later, if I'm still alive, I die if I'm still alive, I'm still alive. Them homes still gonna be standing. But you gonna tell me Donald Trump's father gave him $34 million, and that man is in debt by $300 million. $300 million. I said $300 million. And filed bankruptcy more than 6 times. I'm broke. I ain't never filed bankrupt. This man was given $34 million and filed bankrupt 6 times. Some say 11, but we'll go with 6. Your father give you $34 million and you file you say you're a great businessman and you file bankruptcy 6 times? That don't sound like a great businessman to me. That don't sound like a great businessman to me. You got a man that keep lying to you. He keeps lying. The man back in February knew how serious the theory was and did nothing. I stopped the people from China from coming in. Chinese people got 500 people walking around China. They got 5 times the people we got. And they got 500 people walking around infected. And we got 3.5 million people walking around infected. Shouldn't we have let China in and say, hey, what you doing? We can do it here. What are you doing? United States is number 1 in the world in CV. In deaths, in cases. China is number 59. You have to go down the list of countries. China is 59. But they're money. I'll give you an example. The site that we look at, I think Guam, the Samoan Islands, is like 59. They got 100 cases. They got 100 cases. Even if you say you don't believe China being truthful, do you see people laid out in the street like you saw in Italy? Do you see trucks of people being driven trying to find some place to bury them? Do you see that? Do you see the semis like you saw in New York City? Semis being loaded with dead people. Do you see that in China? Has anything escaped from China? Has anything escaped, any of that video escaped from China? See, Republicans got a habit of saying things. They don't back them up. You say they fudging the numbers, show it. They ain't that good. If you got over here drones, you can't fly drones over there and say, look at them hiding the dead bodies. Look right there. They got the people locked up in a warehouse. Look at them. They're in a warehouse so nobody can. Show some proof. Send some drones over there. Send some people undercover. and get us some proof. We supposed to be the richest country in the world. Yeah, we got the most TV. All the jokes we make about Canada, Canada ain't got the problem we got. Why is that? And it's cold up there. The virus excels in the cold. How come Canadians don't have the problem that we have? How come their people get $2,000 a month stimulus? And they've been arguing, giving us a measly 12. Been arguing since May. We supposed to be the richest country in the world. We make fun of Canada. But look what they're doing for their people. You can't get the Republicans to do nothing. I'm just asking. Canada is right on top of us. How come they ain't got the problem we got? All the hospital. Well, you know you got Florida, Texas, and California, right? At the bottom, but at the top, look at Minnesota. Look at Detroit. Look at Illinois. They right there at the border. So you should see that same effect in Canada, but you don't. Why is that? Why is that? How come Canada ain't number 2? They right over top of us. We have a small state. We 4 hours from New York. A lot of people from Maryland picked up the CV at a festival that was held in D.C. But D.C. numbers are low. But why is Maryland, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, why are their numbers high? Delaware was low for the longest time. Delaware is right next to us. How come their numbers ain't through the roof? They're starting to pick up now. How come Vermont and Maine? Why aren't their numbers big? It's cold there all the time, ain't it? Ain't the way to do the skiing at in Maine and Vermont? The CV supposed to thrive there. But why is it places like Arizona where it's dry? It should be killing the CV. They about to shut down for the second time. Why is Tennessee off the chain? Why is Oklahoma and Kansas keep blowing up? Shouldn't the hurricanes blow the CV away? I'm just asking. I'm not being funny. I'm asking. This disease needs to be taken care of. And you can't keep saying, well, I'm going to let everybody do what they want to do and then sit back and nitpick. Yeah, you know. Well, there's a game going on, and the game was in February. The game was in March, and you did nothing. Then in April, it shoot up. Now, you want to be a month late quarterback. The game was in February and March. That was when the game was going on. It's too late now to offer your opinion. Well, you know, maybe we should have done this. That's called Monday night quarterbacking. The game was on Sunday, but you want to say on Monday what they should have done. Well, why would you go out there on the field when the game was happening and say, hey, coach, do this? But no, Republicans don't do that. They wait until afterwards. They crying about the elections. Oh, they didn't do this right. They should have done this. Then you knew about this for 4 years. Why you didn't tighten up every state and make sure every state was doing the same thing? See, that's what I would have done. If I thought that there was a possibility of fraud going on, I would have tightened up every state and every local municipality. They would have all been under scrutiny, held to the same element. You can't say. One state says, if we don't have the votes dated by November 3rd, on the 3rd by 8 o'clock, they don't count. Then the state right next to it says, you can have them in 4 days after the election, as long as they post-dated by November the 3rd. You got another state that says, well, we don't have that many people to count, so it's going to take us a while. We might not have our results until the next Monday. But you want the results on Tuesday night. So how can you allow all this to go on, and then you sit back and say, see, I told you this was going to happen. See, I told you. Now we got to file lawsuits. Why you didn't do that beforehand? That's what I read to you. The judge said the same thing. Why are you coming now with this? This is not a timely manner. You should have said this before the election. You should have said this during the election. Now the election over and you losing, now you want to file lawsuits. I back up everything I say. I said it before. Back in the 1890s when the Democrats kicked the Republicans behind and ran, all the men that had run in the black community, they ran them out them states. They ran them out on the rail, ran them out of them states. White Republicans got beat up too. They didn't do nothing. Why they ain't go up north and say, hey, we need some enforcement. Come down here and get these rogue Democrats. They did nothing. And they sat there and let us get beat up by the KKK. They sat there and let all them rules be made up in the South. They sat there and watched the South rewrite history and make themselves to be the heroes, even though they were terrorists. They made themselves out to be heroes. They took a flag that was beat up in the battlefield and changed it. That's not the real Confederate flag. I've shown you that. And they took it, and the KKK had their own flag. They adopted that dirty, beat-up flag and would carry that with them. And they say it's their heritage. It ain't the heritage of terrorism that got defeated. And you let them terrorists rise up and rewrite history. And Republicans did nothing but sit on their butt. And it wasn't until they saw the dugs being put on the little kids, that's when they got up off their behind and came down there and did something. Otherwise, we still have Jim Crow. They hadn't got up off their behinds. We would still have Jim Crow laws. We still would have to go to separate. Everything separate but equal. We'd be up in the, we wouldn't be able to buy a ringside seat to see a concert or a ringside seat to see a fight. We had to be way up in the rafters. Wouldn't be able to go to a nice restaurant and sit down. Dr. King hadn't got shot. Republicans wouldn't have came down again. See, when they come down to do something, things change. Problem is they do it too late. Why people gotta suffer? Just like right now, suffering with the CV. People can't put food on the table. People get ready to get thrown out on the street. Because they waiting on the Republicans. They waiting. Why we gotta keep waiting on Republicans? The lockdowns, the people social distancing, the people wearing the mask, our great doctors and nurses got the CV down to where we had 30,000 cases a day. Any help from the government? No. And guess what? Now we're doing 128,000 cases a day. Somebody talk to me. He want to start his own media company. Why? So he can get people to sit there and watch him and not do anything? You had a man sit there and say he don't believe in science. But then when they had the wildfires in California, he gonna sit there and say, well, why aren't you using science to stop this? Thought you didn't believe in science. Thought you didn't believe in science. The fact that he wrote the presidential orders, and it was a great thing he did, but he used the money in the FEMA fund, and the wildfires broke out the daggone 2 days later. And FEMA talking about they going down there to help. They ain't got no money. He had to take the money out of FEMA. This is the kind of bumbling idiot president we dealing with. Then he talking about he gonna take money out the Social Security fund to help you not pay taxes, not to have no deductions on your paycheck. Excuse me. I worked for 40 years. I have no children. That means I get charged full. I paid for the senior citizens that were before me. The money came out my check, and that money helped them get their check. Now you're going to tell me that you're going to take money out the money that me and the people of my generation put in Social Security. You're going to take that money out, and you're going to use it so that people working today are not putting anything into the Social Security fund. The generation that come behind them, where's the money going to come from when these people who not paying anything into Social Security at all, if Trump would have got his way, he was going to take money from the Social Security fund to pay for this. Now you don't have no money coming into the Social Security fund. What happened when the next generation come in? They're not going to want to pay anything because the generation before them didn't pay anything. So the people who retire and get on Social Security, where the money going to be at if nobody not paying nothing? Somebody talk to me. Listen, this is the idiocy of the Trump administration. See, we can go on all day. We can go all day. You're not going to come in here and tell me otherwise. I will chop you off at the knees. But you're welcome to try. Anybody want to come in, I will cut you down. I will cut you down. You think you know everything? Come on in here and find out. I got an answer for everything you say. Because all you're going to say is his lies. This man said that he wants a bigger, even though he knowing the Republicans don't want to give us nothing. They don't want to help the people do nothing. He going to keep lying and saying, I want a bigger stimulus package, bigger than the Democrats, bigger than Nancy Pelosi. Well, they asked for $3.4 trillion. Mitch McConnell came up with $500 billion. Then they came back with $1 billion. So you had $500 million, $500 billion. Then they came back with $1 trillion. Then they came back $1.5 trillion. Then they came back 1.9. The White House said their final offer is 1.9. How can you say you want a bigger, better stimulus package than what the Democrats and Nancy Pelosi offering when they asked for $3.4 trillion? Then they came down to 2.2. And you said you wanted bigger. So you should have came in at 2.5, 2.8. Instead, you came at 1.8. Then you did 1.88. Then you did 1.9 and said you're not going no higher. So how you want a bigger, better plan when you won't even hit 2 trillion? You're lying to the American people. Then he turn around and say, well, if you had left me, the first thing I'll do is make sure you get a stimulus plan. Really? He said he wants bigger. He wants stimulus checks to be bigger than the Democrats. Well, way back in May, the Democrats put out a bill saying $1,200. To this day, it's still at $1,200. So if Donald Trump wanted bigger, why is it still at $1,200? Do you see the lying? Do you see why you can't believe anything that come out this man's mouth? Do you see? It's still at $1,200. We go look at any of these places, it's still gonna say stimulus check $1,200. Stimulus check $1,200. If he wanted bigger and better, shouldn't it say $1,900, $1,500, $1,700, $2,400? You want bigger and better? How's bigger the same? They got the same price in there. Democrats had $600 unemployment. The Republicans say $300. He wrote a bill and he still put it out at $300. How's that bigger? When he did the government orders, he made it $300 and told the states they had to pay $100. So that's $400. Democrats said $600. He wrote a bill for $300. They still saying $300. So where's the bigger? The man's a liar. The man lied through his teeth. So does anybody, we got somebody, Sketchy Peasant. Come on in here, Sketchy. Try and clear it up for us. Tell me why we should want this liar to be our president for another 4 years. Tell me why. I'll listen. Tell me what this president did for the people. What did he do for the 250,000 that's dead? What did he do for the 10 million people that's infected? The 10 million people that have been infected since March. What's he done for them? What has he done? What is he doing for the 3.5 million people that's walking around the United States right now with the CV? What has he done for seniors? What has he done? He said he was going to give $200 debit card to all people on Medicare. Where is it at? Where is it at? Sketchy says America is sicker, weaker, and poorer under the Trump administration. All they want is the dollar. All they care about is the stock market. But I tell you this, Biden hasn't even gotten to office yet. Biden has already said he wants to give a $200 a month raise to people on Social Security. Did Trump ever offer a raise for people on Social Security? As a matter of fact, Trump has had a campaign to try to make disabled people who doctors said should not be working and are a danger. Trump been trying to get them to go work and try to kill you so that they ain't got to pay more money. Even though they paid that money into the system and they give them back what they paid, Trump don't want that. He wants you to make him money. And you might fall asleep behind the wheel and drive your bus into a school bus. He don't care. His kids. This is your Republicans. This is your Republicans. They care about the money. The numero uno. The onche donche. They don't care about nothing else. And you can get mad at me all you want. And there are some people that made money under Donald Trump. And I hope you saved it. Because you made it at the expense of your fellow Americans. I hope you saved it. The fact that we got 3.5 million people walking around infected. And there ain't not one state in the country that don't have nobody with no CV in it. There ain't not one state even Hawaii, which is an island, even Guam, which is an island, Rhode Island, got 6,000 people walking around the island infected. They on an island and still can't be safe from the CV. And they treat it like it's nothing. Like it's going to magically go away. The CV got wings. It's going to fly away. If it don't fly away, we got a vaccine. Trump said, when the vaccine is ready, seniors won't have to pay for it. Well, let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real. I'm going to show you how Republicans think they slick. I want to show you something real quick. Let's go take a looky. Let's go here and take a little looky. I want y'all to see something. I want y'all to see something. Scroll down here. I want to give you an example of why Republicans ain't worth 2 pieces of dookie. Let me tell you why Republicans ain't worth 2 pieces of dookie. I want y'all to look at something. Do y'all see right here, it says U.S. military, right? They have 91,892 infected. They don't have any stats here, but I want you to see something. They got 111 deaths, right? 91,000, I would say 92,000 people infected in our military right now. Only 111 of them died. Why? Because they're young and strong, right? How many of them are infected right now? Almost 31,000. But look at the veterans, the old military, the young military up here. Right under them is the old military, the veterans. They got 85,000 people. So 85 versus 91. They got less people infected. They picked up 813 new cases a day, right? They got 4,247 deaths. The young people in the military got 111. The old heads, the seniors, the old veterans, they got 4,247 deaths. I just need y'all to understand something. Look at it. You got more young people infected. Look, walking around right now. You got 30,854 out of that 91,000. Not what say 92. Out of that 92,000, you got almost 31,000 still infected, right? But only 111 died, right? The old folks, it's only 85,000, right? They lost 4,247 people, right? They only got 9,400 walking around infected. You got 30,000. You only got 9,300, right? 9,400. But look, 17 of them died today. 17 people died today. I guarantee you, if they had stats here for the military, it would say 1 death. So the young people are not dying. The old people are. Right? But the old people, they the ones that's dying. Look at that. So you offer the people that's dying, that's not going to live long enough to get it, you're going to offer them the vaccine for free. They dying. They ain't going to live to see that vaccine. So you're not spending no money giving it to the seniors for free. Because most of them that get it are going to die quick. So where the money at? What money he offering? The majority of the seniors. Look at this. 111 are the young and strong out of 92,000. But 4,200 out of 85,000. Look at that. So that means that you would if you offered it free for the military, you would be kicking out right now. You would be kicking out 30,854 vaccines. But if you only do it for the old people, you only got kicked out 94, 99. And a third of these are going to die before they even get it. But they say they for American people. They say they for American people. So you got to pay for the vaccine. He'll tell you, it's not your fault. It's China's fault. But you got to pay to get the vaccine. Biden come in and say, I'm going to make sure everybody gets the vaccine for free. But you say we shouldn't have Biden. Biden said everybody's going to get the vaccine. Trump only want to give it to the people that he know probably going to die before they even had to get it. Somebody talk to me. Sketchy said, I'm riding with Biden, rest in peace, Magna, 2016 to 2020. And Nia says, laugh out loud, Sketchy peasant. I'm going to tell you something. It's something wrong with the mind of a lot of Republicans. They want you to forget reality. The fact is, as long as they all right, they assume you all right. As long as they walk outside and don't see no problems, they don't see no problems. You got people, they were so worried about Pennsylvania because of the coal mines. You got people the same way I told you they won't come out from the oil drilling. The oil companies won't try another kind of fuel. You got people that work them coal mines. You know how many coal miners die every year? You know how many of them wind up spending the money they do make in the coal mine on medical bills because the coal, looking for that coal, they're down underground. And they getting diseases and they getting things in their lungs they can't get out. Y'all understand? But these people will fight. They wanted to vote for Trump because Biden wanted to close the coal mines and let's try another kind of fuel. So you got people that's hanging on to the old way, even though it's killing them. I guarantee you there's people walking around the United States right now still talking about, ooh, lead paint is so cheap, I want to use it. Even though it messes the kids up. Well, you know, they just be messed up, but look how much money we can save by using lead paint. Those are the kind of people that cause people to have diseases that ain't necessary. Trying to take a shortcut to save $1. Liz said, not all. Nia says, if he doesn't soon concede, legal action will be taken and CV cases are going up. Yeah, he swore that you wouldn't hear nothing about the CV after the 3rd. I just looked, it was 124,000 cases last night. 124,000. It ain't never been this high. 124,000. Hey, woman. Hello. 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 Where you sleep? Yes, you was. Yeah, we can hear you asleep. You sitting there just like, oh. I told you I was live. The people sitting there listening to you snore. You said you ain't want to be part of the show. But you definitely part of the show now. I was wondering. No, we gonna have to delete the other stream. The stream where we played all that music. Has YouTube said anything yet? I'm looking for it. No, they haven't said anything yet, y'all. No, they haven't said anything. I know we getting flagged over that other stream. Let me see. Let's go into the studio. I know they're gonna flag us. Let me see. Nope, they haven't flagged us yet. Oh, look at this, y'all. YouTube still not subs. We had 1,100. YouTube is taking our subs back. Little by little. Anybody that's not sub, please sub to the channel. We ain't dropped below 1,100. We have dropped below 1,100. They trying to get us back under. They got a long way to go to get us under 1,000. But somebody's just trying to let us drop down and hope we don't notice. It's right there in our face. How can you not notice? Let me see. Lifetime. All right, so we are $3 over. We are $3 over. So hopefully we get the check on the 21st. They're supposed to stop on the 15th. What's the day, the 12th? So, all right, well, they haven't flagged us yet. But notice I said the word yet. Wait a minute. I had bookmarked something. What did I bookmark? Okay. We'll look at that in a minute. Let's see if we got any more videos here. Hold on. Wait a minute. The Hangout won't let me go up. All right, this is a special request. Special request.
Good morning, everybody. I got this blind mask, I said. I got this blind mask. So put this on, man. I got this blind mask, I said.
Special request.
Put the hood on my head, I said. I call this the black mask with the hood on my head. The blind mask, the hood on my head. Or I want to say, the blind mask. See, the black mask. It's a black mask. It's a black mask. It's a black mask.
It is.
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 It's a black mask.
Are you serious?
It's a black mask. So you can pull this down. See, y'all see my lips and everything, my teeth, my gap in my teeth and everything, y'all see? So y'all put it back on. The blood milk. The blood milk. The blood milk.
Damn.
The blood milk. The blood milk. The blood milk. The blood milk.
Shoot.
See you know, the blood milk. The black milk. The black milk. The black milk. The blood milk. I just put my mouth up. The blood milk. The black 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 mass. 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 The black, the black mass, 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 the black mass.
This is a special request.
The black mass, the black mass. The black mass, the black mass, the black mass, the black mass, the black mass. So y'all like my finger, huh? I don't mean, let's say bye now, see y'all later. And there's my video, part 200, 200, TH 200, part 200.
Special request in the chat.
So flex my muscles. So flex my muscles again. So flexing my muscles. Y'all see this is all fat. Y'all look at, y'all see it? It's all fat, my muscle. And my muscles all fat. See, so I'm doing this. Trying to turn my knees. See, look at I'm flexing my muscle, y'all. So I'm flexing my muscles. I am the adorable heart. So I'm flexing my muscle, y'all. See, y'all see how I'm flexing my muscles? I'm going like this. So I'm going like this. Flexing my muscles. Y'all see it? Me, I'm gonna say bye now. See y'all later. Y'all like how I flex my muscles?
Okay, those were special requests. You're not funny, Tony. That's not funny. You know good well that's not me. That was funny, Tony. No, that was a special request from the ladies. You can look up in the chat. I think it's time for somebody to pay Kevin a visit and say, look, you need some new material, man. You need some new material. Because all that's getting to be ridiculous now. The cup on your head was getting rough there. Showing every picture in your calendars was getting kind of shaky. But that's that's rough right there. Alright, y'all. Y'all know that we've been using this, and Liz gave us the TikTok video. Y'all know that we've been using this. And Liz gave me the TikTok video, and I resized it. And y'all know we've been using this, right? If you look behind my head, I'm using it for a background. It's behind my head. Now, y'all notice that I cropped out the "you're about to lose your job" and made it all look even as it sits behind my head. Y'all see that, right? It's sitting behind my head. Somebody seen us use it. And now they are using it. Did you hear what I said? Somebody. Because before we started showing, it's Jimmy, we used to show him. His name is the reason why we stopped showing him and we show it's Jimmy. Because his name is Hustle, B-I-T-C-H. I didn't think it was appropriate to promote somebody that's using that for their name. I didn't think it was appropriate. That's why we go to "it's Jimmy." But y'all see this video, like I said, Liz is here in the chat right now. Liz gave me the TikTok video, and I took it and I cropped it. And you see I cropped it behind my head. It don't say "you're about to lose your job." Now, I want to show you. People say nobody don't watch us, huh? I want to show y'all something. Let me close this out. I want y'all to take a looky. This is Hustle B. You know he got commercials.
Just have one thing to say.
Now look, y'all. Somebody copy this, y'all.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to your second stimulus check.
Go ahead it again.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening.
Now he was using Donald Trump.
Stimulus check and stimulus pack.
He was using Donald Trump. But we started using that. Let's watch it one more time.
Thing to say. Hang on here.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to your second stimulus check and stimulus package update. On today's video, we will see what both Democrats and Republicans are talking about when it comes to our second stimulus checks. We will also take a look at the exciting and encouraging stimulus push from Joe Biden. We'll discuss the awesome possibility of a few more rounds of stimulus checks, and in addition, $3,600 in stimulus relief for certain groups. Do not miss the end of today's video, as we'll go over the next 2 stimulus check giveaways on this channel, which will be a combined total of $3,750.
Man, I only showed you because you showed our video clips. So Naya said, breaking news: U.S. troops deployed into Texas to help with CV camps. It was in place already. Texas ran out of morgue space. Refrigerated trucks are rolling in. So that's what they were doing in New York. Y'all remember the video where the dude was crying? That's us right there. See if there's anything on the news now. There's our boy, it's Jimmy. He's still looking. I'm looking. We got something from Jay from Jersey. I'm looking. All right, somebody said Trump team got a major win. Well, let's see.
Chicago and, of course, the state there, as it could be pretty close here. The state could be in lockdown city there as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome, everyone, here to News Now as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. During all of those news conferences with Illinois and some other breaking news that we had throughout the day, there was a big moment that happened just moments ago that we want to bring your attention to. Some stations might not be covering this, so we do, and we bring you everything that's happening in the world of news. It was a big win right now that they are calling it. The Trump campaign is calling this one a big win in Pennsylvania, as the Pennsylvania Court Secretary of State lacked authority to change deadline 2 days before Election Day. A Pennsylvania judge ruled in favor of the Trump campaign today, ordering that the state may not count ballots where the voters needed to provide proof of identification and failed to do so by November 9th. State law said that voters have until 6 days after the election this year, that was November 9th, to cure problems regarding a lack of proof of identification after the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots could be accepted 3 days after Election Day. Pennsylvania Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar submitted a guidance which said proof of identification could be provided up until November 12th, which is 6 days from the ballot acceptance deadline. That guidance was issued 2 days before Election Day. The court concludes that respondent Kathy Boockvar, in her official capacity as Secretary of the Commonwealth, lacked statutory authority to issue the November 1st, 2020 guidance to respondent's county board. of elections insofar as the guidance purported to change the deadline for certain electors to verify proof of identification, Judge Mary Hannah Leavitt said in a court order. This was in line with the Trump campaign's argument, which was that there was no basis in the state's law to extend the identification deadline and that Boockvar did not have the power to unilaterally change it. The court had previously ordered that all ballots where voters provided proof of identification between November 10th and 12th should be segregated until a ruling was issued determining what should be done with them. Today, Leavitt ruled that those ballots shall not be counted. This was one of several legal challenges the Trump campaign is bringing in Pennsylvania. On Friday, they are scheduled to have a hearing over thousands of ballots that they claim were improperly counted despite lacking required information. Additionally, and this could be a big one, the campaign awaits action from the Supreme Court regarding whether the Pennsylvania Supreme Court acted properly in granting that 3-day extension for accepting mail-in ballots there. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. All the big breaking news right here on News Now from Fox. When it's happening now and it's happening with the news, you know we got you covered right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to roll on right.
All righty. I'm looking for something on what Naya said. Somebody send me a link. Trying to see if it's popping up. All right, let's go to Fox News. Let's go to Fox News. Anything on it? I don't see nothing from Fox News on it. Let me pull the chat up. Streamlabs. All right, and Tony said he got to get back to work. Now he said, yes, Tony, the majority of U.S. presidents throughout history have likely been proven racist, not a new concept. I said, PH, SOT lacked election authority. How is it a win? The founding fathers were racist. So was the father of the thought. Well, 45 Lives, I got videos up on that, sir. We lost half the chat over covering that. Naya says 5 million vote deficit. Pennsylvania will not save it. You said, is this a YouTube of YouTube? Streamlabs says 45 lives. Please refrain from spamming cats. Fox News target audience of those 17 and under who have no chance of graduating from high school. He said, yes, 45 lives. He said, he was the vice president while people complain relentlessly about President Obama, par for the course. All right, wait a minute. Naya said, PASOT lacked authority. How's it a win? Let me see if I can find it. POT. What was it? POT what? POT SOT. SOT. Lacked authority. POT lacked authority. And what else she said? Lacked election authority. Hold on. Lacked election authority. I typed it in. Six days ago. Four days ago. Alright, let's take that part out, man. Just had that sit there. Go. I'm not finding nothing on the 9. Let me come back. Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you. Would those votes made a difference? I mean, he lost so bad. Georgia audit election officials for fair. This is an hour ago. This is Georgia.
But now we're going to switch gears and move over to Georgia, which yesterday the Secretary of State announced that Georgia would conduct a by-hand recount. Interestingly enough today, though, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, his wife, Tricia, was actually tested positive for COVID-19, so he is quarantining and was on his way to get a COVID test this morning. Obviously, he was unable to do the press conference today, so his other election officials stepped in. And now we are getting an update out of Georgia that's happening just in the past hour. So we're going to play that out for you here on News Now from Fox, but we will monitor this shot. Again, a small plane crash out there in California. We'll bring you more information once we get it.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Sterling. I'm the statewide voting system implementation manager for the state of Georgia. Here to give you an election update as we get closer to finding who will win Georgia's 16 electoral votes for President of the United States. So right now we have, 108 counties that certified their results. And the margin, and as you understand, when we get closer to these certifications and the counties do the reconciliations, they find those 1Z, 2Z votes that are still out there. So yesterday when Secretary Raffensperger was out there here, the total difference was 14,111. As of right now, about 17 minutes ago, the difference is 14,072. So, as you all know, he announced yesterday that we will be doing a risk-limiting audit, which is the next step in the legal process that is outlined on this. And as I've said since Tuesday night and Wednesday, that this is all about process, and following the law as written. Now, risk-limiting audit is something that maybe 12 people on the planet can explain in a way that actually might make sense and that everybody can understand it. It's one of those scientific things where you use math to get to a confidence level that the outcome of the election is correct as measured through the system that is built out to get the votes in. In this particular case, the decision was made to do the presidential election. The press and many times has mischaracterized the rationale behind this as caving to Trump and their campaign. There's a be further from the truth. Because even before the Trump campaign was talking about the possibility of a recount or do some recanvassing, we knew that there was a specific purpose for an audit in the law. And that specific purpose was to instill confidence in the outcome of that election. We chose to do what would have been an easier risk-limiting audit. In this case, there was only one in the state that could have been easier, and that was the general primary for the United States Senate. It undermined confidence in the outcome of the presidential election. And let me be perfectly clear on this. If it was 14,000 votes the other way, we would be doing the exact same thing. This is very important to understand because right now there's a swath of voters in this state and around the country that'll say those cheating, those machines miscounted, somebody hacked them, something happened because there's no way that guy won, there's no way that guy lost. So understand when you are really emotionally tied to the outcome, anything you see that feeds your belief is believed by you. That is the rationale. That is the reason we've chosen to do this audit in this time, in this way. This will be the largest hand recounting by an audit in the history of the United States. We understand that. It is a heavy lift. It'll be, as I said, when we were talking about the traditional recount, understand these are two separate and apart things. There is an audit and there is a recount. Two separate statutes, two separate sets of rules. So we've chosen to do this audit to instill confidence because, as Neil yesterday, you have been telling us now for over a year that we can trust the count of these electronic voting machines. And guess what? We stand by that statement because it is the truth. We anticipate this audit will bear that out. And yes, is there a risk involved in doing this? Of course there is. As I've said very plainly and very clearly, human beings are the most flawed part of this process. I guarantee you the numbers will be slightly different. But as a perspective, let me give you some historical data from something not exactly the same because it was a recount. The state of Michigan in 2016, they were doing a manual recount on all hand-marked paper ballots. And the court stopped them partway through. They got through a little over 2 million. And through that, President Trump picked up about 750, Hillary Clinton picked up about 850, so the marginal difference was about 100 out of 2 to 2.5 million votes cast, and those were all hand-marked paper ballots. In this particular situation, we are in a better situation because you usually see changes mainly on hand-marked paper ballots because that's where human beings tend to make mistakes. And in this case, it's only about 25% of our votes, about 1.3 million. So we anticipate there will be some changes. This is also be a logistical issue for especially our large counties. So we have hired some outside groups to help with the logistics side, and another outside group which has really designed the procedures and processes we're going to use and giving out the instructions, which either if they're going out either right this minute or they went out earlier. We had our first training call with the counties this morning at 11 a.m.
God damn, sir, you put me to sleep. It's like a lie to us. And you're trying to keep a straight face, but I mean, yeah, this guy is making me go to like La La Land. What the hell? He just said it wasn't much different between the hand count and the computer count. So why are you going to do a recount then? You just said they did it in Michigan back in 2016, and it wasn't much different. So why are you going to do it now? Why would you waste the time and the money if he just said it wasn't much different? So you're going to do all of that, and Biden's still going to lose unless you're trying to cheat, unless you're going to add some in there of your own for the Republicans. You say that the hand count, people counting them by hand is worse than the computer. So why would you do it by hand? That doesn't make any sense. Can somebody explain where you at off for 45? Can somebody explain? The man just said that they did a hand count in Michigan, and it wasn't much difference between what the computer did and with the people counting them by hand, and that it's more of a chance of human beings getting it wrong. Why would you do it then? I'm just asking the question. If there's more chance of human beings getting it wrong, why would you do it? That's all I'm asking. If it's more of a chance of human beings getting it wrong, why would you do it? Why are we wasting the money? Anybody want to answer that? I don't get it. Unless you trying to help Donald Trump out and give him some extra votes, why are you doing a recount? You think by doing a hand count, you're going to find 15,000 and a half votes? They did the recount in Michigan back in 2016. They did them by hand. He just said that it was 100 vote difference. 100 vote difference between the hand count and the machine count. That's not going to help him. He's down by 15,000. How is 100 going to help Donald Trump when he's down by 15,000? How is 100 going to help him? So you do the hand count and you find 100 more votes by hand counting. How is that going to help Donald Trump? I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the question. How did that help Donald Trump? Maybe I missed something. Maybe did somebody get this because I didn't? I got lost. That's a daggone shame. Victor Moon on talking about ZX. He got 135 people over there. I don't understand it. Talking about another YouTuber. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I ain't gonna hate on the man. Hey, y'all over there. I guess I don't know. I guess I'd do it too. I'm trying to see if I see anything on this. I'm trying to see if I see any news. I don't see anything. All right, here we go. I don't know who this is. Hopefully we won't get flagged. Of course, they got a commercial. Use this opportunity to make sure nothing. Y'all can see it. All right, here we go.
Dozen votes remain to be counted. Maricopa County officials say about 6,700 ballots are left to tabulate there. The Associated Press and Fox News have already called the state for Biden, but President Trump wants an audit of Arizona's vote tallies. He wrote on Twitter, if we can audit the total votes cast, we will easily win Arizona as well. A Pennsylvania judge has ruled in favor of President Trump's campaign. The judge says Pennsylvania's Secretary of State did not have the authority to change an election deadline 2 days before Election Day. Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar changed the deadline for providing proof of identification to November 9th, just 6 days after the election. Trump is now awaiting a U.S. Supreme Court decision regarding whether it was legal for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to grant a 3-day extension for mail-in ballots. There are other outstanding legal challenges as well in Pennsylvania, including one where thousands of ballots have allegedly been miscounted. Biden leads Trump in Pennsylvania by less than 53,000 votes. Let's talk to former Army intelligence officer Chuck DeVore. He's now at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Before the election, he led a team of 35 experts to war game out different scenarios that could come up. One involved a result being overturned. For the latest ruling in Pennsylvania, he told me that we still need to see how many votes the latest ruling will affect and if one side benefited more than the other. But he said there are other things in Pennsylvania that need to be looked at too. He says certain rule changes made just before the election went against state law. So, in that case, Republican-led counties more or less didn't follow them, but the Democrat-led urban ones did. If that's true, it would be a constitutional problem. It would make certain types of votes there invalid. I asked him, could we possibly see these votes thrown out in Pennsylvania?
That's part of the challenge, is that when you open a ballot, open an envelope that would have otherwise been thrown away per state law, and you count that and you mix the ballot in with the stream of other mail-in ballots that were otherwise okay, there's no way you can go back and disentangle that, right? Once they've been merged, that's it. You can't go and say, well, these 25,000 ballots over here were somehow should have been invalidated under state law, but weren't. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important to allow these lawsuits to determine the fact, come before judges and get rulings based on presented evidence, as well as have the elected members of the state legislature conduct an election audit to find out whether the procedures were followed, whether there was any sort of irregularities that favored one side over the other. This is something that Pennsylvanians need to discover, not only to determine whether or not this election was run fairly and properly, but also the rest of the country should know this as well. It may not change the results of the election, but we still need to know if this election was run honestly in this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So you think if there was wrongdoing found, then the result of the election could stand, but some people might get slap on the wrist or some other type of punishment?
Or perhaps a change in state law, with the lawmakers having been informed. In an extreme case, the lawmakers might decide not to certify the election results and not send the electors from the state of Pennsylvania to allow them to vote because the election was hopelessly compromised. Now, this doesn't often happen. It has happened in U.S. history. You'd have to go back to 1876 before you found any interesting examples that kind of parallel what we're seeing here. And happened in other states as well. It wouldn't be sufficient by itself probably to overturn the results, because you would also then have to see a different result in Georgia or Arizona or Michigan or Wisconsin. And the odds of that happening, it's not impossible, and certainly these things need to be pushed to their final conclusion to determine exactly how free and fair and honest these elections were, or whether they were compromised. That should be done anyway, regardless of which side you favor in this election, whether you favor a re-election for President Donald Trump or the election of Vice President Joe Biden.
I think every reasonable person would agree with you there, Chuck, for sure. So really appreciate the analysis, Chuck. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And more apparent instances of dead people voting today, this time in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign discovered and released names like Deborah John Granahan, who died last year, Judy Presto, who died in 2013, and Elizabeth Bortman, who died in 2008. We don't know yet who the votes went to or how many dead people might have voted in total. These deaths were listed in obituaries in local media. And a Pennsylvania USPS worker says federal agents tried to pressure him to retract his accusations of election wrongdoing at the Postal Service. Richard Hopkins signed a sworn statement saying he heard superiors planning to backdate ballots that came in late. That way they could be counted. The USPS agent accused of the scheme denies it actually happened. Now, investigative nonprofit Project Veritas have what they say is an hours-long phone interrogation between Hopkins and a USPS Office of the Inspector General agent, Russell Strasser. Here's what Hopkins says is the federal agent trying to pressure him.
I'm not, well, I am actually. I am trying to twist you a little bit because in that, believe it or not, your mind will kick in. We like to control our minds, and when we do that, we can convince ourselves of a memory. But when you're under a little bit of stress, which is what I'm doing to you purposely, your mind can be a little bit clearer. And we're going to do a different exercise too to make your mind a little bit clearer. Okay? So, but this is all on purpose. I am not scaring you, but I am scaring you.
We haven't been able to independently verify the authenticity of that recording yet. And there have been reports of a computer glitch where thousands of votes were taken from one presidential nominee to the other during the election. The latest report comes from Wisconsin.
Among several key swing states, evidence of supposed glitches in vote-counting software have emerged following the election and in recent days. The Trump campaign and other right-wing groups speculate these glitches transferred votes meant for President Trump over to Democrat nominee Joe Biden. Major media outlets reported that these allegations are false. On CNN, officials from Wisconsin and Michigan said they do not believe anything wrong occurred in their state's elections.
What we've got to talk about really is to leave the conspiracy theories behind. This election was smooth, secure, transparent, and accurate.
Fluctuations in the voting numbers reported on election night can indicate otherwise. According to a Twitter post from a data scientist, Michigan counted almost 150,000 votes within 5 seconds, and less than 6,000 of them were for Trump. And Virginia's vote count was reduced by over 100,000 votes in the early hours of the morning. The data scientist also told us she found Wisconsin had an average count of 325 votes per second, while Washington hit a peak of over 130,000 vote counts per second. And in one video, what looks to be 2020 election coverage showed 20,000 votes in Pennsylvania being transferred from Trump to Biden. Other reported glitches have caused separate issues. Wisconsin election workers had to duplicate over 13,000 ballots because of a printing error, which meant every ballot had to be opened and read.
And in Iowa, an audit found 217 uncounted ballots. They were enough to flip a congressional election in Iowa's 2nd district. After the audit, the Republican candidate now leads her Democrat opponent by just 34 votes. The Democrat candidate is now asking for a recount. She says Iowans deserve to know that their ballots have been accurately counted. An auditor said human error caused the problem and that it's been corrected. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says the election is over. They say there's no evidence of fraud and Joe Biden has won.
It's most unfortunate that the Republicans have decided that they will not respect the will of the people.
When it comes to the election, Republicans, congressional Republicans, don't have the evidence. They don't have the proof. They don't have anything. Neither does the president. The New York Times called election officials from both parties in every state in the country. Not one, reported any evidence of fraud or irregularities. These frivolous lawsuits have less than a snowball's chance in hell of succeeding.
Schumer says Republicans should stop with what he called ridiculous shenanigans and instead work on the stimulus bill. Despite many states still in the balance, one Republican senator says he thinks Joe Biden should be getting intelligence. James Lankford is a member of the Senate Oversight Committee. They told a local radio station he doesn't see anything wrong with the former vice president getting the briefings to prepare himself. Lankford says if it hasn't happened by Friday, he will step in and push for it to happen. But House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is backing the President Trump's legal battles over the election results. He says whoever wins the election will get the intelligence briefings.
You've got a hand recount going in Georgia. Every recount needs to be finished. You've got challenges inside courts. Every challenge needs to be heard. He's not president right now. Don't know if he'll be president January 20th, but whoever is, will get the information.
He says regardless of the outcome, you want to be able to trust the election. McCarthy pointed to the 37-day recount in 2000 that ended with George W. Bush becoming president. He said, let's make sure we get it right. Still to come this evening. One of Biden's pandemic advisors suggests stricter lockdowns. He says the government can handle paying for the shutdown. And over 100 companies are asking the EU to take action against Google. They say Google isn't playing by the rules when it comes to business. That and more after the break.
All right. This was a live stream. We might get flagged for that. All righty. What do y'all think? All right, let's get back. Get to our next video.
Just remember, this is all very legal and also very cool. President Donald Trump will return to just plain old Donald Trump come January. And in case you forgot amid, the last 4 years, remember this. There are at least a half dozen ongoing cases involving him and placing him in various levels of legal jeopardy that are still pending, which is a half dozen more legal cases than I or most people are currently involved in. Because there's been so much legal turmoil around the president for his entire first term, I thought it might make sense to go over the pending litigation involving him and give you an update on where it all stands, at least at the moment. And away we go. Number one, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is looking into financial workings of the Trump Organization. Now, this case, overseen by Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr., grew out of questions regarding several hush money payments made in the run-up to the 2016 election by then-Trump fixer Michael Cohen to two women who alleged they had engaged in extramarital affairs with Trump. Cohen, as you might recall, told Congress under oath in 2019 that there was no doubt in his mind that Trump knew about these hush payments. But the investigation is actually broader than just the hush money. As CNN's Kara Scannell and Erica Orden wrote in October, and I quote, prosecutors have suggested in court filings that the investigation could examine whether the president and his company engaged in bank fraud, insurance fraud, criminal tax fraud, and falsification of business records, end quote. Is that all? Trump has repeatedly sought to block the Manhattan District Attorney's subpoena of 8 years of his tax returns and financial records as part of this investigation. Number two, the New York State Attorney General is examining how Trump and his organization valued his assets. All right, so in the wake of Cohen's testimony on Capitol Hill, alleging that Trump, along with his family members, had repeatedly, quote, inflated his total assets when it served his purposes, such as trying to be listed among the wealthiest people in Forbes, and deflated his assets to reduce his real estate taxes,
New York Attorney General Letitia James, who is a Democrat, announced she would investigate the claims to see if they merited any sort of fraud. Now, just last month, Aaron Trump, son of Donald, was questioned under oath after a long back and forth over whether he could be compelled to do so, about whether he or the Trump Organization sought to artificially inflate or deflate their assets. Number 3, Attorneys General of Maryland and D.C. are suing Trump, suggesting he violated the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. Okay, so this suit was originally brought way back in 2017, feels like 100 years ago, alleging that Trump was violating the Emoluments Clause by profiting from foreign government spending at his Trump Hotel in downtown Washington. Now, the case appeared dead in the water until May, when the Fourth Circuit overturned the ruling of a 3-judge panel that said the plaintiffs lacked standing to actually even bring the case. Now, Trump has, maybe you've heard this before, appealed the decision to the Supreme Court. There's also, by the way, a second emoluments case that is still pending, this one brought by a group of restaurants and a hotel operator. So there's that. Number 4, E. Jean Carroll's defamation lawsuit. Days before the 2020 election, a federal judge rejected an attempt by Trump, represented by the Department of Justice lawyers, to effectively dismiss a case brought by Carroll, alleging that Trump had raped her in the 1990s. The Trump has denied the allegation, saying, quote, "She's not my type." The case is now proceeding to 5. Summer Zervos' defamation lawsuit. Zervos, a former contestant on The Apprentice, sued Trump back in 2017, arguing that in his denial of her allegations assaulted her in 2007, he had defamed her and subjected her to harassment. Trump lost a bid to dismiss that case in late 2019, but the proceedings, including a possible subpoena for Trump to provide a deposition, have been put on hold until he leaves office. Number 6, Mary Trump's lawsuit. So the niece of the president and the author of the scathing bestseller, Too Much and Never Enough, How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man, what a title, sued Donald Trump in September, alleging that he, his sister, and his late brother had committed fraud to keep her from getting her fair share of the estate of Trump's father, Fred Sr. Aside from those half-dozen suits, is the looming question of whether Trump could be charged with obstruction of justice for his attempts to impede and inhibit the investigation into the 2016 election and Russia's role in it by, yes, Special Counsel Robert Mueller. In a back and forth during congressional testimony in July 2019, Mueller, who, by the way, is a former FBI director, suggested that he believes Trump could be charged once he left office.
You believe that you could charge the President of the United States with obstruction of justice after he left office?
Yes. It's impossible to know whether any of these pending lawsuits will ever emerge as a genuine threat to Trump, especially when you consider that the president has, for decades, shown a willingness to exercise absolutely every legal avenue to protect himself, muddy the waters, and slow these sorts of proceedings to a crawl. What is clear, however, is that Trump will have fewer airtight legal protections as a former president than he did as a sitting president. Far fewer. And that is the point. We make new point episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Make sure to check them all out.
Hold on. Four, three, two.
PS whistleblower in Pennsylvania taking back his ballot fraud allegations. The House Oversight Committee tweeting today that Hopkins has, quote, completely recanted his allegations of a supervisor tampering with mail-in ballots after being questioned by investigators, according to the Inspector General. NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining me now. Leanne, these claims in Pennsylvania were a big part of President Trump's voter fraud lawsuits. What else did investigators learn here?
Hey, Allison. So what happened with this one person who was alleging that the U.S. Postal Service was backdating ballots so that they would count in the Pennsylvania election? He sent back he signed an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, and then he reneged on that, saying that was not the case. He removed his signature. And so that was central to his claim. The House Oversight Committee was looking into it, and they put out a tweet thread, essentially, saying that this is no longer an issue. But the organization who is really pushing these as well, this conservative organization called Project Veritas, who does these undercover sting operations, posing as journalists often, they are now offering monetary rewards for people who come forward with any sort of voter fraud allegations, and so they are deep into this case, and it looks like the president's team is also working closely with them, or at least following very closely what this organization is doing. Allison?
Leanne, let's talk about what's going on with the Republicans. So far, just 4 of the 53 sitting Republican senators have publicly acknowledged Joe Biden's win. Democratic Senator Chris Coons weighed in on that. Here he is.
I see no evidence of voter fraud in the key states that would need to have their outcomes changed, and I so far see little evidence of any Republicans standing up to the president. There have been 4 so far here in the Senate. My hope is that this is the week when that will begin to turn bluntly, that they accept that. I mean, they call me to say, congratulations, please convey my well wishes to the president-elect, but I can't say that publicly yet.
Leanne, are you seeing any more cracks among the Republicans, and why won't most of them acknowledge these election results?
So, Allison, a Republican source told me today that he sees these Republican senators in 3 camps. The one camp who is fighting the hardest, saying that every vote needs to be overturned, or every rock needs to be overturned, and every vote needs to be counted. And those are the ones who are pushing and supporting the president the most. The middle camp is the one who's like, just let this process play out, let this end in the courts, a neutral arbiter to go ahead and decide and remove it from the political process, and there will be. And then there's the other camp who is getting tired of this and who wants this to end, but they can't necessarily be overtly vocal about it. But listen to 2 senators, and they seem to be in that 3rd camp, the ones who are wanting to move on from this process. Take a listen.
We're on a path. It looks likely that Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. It's not 100% certain, but it is quite likely. And so I think a transition process ought to begin.
Well, with regard to the transition itself, I think they should be able to issue between them to allow certain parts of it to move forward.
But most of these Republican senators are standing with the president because most of the president's supporters are telling the Republican senators that they need to fight for the president, and they do not want to cross the president nor their constituents. Allison.
Oh, Leanne, the divisiveness continues on, but it is wonderful to see you in the meantime to talk about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
President-elect Biden has promised to undo President Trump's immigration policies, but that could be an uphill battle. 3 people involved in drafting Biden's immigration plan tell NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley that undoing President Trump's legacy will be hard-fought, and it may not happen all at once. Julia Ainsley joins me now. Julia, what is on Joe Biden's immigration to-do list come January? And let's talk about the roadblocks he's up against.
Well, Allison, top of that list, like he told our Kristen Welker in the last presidential debate, is to start reuniting the migrant families that were separated under the Trump administration. Then he also wants to take a look at an estimated 20,000 immigrants that are waiting in terrible conditions in northern Mexico, waiting for a chance to come into the United States and claim asylum. He also wants to make DACA a permanent fix, so that it's not up to the whims of each administration. And then he also wants to increase the number of refugees getting into the country. You know, Stephen Miller and the White House just announced they would make it 15,000 a year, and he wants to increase that to 125,000 a year.
Julia, let's talk specifically about reuniting migrant families. This week, NBC News reported that now lawyers can't find the parents of 666 kids who were separated by the Trump administration before and during its zero-tolerance policy at the border. Biden said reunification will be a priority, as you've mentioned. How does he plan to get these kids back to their parents?
Well, he wants to establish a task force. This is part of, the day one policy priorities. Establish a task force and figure out how they can reunite these families. But they haven't publicly committed to bringing the parents back to the United States. Allison, many of these parents were already deported before they had a chance to reunite with their child. And so that is why we're talking about numbers over 600 of parents who not only haven't been reunited, but haven't even been able to be contacted by the lawyers doing this work. But a big difference we do know is that at least the government will start to shoulder part of this responsibility under a Biden administration, because currently this has all fallen onto groups like the ACLU and other nonprofits and law firms. So at least they might take that on, but at this point, we don't know if they will bring the parents to the United States in order to see their families, and that is what lawyers say is key in order to make those reunions a reality. Otherwise, you're making parents choose between being separated from their child or bringing them back to a condition they may see as unfit for their child.
So, Julia, Joe Biden wants to reunite migrant families, add protections for dreamers, increase the number of refugees in America. Big picture, how long can it take for him to have a fully functional immigration plan and get all these things up and running?
Well, what I'm told is it could take months. Now, he really doesn't have a lot of time. There's already court challenges making their way back up to the Supreme Court to try to strike down DACA. You've got this crisis happening in northern Mexico. He needs to decide how he's going to process and bring in those people. Will they be detained? So what I understand is they want to bring in people who can hit the ground running because they know this is an uphill battle with a ticking clock. And so this will be something where they want to bring in people with a lot of experience into DHS, particularly with experience in immigration.
All right, Julia Ainsley, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
On this Veterans Day, we honor the men and women who have served and sacrificed for our country. President Trump making his first appearance today since losing the election. President-elect Biden paying his respects to veterans in Philadelphia. Biden is moving forward with his transition team, even though the current White House won't let them access key funds and intelligence reports. And over on the pandemic front, the U.S. reporting its 7th straight day of over 100,000 new coronavirus cases, hospitalizations hitting new all-time highs. The CDC putting out new warnings about things, and that coming up. But first, let's go to our reporters who are covering the Biden and Trump teams. NBC News.
Seeing your pet live 100.
News correspondent Mike Memley in Wilmington, Delaware, of course. NBC News correspondent Carol Lee in Washington, D.C. Carol, the president outside the White House visiting Arlington National Cemetery, where he laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. What are you hearing inside of the White House about the president conceding it and maybe starting this transition?
Well, the main thing we're hearing, Allison, is that the president is not going to concede, at least not in the traditional way that you would expect and that we have seen over the decades. People, whether they're an incumbent or a candidate who's lost presidential elections, concede. We're told that the president, once he gets to a place where he's going to acknowledge that President-elect Joe Biden will be entering the White House in January, that he would say something along the lines of he doesn't agree with the results, he accepts them, but we'll actually really never know how valid they are. So leaving in doubt and in question potentially the actual results, even if he admits that he's not going to contest them at the time. And we're also told that in terms of the timing on that this could go on for some time. Aides had initially hoped that he would get to that place perhaps as early as this weekend, and that was a hope. It sounds like it will be a little bit longer than that, and there are those around the president who are saying he shouldn't give any speech like that until all of the votes are certified, and potentially not until the electors have cast their votes in December. So this could go on for another number of weeks, and meanwhile what we're told is that the president's team around him, there's increasing frustration that he's in this position, that he won't commit to a path forward, not only for the next 70 days, but also what he's going to do once he leaves the White House. The one thing that one source told me that the president is doing is that he's preparing to be the loudest opposition leader out there, and that he's not going to go quietly and intends to remain a force once he does leave office. But in terms of a concession, I wouldn't expect to see anything like we've seen from other candidates or presidents in the past.
Mike, Joe Biden also honoring our servicemen and women today. This morning he visited the Korean War Memorial. Biden doesn't seem to be particularly fazed by the lawsuits, the transition delays, at least not outwardly. How is his team moving forward, though, when they don't have access to basic things they need, like the presidential daily briefing?
Biden sort of set the tone that he was not worried, said it wasn't consequential. His team is moving forward, but let's remind everybody of what's involved in a presidential transition. There are 4,000 that are going to be turned over for a Biden administration. The entire West Wing, pretty much, is going to empty out in favor of a new Biden staff on January 20th. A lot of those positions require vetting. A lot of those positions require background checks. A lot of those positions also require Senate confirmation. And so every day that is delayed with not getting this assertion from the General Services Administration is a day that the Biden team loses in order to try to make progress towards those goals. And there's 11 weeks between Election Day and Inauguration Day. That may sound like a long time, but really in terms of all that we just laid out, that's really just a bare minimum of what the Biden team really needs. So speaking with Biden transit officials, they're doing the best to adapt to these new circumstances. They're trying to, instead of getting their agency review teams into the administration, meeting with the career officials who may stay on, they're working from the outside, trying to speak with outside stakeholders about what they know. But I think the biggest concern among some Democrats and now even Republicans on Capitol Hill is about what you mentioned, the presidential daily brief. Biden has not had access to that. He has had some classified briefings during the campaign as the Democratic nominee, but not to the level of specificity about ongoing operations, deep information about threats facing the United States that he's going to need to be fully briefed on by Inauguration Day. And so as Tara lays out the timeline of once we were thinking this week and stretching potentially into next month, I think that's going to raise the level of concern on the Biden team that there's only so much they can do before they take some of the steps that perhaps they've been talking about, including legal action.
Carol, the president, of course, still claiming election fraud, but an international watch group that the Trump administration invited to monitor our election is saying it witnessed no irregularities in either Michigan or Georgia. Can you tell us more about their findings and what the administration is saying about it?
Yes, Alex. Yeah. This is the Organization of American States. It was an organization, a group that was hired by the State Department to do this. They put 28 observers, do I have this right, into 13, from 13 different countries into various states, including Georgia and Michigan. And what they found is that there were no irregularities or voter fraud in the way that the president has been alleging. What's so interesting about that is we just heard from the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, yesterday, who had this very flip answer, and some critics found it disturbing when asked about a transition, saying, yes, we're going to have a transition to a second Trump term. And so, meanwhile, this organization that was hired by his own State Department is saying, undercutting exactly what the president is alleging in all of this. And we're also learning from our reporting that officials overseas who are stationed overseas who work for the State Department have not received any guidance from the State Department or the government on how to react to the election, what results, what to do, how they should proceed. And so some of them, we're told, are back channeling to members of the Biden transition team or people that they know who are associated with the president-elect, trying to figure out sort of what next steps might be. So a lot of confusion, not just here in Washington and across the country, but really across the world, where we have government officials who are stationed in capitals all over the place.
Mike, there are reports that Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, will leave his law firm around the inauguration to join the Biden administration. Do you have any confirmation or further information about that report?
Yeah, Allison, part of the history of having the first woman vice president is having the first second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, are going to be taking that role on January 20th. And yes, my colleague Deepa Shivaram just confirmed as well that he will leave his law firm. Doesn't it sound strange to say join the administration? He's going to be part of the administration for sure, but obviously working alongside his wife, Senator Harris, soon to be Vice President Harris. And it's worth noting what we're seeing in terms of the first spouse as well on Joe Biden's side, Dr. Biden. She, of course, as second lady, continues to do what she's done throughout her professional career, which is teach. And we're told that she's going to continue to teach as the First Lady of the United States, which is going to be an interesting bit of history of her own. I actually interviewed Dr. Biden about this a year ago today, and she talked about what it was going to be like to be able to show that example. She said what a powerful thing it would be for other teachers throughout the country to see somebody as the First Lady also continuing to do what she would plan to do, which is to teach. As Joe Biden says, teaching isn't what she does, it's who she is. And so we're seeing a different, interesting comparison side by side of Dr. Biden and Doug Emhoff here.
It's really cool to see. And Mike, I just have to say, second gentleman has just such a nice ring about it. I don't know, it just sounds really cool. Let me ask you, are you hearing about any other names, any other people who might serve in the Biden administration? We've been loving playing the speculation who might end up their game, but you probably have some solid information.
It's pretty good, the deep state, isn't it, Allison?
Love those days.
This is certainly even on a wider scale, exactly, so many positions to fill in terms of the cabinet. The Biden team's focus at this point is getting the West Wing filled first. some of those other.
Alrighty, y'all, I'm getting bored. I let it play on. I let it play on because it's really weird. Biden can't get his new team together because Trump won't get the heck out of there. Why won't the man just give it up? You lost, man. I'm just saying, you lost. You keep trying to hang on and hang on and hang on. And hang on and hang on and hang on. And hang on and hang on and hang on. Where are these messages coming from? They're not coming from there. Is it coming from there? Hey, I just realized something, y'all. Hold on a sec. Did my mask come today? Did my mask come today? It says it was out for delivery at 7 a.m. Let me see. Did not match any suggestions. It says status is not available. What? Hold on a sec. Go back. Copy. Paste. Track package. It says it's not a real tracking number. How? It says that's not a real tracking number. Okay. Now go back. Come on, man. Oh, remove. You making me dance around the mulberry bush. What? JavaScript. Paste. Why you keep cheating? Copy. Paste. It keeps saying status not available. So this is all we got to go on then. This says it's out for delivery. I had to go check the mailbox. I'm going to go check the mailbox. We already saw that. Well, let's do this then. Let's switch them. Because obviously you're not doing your job. So come on. Hold my show up. Get in there. All right, sorry about that, y'all. All right, y'all.
What's up, family? If it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city and what state you're coming in from. If you're outside of the U.S., let me know what country you're representing. Family, I need you to smash up the likes, smash up the likes, smash up the likes. Also, if you have not done so already and you're on my YouTube channel, after you subscribe, there's a little bell next to your subscribe button. Go ahead and click that thing right now so you can get your notifications each time I drop a new video like that. That way you'll be in the loop first. Bam, I'm going right on in. So, Donald Trump cried in the car. Yeah, all in the car crying because he lost. Joe Biden put a whooping on that boy. When you say, you know how when you like, if anybody ever ran track before.
Are you going to drive? Have a car?
You want to
sneak driving record? Then you might be overpaying.
Now the chair gonna turn on me. You gonna sneak me?
Or,
you know you wrong.
You know how it is when somebody is in front of you, and let's say maybe you're the anchor, and you get that baton, and you walk them down. That's what happened. Now, I am gonna bust some champagne on this one. I think it's definitely calls for a champagne celebration, but I'm not gonna go too wild with it. I'm not gonna get too wild because really, fam, the work is just beginning, so it ain't really a whole lot to celebrate. But this is a big moment. This is a big moment, but I'm kind of reserved about it because, you know, Joe Biden got some work to do, and as we know, a lot of people wasn't voting for Joe Biden; they was voting against Donald Trump, and I was one of those people. You know why, fam? Because I was sick and tired of hearing that fool's voice. I was sick and tired of seeing his face. You see what I'm saying? Sick and tired of it, man. Yeah. I voted to stop seeing his ugly ass face. Now, go say what you want to say, all your political pundits and analysts and bloggers, all your experts and woke folks, go on out there. That's what I voted for. I voted to stop looking at his ugly ass face every single day and hearing his ugly ass voice every single day, his divisive, hateful voice every single day. Every damn day you wake up, man, he on Twitter. He done beat all the little kids who on their way to school to Twitter. He all on Twitter just tweeting away, saying hateful things about Americans. I don't like it. All he got every day he picking on some American. He's not going after our sworn enemies. He's going after Americans. And then he had a special thing about him for going after black women. He never seen a black woman in power that he liked. He always attacking the black women in power. So yeah, I voted to get rid of his ass. I don't care what none of you say. Yeah, that's what I voted for. And I'm going to drink this damn champagne like I want to drink it, and I don't give a damn what nobody think about it. Like I said, my comments are going to be a little, I would say a little tempered, because of the fact that, lawsuits and stuff are still pending. It's America. Who knows what's going to happen? Man, they could try to pull anything. Keep in mind, the dude put those Supreme Court justices in place for a reason. He didn't put them in place because to save the democracy. He didn't put it in place for the betterment of America. He put them in place so that they could vote in his favor when he is accused of corruption. And just in case he was behind in this election and he wanted to try to steal the election, he tried to put all the judges in place that he might need. That's what that was about.
6 of 9 are Republicans. 6 of the judges on the Supreme Court are Republican. And Trump put 3 of the 6 there.
This is a dude that did a preemptive excuse before he cheated. He even tried to cheat and still lost. All that voter suppression, hiring the postmaster and to get the postmaster to take what do you call them damn things? Mailboxes off the streets. Mailboxes turning all up in lakes and rivers. He got his supporters going around pouring liquids in mailboxes, trying to ruin people's ballots. They're doing voter intimidation, going up to the polls with guns and stuff, trying to scare people, and trying to intimidate people so that they don't vote. Now, if your guys all of that, if you really the law and order president, and y'all really voting for him and liking him and supporting him because he's a law and order president, why are you bastards acting so criminal? Why are you behaving so criminal? If you like him because he's a law and order president, why are you behaving like criminals and animals? If that's the reason why. And if he's such a law and order president, why is it that he broke damn near every law known to man as the president? Why do he have all of these scandals? So many women that accuse him of sexual assault. Women just don't accuse presidents of sexual assault because that's dangerous. That is very dangerous.
24 women.
What's beyond
they all lying.
He is beyond corrupt. He got 74 more days. Ain't no telling what he gonna do with the rest of this country before he get out of there. He's one of those types that rather see the country go up in flames before he lose an inch. And keep in mind, he ain't gonna break a fingernail. He gonna gonna be hiding somewhere in a bunker. While all these little minions, this flunkies gonna be out here risking their lives, getting killed, ended up with the death penalty or something, and getting a life sentence in jail. While their family members gonna be left vulnerable. So I want to know how is that gonna work out when they hit them streets and their family members boarded up in the house. It ain't gonna work. Because if you go down, it's gonna go all the way down.
Commercial.
So this is why, I'm reserved with my little old celebration, because I know what it's like when you have to deal with these judges. This is what he was doing. He was setting his chess pieces up. He appointed more judges than any other president in recent history. This is a crook, a criminal. He appointing them those judges so that he can have favor when he commit crimes. Yeah, that's what that's about. Now, Obama could have actually went in and did more on the federal, on that Supreme Court justice side. He could have actually put a couple of black men in position. Trump put all white dudes. He just went in and just put everybody white. White dudes, women, whatever. Just white. I'm not even sure if there's any Hispanic or Latino person, but I know for a fact he didn't appoint no federal black judges, not one. And to date, he's already appointed 198 judges. 198, not one single black judge. But he doubled his black women's voting. He went from 4% black women vote to 8%, and increased his number with black males. Interesting. Obama put in Sotomayor and Kagan. He could have easily appointed some qualified black judges. It's hundreds of them out there. Thousands. He could have easily done it. But he didn't. Why is that? But let me back up. I think you have to be on a certain level to actually you have to have been a certain type, I think it's some type of federal appeals court judge or something to get on the Supreme Court. But still, you got a lot of black judges out there that's qualified for that. He could have picked them. And another thing too is that I'm reserved in my celebration because.
Damn, all right, I'm done.
Really good, isn't it?
We just had a commercial. I'm done. Damn, you do. That man a celebrity. He don't need the money like that. Darn. All them daggone commercials. That don't make no sense. Nia said Trump's lawyer admits no voter fraud uncovered. No evidence of voter fraud. So why don't he concede? Liz said food looks good. Let's see what else we got to look at here. Alrighty, y'all. Are y'all ready? Time for an update. Remember these guys? Remember the Mara application? Y'all remember? We lost a lot of followers over this case. Y'all remember it? They're gonna fall in Sun. They got a bond hearing. See, they think you ain't paying attention. They think you done forgot. And they gonna slide this on in. So let's check it out. Where's the volume?
St. George versus John Michael, Greg McMichael, and William Ryan Bryant. Just go ahead and address a couple preliminary things. I don't know if anybody was in the 6 meeting. I'm going to drop this unless somebody, the witness, they put it back on for the witness. The witnesses come up. I'll be addressing these events that way. I would like since everybody is in much closer quarters than the court myself to keep a mask on. Rather than issue with that. Here goes all. May I ask for an exception? My co-counsel is my wife. How about this? I will leave it to the discretion of those sitting at council table together. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I have a notice of hearing that the court set out. There are really 6, 7 things on my notice of hearing this morning. Just as a reminder to everybody, back on October 8th of this year, the notice of hearing went out. Court indicated that we're here today at 10 o'clock.
That sounds terrible.
On Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael. Court also heard special the murders.
Which is whether or not Travis McMichael is a good candidate for bond. I know the court is keenly aware of the 4 factors that you must consider in determining whether Mr. McMichael, Travis McMichael, should be granted bond. It's a discretionary act at this point, as we'll get into during that bond argument. Essentially, what's been provided to the state, I know the court has a copy of that too, are a number of things that are relevant, such as unrelated things involving the deceased victim, Ahmaud Arbery, to do with the alleged crimes, and in particular, the narrow issues that this court must pass upon for bond. Essentially, I would suggest to the court, as we did in our filing that was filed November the 9th, his characterization, and if it's impermissible, would be impermissible. Trial certainly is not permissible to go into those items that are irrelevant for issues of bond. So we would urge the court to grant our motion in limine based on the objections that we have put in writing and filed, because it's just not pertinent to the 4 factors that you must consider.
We'll address these one at a time. On that, Travis McMichael, what was submitted was that's correct. Let's do one at a time. On that, Travis McMichael.
Jason Sheffield, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this only becomes if the state is permitted to go into what they have proposed to go into on their case in chief of this one file. We do not intend to offer this evidence that we believe falls under 401 under admissible evidence of influence unless the state attempts to use the facts of the case and to try to characterize those facts of the case in a way that speaks to the bond facts. So we have preemptively informed the state as well as the court of the evidence that we would intend to go into allow the state to use the preliminary hearing transcript to establish certain facts. For example, previously the court allowed the state to offer evidence of the facts of the case to deal with the issue of seriousness of the offense and the possible consequences of conviction as a way to look at the possibility of flight. And so the state was able to then characterize evidence and facts and argue that they fit under flight and that these offenses were so serious that there was a risk of flight. And the court adopted that argument into its order ultimately, and seriousness of offense is something that the court can consider. However, the we would intend, if the court allows the state to get into that, to show why we believe this case is not only defensible, but winnable on the issues that would be allowed to come in that trial.
This audio is terrible.
And it looked like this was the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division telling the public these are the kinds of hate crimes cases your Department of Justice prosecutes. Well, I read a couple of dozen of them and I thought, well, they're nothing much like our case. There's a huge difference. I also looked up the statutes that, and I practiced in federal court as well, so I was familiar with those statutes and read those and parsed the elements of those crimes and concluded that, as Mr. Sheffield just said, we believe this case here in Glenn County is defensible and winnable. I look at that hate crimes case, if the feds ever do bring one, as eminently defensible and winnable. So I picked out pretty much at random, really, 4 out of dozens, or really scores of press releases they put on their website as illustrative to the court of the types of cases they actually do prosecute.
All right, so we're going to find something better. That's ridiculous.
Might pose a risk, a significant.
That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. That audio is trash. That audio is trash. I guess they want to discourage us. All right, let's pick up the mood a little bit. Everybody loves these. Come on, man. Skip that ad, please. Thank you.
Breaking news right now. This is a chase on the 110 freeway. Apparently the want on this is a stolen car. Kim Ravis over the scene right now. News Chopper 4 Bravo. Kim, where are we?
Colleen and Robert, we're going into South LA right now. This is a stolen Kia Soul. You can see the speeds there about 100 miles an hour. The car blacking out at times, flashing its headlights at other vehicles as it approaches. LAPD is in pursuit. This pursuit started on the 5 freeway coming out of the San Fernando Valley and has made its way all the way down here on the 110 freeway, approaching the 105 in a couple of miles. But you see the vehicle there with its headlights on, and then they go off. Again, there you go. You see them flashing the vehicles ahead of them, trying to get around them. We might be seeing this car exit here right now again. And it looks like, yes, it's exiting at, we'll try to get you that off-ramp here. Florence. It's going to be Florence. There comes the night sunlight of the police helicopter. He's going to make a left-hand turn, and my pilot, we're going to move to the east side of the freeway right now to keep up with the car.
Yeah, right turn.
Look at that. He made a turn back to the north on surface streets there, and we'll continue northbound as alongside the freeway. And Casey, let's move on to that side real quick. So we don't lose him, but there he is, blacked out on surface streets now, paralleling the 110 freeway northbound, and that's going to be Grand Avenue right through that intersection, almost hitting that car. Very close call. We're going to try to catch up to the vehicle right now and continue this chase here. The LAPD was behind the vehicle. They went into tracking mode because it was going so fast. But here he goes right through the light and continuing northbound. Yeah, very dangerous situation here on surface streets. The vehicle's still in LAPD jurisdiction right now in the Southwest Division of
All right, yo.
Units trying to get behind the car. A lot of homeless people living right along that street, a very dangerous situation. Now back to the other side of the freeway, a left turn going westbound, and we'll see which way the car goes. We want to keep a wide shot here to make sure the driver does not cut back and double back on us. And we've lost him here in just a second. We hope to get to the other side of the freeway.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he popped out on that street there.
He may not have. And you see the night sunlight there. It looks like the LAPD having a problem too. They're not sure which side of the freeway to look for this driver, so he may have bailed out underneath the freeway there. We didn't see him come out. He was blacked out, and that, unfortunately, that street's pretty dark right there. Yep. So it's hard to say if that driver actually came out or not. But there you see the units. I don't know if you saw the unit just turning right there.
Right there underneath the freeway.
Yeah, Yeah, so we might see that driver pop back out here in just a second.
Gil, do we know anything about the driver in the car and any potential occupants in there as well?
No, we never heard if there was additional people other than the driver, but at this point, yeah, it was just the driver that we know so far in that stolen Kia Soul. Again, speeds 100 miles an hour coming down the 110 freeway. Here comes a unit through, and it looks like they don't have the vehicle, so maybe the vehicle is able to elude all of us right now, but they're searching now the area here. This is going to be 60th Street and Figueroa we're looking at there, but at this point, it looks like the driver was able to ditch the officers underneath that bridge.
Is that the 110 freeway we're looking at there, and this is a residential area as well?
It is, Colleen. That's just the west side of the 110 freeway. Like I said, about 60th Street. You see other units here joining in on Figueroa. Now they're going to search Figueroa here because they think maybe the driver made his or her way down Figueroa.
And Gil, when you look at this and you consider if this driver bailed out, how concerned should these residents be in this area here?
Yeah, definitely concerned because, like I said, as it came underneath that bridge, you see the nights and light of the police there searching that area. Very dark in that area, and that driver could have jumped out and ran into these homes, in the backyards of these homes and apartments here off of 60th Street. But again, it's definitely a concern. If you live in this area, make sure you lock your doors.
Take us through again, Gil. We're talking about an apparent stolen car off the 5 freeway, San Fernando Valley.
How long ago? Talked about it. In fact, my colleague Eliana Moreno tipped us off to the pursuit coming out of the San Fernando Valley down the 5 freeway. We picked up the pursuit about Los Feliz, and within about 2 or 3 minutes, it was already southbound the 110 freeway, passing Dodger Stadium into downtown LA. That's where we caught up to the chase itself, and that's where we took off there. But here, let's look in here. Now, that's not the vehicle, although it looks similar to it. That's
Kia
definitely
Soul.
not it. Yeah, Kia Soul. So we did see those units go underneath the bridge there where we last saw the vehicle, and so far, it's not been found.
Well, yeah, as they're driving up and down these short little streets here from the freeway, it looks like they're looking for that particular car, as you mentioned, a Kia Soul. It was hard to see anything because it was blacked out. Is that someone down there? Wait, no, it's not. It's just the light from the chopper overhead. But it looks like they're driving up and down trying to locate that vehicle at this point.
They are, like I said, I didn't see it pop out. I thought maybe I saw it go down this street here, but again, we didn't really see any movement beyond the freeway. And I think the same thing happened with the police airship. They didn't really, they actually lost track of it as we did underneath the freeway.
Once again, this was a very dangerous chase. Reportedly a stolen car, a Kia Soul, that went down the 5 freeway down to the 110. This is roughly 60th and Figueroa. As you can see, police are still looking for the car and the driver of that car right now.
So let's go back and look.
Yeah, very dangerous situation here on Surface Street. The vehicle's still in LAPD jurisdiction.
Let's see if we can find it.
In the Southwest Division of LAPD, but the unit's trying to get behind the car. A lot of homeless people living right along that street, a very dangerous situation. Now back to the other side of the freeway, a left turn going westbound, and we'll see which way the car goes. We want to keep a wide shot here to make sure the driver does not cut back and double back on us. And we've lost him here in just a second. We hope to get to the other side of the freeway.
Yeah, Gil, it doesn't look like he popped out on that street there.
He may not have. And you see the night sunlight there. It looks like the LAPD having a problem too. They're not sure which side of the freeway to look for this driver, so he may have bailed out underneath the freeway there. We didn't see him come out. He was blacked out, and unfortunately that street's pretty dark right there. Yep. So it's hard to say if that driver actually came out or not. But there you see the units.
So where did he go, y'all?
Just turning right there.
Right there underneath the freeway.
Yeah.
Where did he go?
It looks like the LAPD having a problem too. They're not sure which side of the freeway to look for this driver. So, and we've lost him here in just a second. We hope sure. Now back to the other side of the freeway, of LAPD, but the unit's trying to get behind the car. A lot of homeless people living right along that street. A very dangerous.
Okay, he went under right there. He went under the trespass, under the bridge, right? You see the car? He's right there. He's right there. Y'all see it on y'all screen. He's right there. Now, where does he go?
This situation now back to the other side of the freeway.
Now I'm going to pause. He got to come out up here. So it must be an opening in here somewhere. See this bridge? It's got to be an opening somewhere. Something's got to be open that he turned into. It's got to be something that he turned into.
A left turn going westbound, and we'll see which way the car goes. We want to keep a wide shot here to make sure the driver does not cut back and double back on us. And we've lost.
Y'all see that car anywhere? I don't see him. Y'all see the car anywhere?
Just a second. We hope to get to the other side of the freeway.
Yeah, Gil, it doesn't look like he popped out on that street there.
He may not have, and you see the night sunlight there. It looks like the LAPD having a problem too. They're not sure which side of the freeway to look for this driver, so he may have bailed out underneath the freeway there. We didn't see him come out. He was blacked out, and that, unfortunately, that street's pretty dark right there. Yep. So it's hard to say if that driver actually came out or not. But there you see the units. I don't know if you saw the unit just turning right there.
Right there underneath the freeway.
Yeah, so we might see that driver pop back out here in just a second.
Gil, do we know anything about the driver in the car and any potential occupants in there as well?
No, we never heard if there was additional people other than the driver, but at this point...
Phone ringing. Hello?
Hello. This is an apology call from your utility company. It has come to our knowledge that you have been paying more than your consumption for previous few months. You will be reimbursed by $50 along with 35% discount on your electric and gas bills. Please press 1 to get your reimbursement.
Y'all hear one of them scams? Y'all hear one of them scams? Phone, they don't call you. They don't call you. They send you a letter. Y'all hear the scams? Don't fall for them scams.
Yeah, it was just the driver that we know so far in that stolen Kia Soul. Again, speeds 100 miles an hour coming down the 110 freeway. Here comes a unit through, and it looks like they don't have the vehicle. So maybe the vehicle is able to elude all of us right now. But they're searching now the area here. This is going to be 60th Street and Figueroa we're looking at there. But at this point, it looks like the driver was able to ditch the officers underneath that bridge.
Is that the 110 freeway we're looking at there, and this is a residential area as well?
It is, Colleen. That's just the west side of the 110 freeway. Like I said, about 60th Street. You see other units here joining in on Figueroa. Now they're going to search Figueroa here because they think maybe the driver made his or her way down Figueroa.
And Gil, when you look at this and you consider if this driver bailed out, how concerned should these residents be in this area here?
Yeah, definitely concerned because, like I said, as it came underneath that bridge, you see the night sunlight of the police there searching.
With two helicopters. They still made it. They still got away. 2 overhead helicopters. They still got away. I believe that there's something underneath that bridge. It is a car place or a junkyard or something. They just pulled in there and parked the car. Yeah, and they riding by all around looking for them, and they are probably walking underneath the bridge. Whatever openings it is down there, whatever was built under it, they just walking along. Probably found a nice little hiding spot, and they're gonna hang out there for a while till the helicopters leave, and then they'll go about their business. It's a stolen car, so they don't care about the car. They probably leave the car, call the Uber, and go home. They be probably home and watching TV, talking about they still looking for us. We home. That's rough right there. Yeah, a lot of scams going on. That's the second time I got that phone call. Why they have an automated system call you and then tell you you're going to get $50 back and 35% off of your electric bill? You believe that? First of all, the $50 back is a bunch of hooey. Okay? But they think that you so desperate. I mean, why didn't they say $200 back? Why are they saying 50? Why are they saying 50? And they're going to tell you to get on the computer. And they're going to tell you to use TeamViewer. And they're going to connect to your computer and say they're connecting to that server. And they're going to say, all right, we're ready to send you the $50. You got to type refund. And then the next line, you got to type $50. And they're going to add 1 0 or 2 zeros to make it 500 or 5,000. And then they're going to say, oh, you made a mistake. You were supposed to type 50 and you typed 500 or you typed 5,000. So you owe us 450 back or you owe us 4,500. Or why don't you just cancel that transaction? Let's do it again. Oh, it's only one way. You trying to tell me that your bank allows the customer to decide what they put in? So I could have put in $5 million and they would have sent me $5 million. Well, that's the way it was designed. So how I'm supposed to get you either your 450 or your 4,500? How am I supposed to get it back to you if you can't transfer it back from your end? Well, there a Walmart near you? I live in the hood. There ain't no Walmart nowhere near me. There a Target near you? I just said I live in the hood. There ain't no Target near me. Well, is there a convenience store you can go to? Well, I need to go to the convenience store for. Well, you need to go get gift cards. The gift card might only let you put 500 on there, but you owe us 450, so go put 450 on a gift card. Or if it's 4,500, you need to get, how many of them would you need, George? 9 times 5 is 45, right? You would have to get 9 gift cards, $500 each, and then you'll be able to give us our 45. You know, you keep your 50, but you owe us 45.50, or you owe us 450. Put it on a gift card. Make sure they're gonna ask you why you need so much money on the gift card. You tell them that it's for personal. You don't say it's business. Say your grandkids having a wedding, or say your son at college and needs some money. But it's not for business, because they're going to tell you they're going to charge you extra if you say it's for business. They tell you to say that because they're going to say, hey, that sounds like a scam to me. They don't want you to hear that. So you get the cards. They stay on the phone with you when you get back in the car. They ask you to scratch off the numbers at the back and read them the numbers. Then they take the money into their own personal account, and they over there in India. They transfer the money into a private account. It's going to take you years to get any kind of resolution, and chances are you'll give up. Now, if they try to take it from your bank, like I said, your bank will go take it back. If it's your debit card or credit card company, your credit card will go snatch it back. They'll reverse the transaction. That doesn't work. So that's why they need you to get gift cards. Don't fall for them scams. Do not fall for them scams. or they'll tell you to use your debit card. Any legitimate company can go into your account if they gave you money and take it back. But see, it wouldn't work with me because it's only 80 cents in one account. The other account got 40 cents in it. It wouldn't work. Now, I think we got 15. Didn't somebody donate on the Cash App? I think somebody donated on the Cash App the other day. I haven't touched it. Let me see. Yeah, we got 15 on the Cash App. We got $15 on the Cash App. They wouldn't be interested in me. I don't have no money for them to steal. Let's say I was stupid enough to fall for that. And let's say I gave them the Chime account. They would see that it's only 40 cents in the Chime account. They would hang up the phone. You have to have money in your savings account, or a money market, or a credit card. You have to have something with a balance on it. Because what they do is they block the screen and they transfer the money from another account to your checking account. And then they change. They use the HTML editor and they change the numbers of the account they took the money from, and they put it back the way it was, and then they add that money. They've already transferred the money to your checking account, and they always ask you to write down what your balance is. And they go, look, you made a mistake. You supposed to get $50. But look, you got 5,000. You put 2 zeros there. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my job. How did you get 5,000? That's a scam. And it's being run all over America. Somebody being scammed as I'm talking to you. And they use anything. Utilities, phone companies. They got scams with the IRS, Homeland Security if you're an immigrant. They'll do anything. Norton, McAfee, Virus, Microsoft. They'll say they call them from Microsoft and that your Microsoft Defender needs to be re-enabled. Defender come free with Microsoft. They'll tell you that, well, when you got the computer, you know, you paid $299 of that was for that Microsoft Defender. Well, you got to renew it. You don't want to renew it for $299? Okay, or then we'll refund you the $299 you paid from before. And they'll sit there and try and tell you all these things you have, and you sit there and you go, wait a minute, it says that the Defender knocked them out. Well, if you're not going to renew it, all that's going to fade away, and all these attacks are going to be coming into you. That's what they're going to tell you. All those are hackers. Those are just the IP addresses of sites you visited. But if you don't know nothing about computers, they'll tell you those are people that's trying to hack you, and the Microsoft Defender is blocking them. But since you're not paying for them, they're going to stop blocking them, and they're going to be able to go in there. But so either you pay the $2.99, and they'll just take the $2.99 and go about their business. If you don't want the $2.99, then they're gonna convince you to get a $2.99 refund. That's gonna be, you're gonna get $2,099, but it's gonna be your money. And they're gonna try and get you to get gift cards, and you know, subtract $2.99 from $2,099, and you give us the difference, and we'll be good. And that's how they get people to do it. So if you work at a Target and you listening to me, if you work at a Walmart and you listen to me, if you work at a Royal Farm, a 7-Eleven, a Piggly Wiggly, whatever convenience store you work at, if you see an old person coming there holding a phone in their hand and they ask you for a gift card for exorbitant amounts, if they trying to get iTunes, what an old person know about iTunes? If they trying to get a Google Play gift card, what does an 80-year-old person know about Google Play gift cards? Stay on them. Ask them, why do you need so much money? And grill them. And if you think they're being scammed, don't give them to them. You got the right. You have the right. Let's start helping each other. I actually the guy was live streaming the scammer trying to trick him, and the man said he was gonna lose his job. And while he was in the store, he wasn't really in the store, but he was in the store, was in Best Buy. They told him to get Best Buy gift cards. And so he was in the Best Buy and was talking to a manager there. It was really himself playing the manager, but the guy on the phone didn't know. And the guy on the phone lied and said, oh, well, we need things for the office. And he's just getting me these gift cards so we can get things for the office. So when he got back home, he had hung up with the guy, and he ordered, since they were from McAfee, he was like, aren't y'all my coffee? McAfee, he said that y'all needed things for the office, so I ordered y'all $3,000 worth of coffee appliances. Did you get them yet? Supposed to be next day delivery. Did you get them yet? And they got, you was not supposed to cash them in. You supposed to give me the number. He said, no, the guy told the guy in the store that y'all needed stuff for the office. So I took the money and I bought y'all coffee pots. Yeah, what is bad? They was mad. So like I say, if anybody asks you for your bank, to type in your bank information, if anybody asks you to connect to your computer, tell them go to hell. Tell them go to hell. Tell them to jump in the lake. Somebody can ask you for your card number, your expiration date. That's it. They're supposed to be giving you some money. If they need more than that, they need you to hook your computer up to them, you know. And see, if they do, if you give somebody your card number and your expiration date and they scam you, PayPal will go after the people and get your money back. Cash App will go back. Banks will go back. Credit card companies will go get your money for you. That's why they don't do it that way. So keep that in mind. And if they tell you, oh, we're gonna send officers to detain you right now. We do have a warrant for your arrest. Why would they tell you that? Why wouldn't they just do it? If they were gonna, there was a warrant out for you, and you could be arrested, why wouldn't they just arrest you? Why would they tell you that and give you a chance to run or get ready? Sitting in the house with your arms and you got your AK and your Uzi sitting next to the side and you wait for somebody to knock on the door. Why would they do that? They would just come get you. So don't let nobody trick you. I just felt that I should just make that a public announcement, because a lot of y'all have older people, and they know that older people have pensions, older people have money markets, and they have savings, and they want to get you. They want to get you. They know you old, you don't know nothing about computers, and you got money. And in this country, we leave old people by themselves. Back in the day, you didn't need babysitters because you had grandpa and grandpa at the house. They could see what's going on. They had time to tell you, you know, Julie been doing this while you at work. And you could stay on top of things. Now, we got old people living by themselves, old people in nursing homes, and they can be scammed, but they don't know. They old and they don't know. So make sure you tell your parents and your grandparents if they're still alive. Make sure you let them know. If somebody called you with something like that, you call me. Put me on the line. And let me talk to you. Don't let nobody connect to your computer. They sit there and use something like Notepad. They'll sit there and use Notepad, or they'll use something simple. They'll have Notepad and be trying to tell you this what you owe. Be like, you don't have any company? You don't have any, like, company? You know, visual paperwork? You using Notepad? You using command prompt? They literally will use a command prompt. Oh, that's the wrong button, that's why. Oops. If somebody put this on your computer, if somebody put this on your computer and tell you to type in something, boy, if you don't run, that's what they do. People who don't know. People who don't know will fall for anything. I'm just saying, people who don't know will fall for anything. Don't let nobody do you like that. All right. Did we have anything else to look at? Was that everything I had bookmarked? All right. Let me open up a new window. Hang on a sec, y'all. They want you to pay for something. What the heck? Let's try this time. Man. This music ain't free. Get me out of here. This ain't free. Why you saying it's free and then he say you can pay? We're looking for free music. Site can't be reached. And left me a virus. Ain't that something? Oh, that's Epidemic Sound. You know what? Let's just back out of here. I'm going to leave it alone. Let's just go ahead and use these. I just want to hear some music. Let's go ahead and use these weak YouTube beats. We still haven't got a copyright? Nope. Shocking. Oops. Go down here to settings, audio library. Hit it again, audio library. Alright, first thing we want to do is we want attribution not required. So we want free music. Now, genre. Oh, you can't change that? Okay. So now we get to pick. Alright, let's try this. This any good? Alright, I'm sorry, this is slow. might be too big. I don't know if I can handle it. Can you handle it, Roy? Are you over there throwing up? Where you at? You over there throwing up? They ain't go for my shoe. There you go, sit down if I hurt you. Seriously. You literally just threw up. Stop eating so much. You won't have a problem. Why did the music stop? That YouTube music sucks. I'm sorry. Alrighty, y'all. We wait for the next song to start up. Check the chat real quick. Sorry about that, y'all. That cat threw up. She actually threw up. I thought she had threw up on my shoes. I got my shoes sitting over there. she actually threw up in a phone case holder. So that made it easy to clean up. Most of it was in the phone case holder, so I dumped that in the toilet, sat it in the sink with some antibacterial, let that rinse. I got a tissue, came and picked up the throw up that fell out into the floor, put that in the toilet, then got 2 more tissues, put some antibacterial detergent on there, came back and wiped the floor. So, there you go. At least she don't do it. She do it on the floor. She don't do it under the bed or in the corner where you can't see it and then you find it months later. It's all hard and crusted. So, at least she do it out in the open. So I guess I should count my blessings. But she would stop eating so daggone much. Daggone pig. But anyway, when you have things, you gotta take care of them. Why that music didn't start back up, I don't know. Why you didn't go to the next song? How you gonna do it? Well, I go to you. Inspiration. This is supposed to be inspirational. There's a lot of hits and I don't like that. I forgot how to do this. No result. Whatever. So it's there. Okay, so how you do it for the other one? Let me see. So how you do it for the other one? I don't know why the next song didn't start. So they're going to the other one? No, I need to go right here. Oh, do you do it over here? Oh, okay, I see how this works now. I just came across something. I'm trying to lie. I don't know why. I need to do this in private and learn. But, so did it go in? All right. Okay, it's on that one. Why this one ain't on? Hold on, we got a problem here. Can we sync them? Okay. Alrighty, y'all. I don't know what I'm doing. So let me close that. And where's our friend Windows Media at? Alright, y'all. Let's try something different. I don't know how this works here. Let me see. Can we start here? Welcome to the Minister Brother Dark show. And I am Minister Brother Dark. I just want to say that I love you. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you. That's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. I love you, Jesus. Let the devil deceive us. Time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will say to keep it. You know your soul will go on forever. So you better realize that you need God and you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. Because it will hell, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever. So there's someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, no. But thirsty, though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you natural. See, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it will someone in the way. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this round, I don't know about I'll get it, burn, no. But thirsty, though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you natural, that's practice. So keep smacking. Keep smacking. Keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the jig is up. This will shed a tear. So in this round, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? And start putting me on the fast track. So keep smacking, all of you. Keep smacking. Keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the jig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Nations of people who don't know God, only biblical characters like the Alabama was lost. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls like a fool, but we spend our time killing the desire. Right? We won't give Jesus our character like the Alabama was lost. Those Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls like a king, but we spend our time fulfilling the desire of our God. You feel like a star. You need to pay headphones, DJ.
Deep down, your spirit isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love
Why that one stop playing? Hey. Uh-oh, we got a new song. Hey, man. What happened? All right, anybody still here? I don't know what the hell I was doing. Some people turned in and thought we had the Victor Mode show on. That was my first time ever. I'm a composer. I'm not a DJ, okay? That was I'm gonna shut up. I don't know. I don't know what the heck I was doing. Khalif said, what's the name of that DJ software? It's on Microsoft. It's called Edging 5. DJ turntable to mix and record music. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, man. Khalid said, is anybody here? I think I ran everybody off. I don't know how to DJ. But I just took one of my songs. I wonder if it would have sounded better if I'd have used a song that wasn't my own. Let's matter of fact, let's have some fun. Let's go back in. Hit it with those media. Bring that back. Let's come back. Let's see if I can get wait a minute. How you do this? Where's our song at? Go to desktop. You know you wrong for this. This is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well. I'm telling you now. Now, of course, I don't see the folder. There it is. Go ahead and add that. And let me come to the other side. Okay. It'd be nice to, oh, they did. Isn't that sweet? They gave us the same thing. Okay. And y'all want to have some fun. Wait a minute, let's wait for it to load up. Y'all ready to have some fun? All right. Let's start with the left. And start that too. And we'll hold it back though. Volume down some. I see the PC struggling. to put a different song in. What happened? I put a different song in somehow. Let me see. Yeah, it sure did. I didn't actually see that. But the other side changed on me. Why? Why did you change the song? Uh-oh. Can I switch it back? It's not going to switch back, is it? No, it switched on me. Why you switch? I like it better when I was doing my own song. Come on. Go. I need to learn how to use that. I need to learn how to use that for real. I got a new toy to play with. If we can find some copyright-free music, and I learn how to work this, we might be able to have our DJ shows, but we need copyright-free music. We got to learn. What'd you say? Am I frozen? Am I frozen? Hold on a sec, y'all. Alrighty, am I still frozen? We can close some of these windows. Am I still frozen, y'all? Who's crying about a battery now? You plugged up. How you crying? Oh, now you crying about a battery. Well, where you at? You at 72%. So, well, plug you up, sir. Am I still frozen, y'all? This phone got us back at Willie D. What? So rather than do what I want to do, you want to do what you want to do. Rather than do what I ask you to do, you want to do what you want to do. That's amazing. Why are you playing Willie D? Exit that. Come back in. Are we frozen? That's all I want to know. Are we frozen? Trying to figure out why does it have the DJ screen? I mean, I can close them. What was that? You can close all the windows. Close that window too. Now let's go back to the main page. Well, let's do a refresh. I think that's what it is. Hold on, y'all. Do a refresh on the YouTube studio. Guess we had too many windows open. Let's see. Are we back? Show me. Why am I frozen? Everything is fine on the OBS. Anything else open? Okay. Now bring it back to the live streaming page. We can close that window. Are we still frozen? Wait a minute, let me do a refresh. Something ain't right. Alright, put that up. Okay. Now go back in. Now put live streaming back. Okay. What? Why are we frozen? Okay, hold on a sec. Look again. What are the windows? Okay, that's Adobe Atmos. Okay. Now come back and go to YouTube live streaming. I think I'm back, y'all. Somebody hit me up when I hang out, and of course it ain't showing me. All right, y'all. I think we back. Hello? Microphone's on. Are we back, y'all? All right, Liz said go to her end. I think we were stressing. I think that we were stressing the it's back on the tablet. All right. I think we were stressing out the PC. Alrighty, y'all. Like I say, I'm not no DJ. But that was fun. Now, I like how you can get the next song to come in. But it was messing me up because somehow I was bringing in the next song. Yeah. But I think that would be cool. They had that playing while the songs come in. The problem is they got to be copyright free songs, and most of the copyright free songs, they suck. Let me see. Go to desktop. Don't we got some older ones? Yeah, this is called Mobile Live Music. Oh no, you don't want that. Go back. Alright, free YouTube music. What the heck is the average? Let me see. What's this? Okay, that one didn't sound too bad. All right, y'all, hold on a sec. It said free YouTube music, but I hope that wasn't one of those epidemic sounds, because that beat sounded too good. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That beat sounded too good to be a YouTube free beat. Okay? That just sounded a little bit too good. Does anybody have any good linky dinks? I want y'all to let me know. Should I practice with that DJ equipment? I didn't know what the heck I was doing. on my own song, I was doing better because I know it. Because I made it. I think I was doing better with my own song because I knew it. Like, I was able to know, put one track ahead of the other track, and you can go back and forth, and they'd be like, things you haven't heard. Things you haven't heard. You know? But, who is it now? Oh. All right, sorry about that, y'all. I'm back. All right, Liz said good on her end. Where did Telly go? I think Telly went to go find that program. So that comes free on Microsoft. I just happened to see it when I was looking up the I saw it for free when I was looking up the Dolby Atmos. Y'all know that we got an unregistered version. We got the unregistered version. At the hand, all that, I can go for hand. Y'all might not go for it, but I can go for it. Can we get something new here? hear how my song sound on Dolby Atmos. Hey, what's good, Dave from Jersey? One more time. Somebody told me that this was my best sounding song, so I want to hear it on the Dolby Atmos. Somebody said that this is my best sounding song. I don't know if I agree with them, but somebody said that this was my best professional. So let's find out, y'all. How's it gonna sound on the Dolby Atmos? Let's go.
Yo, this Bro Darryl, the one man show. Coming at
this is who?
Remix. I know this is something you can get with. We all want cash. We all want to be wealthy. Here comes my intro. Yo, when it comes to women, I'm selfish. I don't want to share. I want to be rich so I can own a house. Most brothers can't satisfy one. So give me 5 and I'll make them all come. Shoot, give me 6 or 7 and I'll be in heaven. But ain't nobody in this world wants to give me nothing. To get something, you have to earn it or take it. The end justifies the
Let's go to music.
Any way you can get it. Don't sweat how. Just get it. I want to die in Baltimore, but not poor. I want to be chilling with my
what sound better? Or dynamic?
Yo, nod your head if you're feeling me. I don't want an apartment or Freddy or home. I want 5 acres so my seed can roam the prairie. And I can have parties and mad cookouts. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some say I'm never satisfied. That's true, but you can always be better. So realize, wake up and smell the coffee.
Said I want it on 50.
I refuse to label all my life, and I hope that's not so. But that's the lifestyle of
All right, we got it on 50. Halfway. Let's turn it off.
I wanna make $1 million, have money spending, God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no government or army is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front.
Cash money
is what I want. I wanna be rich, so when I come outside, I keep oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo, I need to make $1 million. I know y'all feeling it.
Turn it up some.
Yo, if you ain't down, you can't get with this.
Alright.
Check out the rounds I spit. I'm setting it off, doing my own thing, blasting off. I'm my own boss, I want to make $1 million. And be filthy rich, I want gold, I want to roll, but I'm not willing to sell my soul. I can't throw a football with the best of heights to jump. Can't box like Tyson, but I ain't no punk. I want to be iced down, surrounded by girls. I want to change the world. Be a community activist on a nationwide level. How I thought to keep me out of trouble because it follows me wherever I go, because whenever I roll, I will try to slow down. My brother, who reaching for the cause I want it all. A mansion, a business, and fancy cars, one for each day of the week, with the tinted windows, so you holding bros can't peek. And who I'm riding with, I'll be sitting off the couch. I be talking taking places, the out in Jamaica be the places I visit for vacation. I want a maid and a butler to be my personal slave. And I would be for those who need help. When I get rich, I won't keep it all to myself. Yo, I need to make $1 million, have money spending, God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no government, will ever take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front.
Cash money
is what I want. I'm trying to get rich, so when I come outside, I want to see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo,
I need to make $1 million.
Yo, I want to be rich so I can hit every bit in the lane. I want to find a cure for AIDS so I can stay laid. I was wanting to stay paid, but I want to be wealthy with my financial worries.
I'm waiting for the end to come.
I wish I had a magic wand.
I want to hear how it sounds.
My troubles would be gone.
On these T5.1. Let's find a little bit.
I was born. My mom named me Dark, which is the device that draws all our money maker.
Hey!
That wasn't that night, so I was destined to have came right from the start. And when my mom died, you know it broke my heart, cause I was barely.
Matter of fact, we going turn off the microphone.
And dreaming of getting it big.
One paying for another. So for me, my family, and my mother, yo, I need to make $1 million. That's what I'm talking about, yo. I ain't trying to die broke. You know what I'm saying? So check it out, yo. I need to make $1 million, have money spilling, God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no army or government is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Money is what I want. I wanna be rich, so when I come outside, I can see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. You know what I'm saying? That city like, yo, I need to make $1 million. I don't wanna die poor in Baltimore. I want a mansion on the eastern shore or Ocean City. Have me a nice beach house so I can invite everyone over and we can get down. Pound for pound, I'll take francs, pesos, whatever. I just need $1 million. Bro Dare with a one-man show with a remix. I'm gonna let this play out. You on the back of the cab, I know you nod your head to this. I'm out. Hear you. Let me turn the mic back on. Let me turn that back down. Alrighty. How did that sound, y'all? Digital Dolby Atmos 5.1 surround sound. How did I sound? If y'all got the systems, plug them up. We were getting down. We were getting down. I love songs like that. Even if you only got stereo and you only got 2 speakers, if you're on your cell phone, you can still hear it going to one side, then coming back to the other side. If you got a surround sound, that was going all the way around your room, coming back. Hey, Sister Mayor, can you do that? Hey, Zoni, can you do that? Can you do that, 7 Nelly? Can you do that? That was going all the way around. You got a speaker system. It was in the front. It was in the middle. It was on the left. It was on the right. Because that's the way I made it. That's the way I made it. And if you got Dolby Atmos speakers, man, that dude was going up over your head. You had the speakers in the ceiling. It was coming down there and beating you in your head. When I get my apartment, I'm going to put speakers in the ceiling. We're going to have the whole living room is going to be the studio for the show. We're going to have laser lights. We're going to be jamming on the one. Hopefully, they put me in. I'm hoping. It ain't going to happen. But I love to be. If they could give me a one bedroom, I'd be good. Or they put me back in the corner somewhere where I'm not near nobody. Oh, man. It'd be great. Hope they don't put me with somebody with a bunch of daggone kids. Because we going to be rocking. I'm going to have the daggone place shaking. I hope they don't stick me with a bunch of snot noses. I'm going to be jamming on the one. And we going to rock every day. Not some of the time. When we ain't out riding around, we going to be jamming on the one. That's a fact. When we ain't out there, we going to be jamming on the one. So, y'all be patient. We going to get what we need. Just be patient. We going to get what we need. It's coming. It might seem like it's taking a while. Let's see how my song and MIDI sound. And then we'll go back to the news and see what's going on. 35 places you shouldn't be. Let's listen to this last song and we'll go into that. Listen to this last song here.
Yeah. Real damn rough.
I'm going to turn the microphone off.
Yeah.
New York ain't shit. Philly ain't shit. Detroit ain't shit. Be-more ain't shit. If you're living in the inner city, then you know I'm right. Sleeping all day, doing shit all night. Yeah. I stand alone. I've been on my own for years. I shed no tears and worry about things that I can't control. I concentrate on my goals and trying to make it. Sometimes I can't take it. My haters are lined up, waiting for me to slip up, trip up, it's effed up. But I keep trying. Like a free bird, I'm flying, never looking back. Like a CSX, I stay right on track. I'm looking for credibility. But y'all are jealous of my virility. You won't let me in, so I must have like a heart cutting, not like Jack of the Beanstalk. I'm stacking dough, you packing, so what? I don't give a fuck. The street has no control of me. No thugs wanna hold me down. Y'all ain't shit. These streets ain't shit. Now how you like me now? Yeah, New York ain't shit. Philly ain't shit. Detroit ain't shit. Be-more ain't shit. If you're living in the inner city, then you know I'm right. Sleeping all day, doing shit all night. Yeah. I live in Be-more most of my life. Growing up, I used to carry a knife. Till another G pulled out a gun on me. So now I'm packing occasionally. I bother no one. Let me say it again. I ask with no one. So after me, your life will end. I'm a closet gangster. No, I'm not a prankster. See, a prankster talk shit, but can't black it up. I don't say shit. You'll know when I grip my hands around your throat, bitch. I hustle, not nickels and dimes. I ain't trying to do no time. Legally is how I get mine. I don't follow trends. I don't try to blend in. My friends are honest citizens. They provide good alibis, so I know I'll never fry. Street level cash, I F with. But street level trash ain't shit. Yo, New York ain't shit. Philly ain't shit. Detroit ain't shit. Be more ain't shit. If you're living in the inner city, then you know I'm right. Sleeping all day, all night. Come on. Yo, you folks are amazing to yourselves. I put skeletons on my closet on the top shelf a long time ago. Now comes the hard part, finding a chick who doesn't trick or refer to herself as a bitch. My lady says the bro walking around the stores going hard to be smoking weed in public. Oh, that's a damn retard. These are yours, much like spending time in the pen. I don't understand why, man. What risk is in? That breed, they don't give a shit. They ain't about nothing, so I cannot feel my life being seen with something like that. Ignorant, nasty, bragging about blasting G's. Nah, I keep it myself. Most people ain't never get the results they're looking for. I never will. I've had myself a hot corners. You can hang with the hot boys. I ain't going out like that. Destroying my name for a restaurant, breath hood, pouring a fat pack to death. Y'all, I'm saying this. I don't F with you, so don't F with me. That's how you survive living the day in the inner city. Rodera, the one-man show. Be more ain't, New York ain't, Atlanta, Houston. They all the same. Ain't nobody there doing shit. Peace.
Alrighty. I said alrighty. I just wanted to hear how that sounded in Dolby Atmos. Sounds pretty good. Considering I did it with a $200 keyboard, I think it sounds pretty good. And you got a sound system, your neighbors are saying, turn that mess down. That's what they're saying. Because we jamming on the one. Alright, y'all, let's get to, I came across this yesterday, well, last night. I should say this morning. We stayed up till 4 in the morning. So I should say, not last night, but 4 in the morning. We stayed up. And we did this. And I still didn't take the pork chops from out the daggone. What am I thinking of? I didn't take the pork chops out the microwave. I don't know what I was thinking. But that's alright. I'm going to ride up to 7-Eleven. It's going to cost me a little bit of extra money. Because I was going to ride up to the 7-Eleven. But, I was going to go to Walgreens. They close in 7 minutes, so ain't no chance of making that. It say that Liz said something behind my head. But I don't see it nowhere else. That's weird. It says Liz said something. But I don't see it in the chat. Is it down here? No, so we're not going to worry about it. So let's go ahead and get to our story here. Let's go. Where are we at? All right. Make sure y'all can see it. Yes, you can. 35 places you're most likely to catch the COVID-19. Read this before you step out. Let me blow this up so y'all can see it. Hey, I'm Kevin Prince. Say it. Say it now. Say it. If your town is like most areas, local businesses such as retail stores, bars, and restaurants are probably starting to open their doors. As excited as you may be to revisit your favorite local establishments or get together with friends and family, it's important not to become lax about the COVID-19 pandemic. Check out these 35 places you're most likely to catch COVID so you can better understand the risks associated with your activities. Threat levels are provided on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the safest and 10 being the riskiest. These levels are estimated using CDC guidelines and the Texas Medical Association's risk rankings. Read on, and to ensure your health and the health of others, don't miss these sure signs you already had coronavirus. All right, number 1, going to a state park. Threat level. Number 2, with wide open spaces and outdoor recreation areas, a state park may seem to be one of the safest places to visit during the pandemic. However, there are spots to watch out for as you explore your local state park. Restrooms, visitor centers, or popular attractions may be crowded, making it hard to socially distance. Check with the park or recreation area in advance to prepare safely. Use social distancing and avoid crowded parks. Wear a mask and clean your hands often, the CD suggests. Consider visiting the state park at off times and heading to attractions that aren't as popular. 2, getting gas. Threat level is number 2. As long as you don't choose a crowded gas station that prevents social distancing, you should be relatively safe pumping gas. However, it's important to consider all the hands that have touched the pump and buttons before you. Use disinfecting wipes on handles and buttons before you touch them, the CDC recommends. When you're done pumping, use hand sanitizer and don't touch your face until you can thoroughly wash your hands to lower your risk. 3, browsing at the grocery store. Threat level is 3. Most grocery stores have strict guidelines in place that require mask wearing and social distancing. However, if someone isn't following the rules or the store is more crowded than usual, you may find yourself at risk for contracting the virus. The more time you spend extremely close to people who may be infected and are talking, coughing, or laughing, the higher your risk for contracting the virus. Going to a market briefly for 5 minutes or a transient encounter while you walk or run past somebody, those are low risk, according to Dr. Muge Sevic, MD, from the University of St. Andrews. When visiting a grocery store, grab what you need and head out so you don't spend additional risky time in the crowd. 4, taking a walk. Threat level 3. A nice walk outside is a great way to clear your head during this stressful pandemic. But it's still important to follow social distancing and mask guidelines in your area to prevent the spread. A study published in the Physics of Fluids analyzed respiratory droplets from sneezes and coughs. The study found that a human cough can expel droplets from 10 to 250 meters per second. If you're planning to take a relaxing walk, try to choose a path that's not very crowded and always practice social distancing. 5, hiking. Threat level 4. When you head out to the Great Doors for a hike, you may assume you're safe from COVID. But if you're hiking on a crowded trail, you're still at risk. Wearing a face mask and staying 6 feet away from other hikers reduces your risk. When you venture outdoors, try to only spend time with people within your household, warns the American Hiking Society. If you follow proper protocol, your risk remains low, but it's important you follow your local government's regulations. 6, staying at a hotel. Threat level 4. Before you plan a vacation, it's important to learn more about your destination and how it's faring through the COVID pandemic. If you travel to an area with a high transmission rate, you're putting yourself at a higher risk for contracting the virus than if you stay in your hometown. If you do plan to travel and stay in a hotel, check with the front desk about sanitizing procedures. When I came in, I would also wipe things down, possibly with alcohol wipes, particularly high-touch services that would have me touch something, then touch my mouth, like a hotel bathroom sink, says Mercedes Carnathon, PhD from Northwest University School of Medicine. 7, taking your kids to the playground. Threat level is 4. The amount of risk you take on when visiting a local playground with your children depends on where you live and how crowded the park may be. Avoid crowded parks, wear masks as feasible, and stay home if you are sick is the advice provided by the CDC in regards to visiting playgrounds and local parks. 8. Attending a farmer's market. Threat level 4. If your local farmer markets are open for business, you may assume it's safe since these events are usually hosted outdoors. However, your risk for spreading COVID-19 at a farmer's market is only low if your local government enforces the proper protocol for vendors. For example, at a farmer's market in Washington, businesses will not be able to serve customers or visitors who aren't wearing face coverings according to the Washington State Department of Health. Consider how closely your local farmer market adheres to social distancing and mask guidelines and ensure you feel comfortable with the risk before visiting. 9. Walking through downtown. Threat level. Number 4. No matter where you live, downtown areas are usually synonymous with crowded sidewalks and bustling businesses. These populated areas can make it hard to socially distance. While most areas implement face mask wearing guidelines when it's hard to social distance, not all patrons follow these regulations. If you plan to visit your local downtown area, wear a mask and attempt to social distance as much as possible. Try to visit the area at a time that's less crowded, such as a weekday afternoon. 10. Going to the art museum. Threat level is 4. In many areas, art, history, and science museums are experiencing a phased reopening. The guidelines they require to follow may vary by location, but most include mask mandates and social distancing. Some museums may use a reservation system to assure they can follow these regulations. For example, New York museums are allowed 25% maximum occupancy, inclusive of patron visitors, who must only be permitted entry into the institution if they wear an acceptable face covering, according to the Museum Association of New York. If you're worried about the COVID risk associated with visiting an art museum, review the establishment guidelines first to ensure you feel safe and can enjoy your time. 11. Waiting in the doctor's office. Threat level is 4. Most doctor offices are still encouraging vital appointments, but there may be some instances when you need to see your doctor face to face. Your doctor's office is likely to be implementing strict regulations, including wearing a mask and social distancing from other patients. For example, Johns Hopkins Medicine claims it is carefully planned and taking extra precautions to ensure that we are doing everything we can to minimize any risk to our patients and staff members. They're focused on keeping facilities clean and testing the staff for COVID-19 regularly. While being in the waiting room with potentially sick people is risky, you shouldn't avoid the doctor if you need medical treatment. 12. Visiting the library. Threat level is 4. While some libraries may be opening their doors to the public, there are other ways to borrow books or use library services without visiting the establishment. To maximize risk, visit your local library's social media accounts or websites to browse the online services offered. Libraries are prepared to see a potential increase in that online traffic and the interest in some of those online support services, according to Catherine Raspberry, PhD from the CDC Division of Adolescent and School Health. You may be able to choose your books online and pick them up curbside, which reduces your human-to-human contact and your risk for potentially contracting the virus. An indoor baby or bridal shower. Threat level is 5. You may never want to miss a family member or good friend's baby or bridal shower, but this indoor event may come with the high risk of spreading the virus You're 19 times more likely to catch CV from someone when hanging out in an indoor event as exposed to outdoor, according to a study that analyzed virus transmission in Japan. This may be because infected respiratory droplets can't disperse as easily indoors. 14. Shopping at a retail store. Threat level is 5. Oh, ladies, 5. Packed retail stores are a thing of the past, and most shoppers simply don't browse anymore for fear of increasing their risk for contracting the virus. When you shop in a retail store, it's best to grab what you need efficiently to reduce potential exposure. Retailers know the importance of safety and efficiency. A study from Ipsos found that 61% of customers are still delaying brick-and-mortar retail for fear of getting sick. The survey also found that 62% of customers are taking their health seriously and will switch retailers if they feel a store isn't taking the proper safety precautions, such as mask mandates and social distancing. Be picky about where you shop and be quick when picking up your goods to reduce your risk. 15. Hosting a cookout. This ain't going to be good. Threat level 5. If you plan to host an outdoor cookout with only a few friends who you know haven't been exposed to CV-19, your risk remains low. However, keep in mind, the more attendees you invite to your cookout, the higher your risk for spreading the virus. Opting to keep everyone inside without social distancing also increases your risk. Before planning a get-together at your house, you should review your local and state CV guidelines. Consider your risk for severe illness and consider your household members' risk for severe illnesses. The CDC suggests everyone should also stand 6 feet from one another. 16. Working in the office. Threat level 6. If you return to work in an office environment, it may be nice to see your coworkers in person and not over video chat, but it's still important to be careful about spreading COVID-19. If you share office equipment or chat with coworkers who aren't wearing masks, one of them has CV-19, it could easily spread to you and throughout the whole office. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, published guidance on preparing workplaces for COVID-19 to help businesses reopen safely. The organization urges employees to develop strict employee interaction guidelines, emergency response plans, and policies that isolate sick workers to help stop the spread. 17. Going swimming. Threat level 6. There is no evidence that COVID can be spread to people through the water used in pools, hot tubs, or water playgrounds, according to the CDC. While you don't need to worry about water at a public pool, a crowded pool deck may be an issue. If you're finding it hard to socially distance while swimming or hanging out on the deck, you're putting yourself at risk for infection. Consider a pool that's less crowded or enforces social distancing restrictions more firmly, or skip swimming altogether. 18. Going to school. Threat level 6 or higher. Many schools are reopening across the country, leaving parents to decide whether they feel safe sending their children back to the classroom. There are many new procedures in place, including mask mandates and social distancing guidelines. While current evidence suggests that the risk of severe disease for children is lower overall than for adults, special precautions can be taken to minimize the risk of infection among children, and the benefits of returning to school should also be considered according to the WHO, World Health Organization. Let me look at the chat. Nia says, our parks are closed again. 19. Going on a trip with friends. Threat level 6. At this point, everyone is getting antsy for a sense of normalcy. If your normalcy involves a fun son of Emma trip with friends, it may seem safe enough to book a weekend beach getaway by now. But even if your friends are feeling fine, you could be putting yourself at risk. As much as 40% of people infected with COVID are asymptomatic and have no idea they're carrying the virus, according to the CDC. If you spend a long weekend in close quarters with a friend who's asymptomatic, chances are you'll contract CV along with your other friends. 20. Dinner at a friend's house inside. Threat level 6 or higher. It's easy to assume that hanging out with a small group of friends at someone's house is safe. However, the two important elements to stop the transmission of COVID are mask wearing and social distancing, according to the CDC. If you're at a friend's house with someone who's infected, you're in a dangerous spot. Chances are your friends aren't socially distancing or wearing masks while having dinner inside, which may spread the virus to all dinner party attendees. Not to mention, there may be poor ventilation. Golden rules: eat outdoors. Outside is always better than inside. 21. Going to a wedding. Threat level 7. A small outside wedding with social distancing and mask wearing shouldn't pose a high threat to the spread of CV. However, if you're attending a large event that's hosted indoors and doesn't implement CDC best practices, you may be in trouble. Spending an extended period of time in close quarters with a large group of people affords you the highest risk of catching the CV. The higher the level of community transmission in the area that the gathering is being held, the higher the risk of CV spreading during the gathering. The CDC warns, if the wedding is hosted in an area with high transmission levels, you may want to consider declining the invitation. 22. On an airplane. Threat level is 7. Traveling by plane was one of the first activities that became labeled as dangerous when the COVID-19 pandemic began. In the airplane, you're in close quarters with a group of people for several hours, which increases potential exposure. And not just the plane you'll need to worry about. Air travel requires spending time in security lines and airport terminals, which can bring you in close contact with other people and frequently touch surfaces. The CDC states, if you have no choice but to travel by air, keep your hands clean and away from your mouth, wear a mask, and socially distance wherever possible. 23. Hugging a friend. Threat level 7. Hugging a friend hello or goodbye may have been commonplace, but in the pandemic, this simple gesture becomes dangerous for spreading the virus. If you're dying from a hug for a friend or family member, Dr. Todd Ellering, MD from South Shore Hospital, recommends you first consider the person involved, the place you're planning the hugging, and the space you'll have. Only hug a person you know isn't sick or wasn't exposed to the virus, and try to initiate the contact while outside and not around other people. 24. Waiting in line for the go food, waiting for that takeout in line. Threat level is 7. We already know that COVID-19 is more easily spread indoors and when people don't practice social distancing. If you're waiting in line for a to-go food order inside a restaurant and close to several people, it can be dangerous for virus spread. According to the CDC, this is especially true if the people around you aren't wearing masks. 25. Eating dinner at a restaurant. Threat level 7. A restaurant that's cautious about COVID-19 and implements the best practices may not be an especially risky establishment to visit. If social distancing guidelines and mask mandates are followed, you're at a lower risk. Outdoor dining is also less dangerous for the spread of COVID than indoor dining. However, when you eat at a restaurant, you're still putting yourself for risk for coming into contact with infected individuals. Before you go to the restaurant, call and ask if all staff are wearing masks while at work. The CDC suggests you should also ask for an outdoor table and skip interaction with a valet service if possible. 26. Getting a haircut. Threat level 7. If you've been rocking that COVID cut for a little too long, you may be anxious to see your hairdresser. But getting a haircut requires a few up-and-close personal moments with your stylist, which can be risky. for spreading the virus. There's no way to keep 6 feet of distance between you and your hairstylist, according to Dr. Verena Culler. If you simply can't wait any longer, ensure your salon and hairdresser are implementing the CDC's best practices, including wearing a face mask at all times. 27, playing a team sport. Threat level is 7. Worried about CV? You may want to pause on your team sports for a bit, especially full competition between teams from different geographical areas. According to the CDC, depending on the sport you're involved in, you may need to be in close proximity with other teammates or opponents from other areas, which can lead to the spread of CV. Performing skill building drills or conditioning at home alone or with members of the same household is the safest way to continue practicing your sport during the pandemic, recommends the CDC. 28, getting your nails done. Threat level 7. If you're used to regular manicures or pedicures, you may be itching to get to your nail salon, but just like getting a haircut, this service requires close interaction with other people, which can be risky. The biggest risk in the nail salon is going to be sitting close to other people. If they're not wearing masks, face shields, or both, you could potentially be exposed to infection for a fairly prolonged period of time. If you're at high risk for a severe case or you're worried about contracting the virus, it's best to stick with at-home manicures for now. 29, going to the gym. Threat level is 8. Whoa. Gym and fitness centers are open in many areas, but the CDC is urging gym owners to ensure patrons maintain social distancing guidelines and mask wearing regulations. Place hand washing stations or hand sanitizers with at least 60% alcohol in multiple locations throughout the workplace for workers and patrons, the CDC recommends. If your gym follows these guidelines to a T and you abide by the rules, you may not be at high risk for contracting the virus during your workout. However, if your gym is crowded and proper protocol doesn't seem to be in place, consider working out at home to lower your risk. 30, going to a theme park. Threat level is 8. Theme parks have been opening around the country, but the guidelines are a bit different. Some parks use a reservation system or only allow for a small percentage of capacity to encourage social distancing. Mask mandates are also in place at many theme parks. The CDC warns you're at the highest risk for contracting CV if park operations are open at full capacity with no modifications to allow for social distancing. If you're planning to head to a theme park, analyze the park's guidelines first to ensure you feel comfortable with the risk you're taking. 31, eating at the buffet. Threat level is 8. While you can't contract COVID from food, eating at a buffet may be riskier than a sit-down restaurant. At a buffet, you have more chances to interact with other people, and if the restaurant is crowded, it can be tough to socially distance. You're sharing utensils with other potentially infected people, so if you touch your nose or mouth, you may contract the virus. The FDA has strict guidelines for buffets, and it recommends frequent washing and sanitizing of all food contact surfaces and utensils. However, if you're worried about CV, it may be best to skip a buffet-style restaurant for a while. 32, visiting your local bar. Threat level 9. Think of grabbing a drink at your favorite bar, even if your local bars are open. It may not be the safest spot when it comes to spreading CV. If a bar allows patrons to sit near each other, the risk is higher, especially if they've taken off their mask to enjoy a cold one. CV is more easily transmitted at a bar when seating capacity is not reduced and tables not spaced at least 6 feet apart, according to the CDC. 33, going to church. Threat level 9. While some religious organizations are still offering online-only services, there have been some establishments that have decided to open. Before attending church, make sure your establishment is implementing the guidelines suggested by the CDC. Social distancing may be tough, especially in a large organization, but it is important to help stop the spread. Religious organizations should remain consistent with applicable federal and state laws and regulations according to the CDC. If your church doesn't seem to be following these guidelines, you might want to skip Sunday service for a while. 34. Attending a sporting event. Threat level 9. Professional sporting events are currently being hosted without spectators, but depending on where you live, you may be able to catch a lacrosse game at your local college, or you may need to attend your child's pee-wee football game. Most sporting events are held outdoors, which lowers your risk of virus infection. However, it's still important to wear your mask and maintain social distancing from other spectators or parents. Avoid using restroom facilities or concession areas at high traffic times, such as intermission, halftime, or immediately at the end of the event, the CDC recommends. And 35, hanging with a sick person. Threat level 10. Have plans with a friend or member who isn't feeling 100%? Cancel. COVID symptoms are varied and may include a headache, fever, runny nose, nausea, or fatigue, according to the CDC. While your friend may think it's just a hangover or allergies and is fine to hang out, you're putting yourself at risk without a negative CV test. Refrain from hanging out until you know for sure it's not the virus, and to ensure your health and the health of others. Don't miss these. Sure signs you already had CV. You know what? I'm going to bookmark that for tomorrow. Whoa. Yeah, we'll say this for tomorrow. Let me copy. We can get rid of that, delete, and put that right there. Paste. Okay. Excuse me. All right, let's see. Check the chat here. Anybody have any comments? That's it. Our parks are closed again. We got 10 people watching and nobody talking. Nobody don't have no comments, questions. Anybody disagree? Well, let's play a song and then we'll we'll look at the CV results. Give me a long one, please. Can we get a long song? Oh, excuse me. Yo, Rodero, the one-man show. I'm coming at you. And I'm bringing you something I hope you can use. I'm tired of all these radio referees.
Radio and a talk show on the corner with a 40 in the hand talking about how things got so bad. What do you do with these youth? Well, they were the adults and they didn't handle their business. So I think I should tell you what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? Cause yo, I'm cleaning up these streets. 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 Yo, I'm taking it to you, running through you like diarrhea. Get the peps up. I'm feeling you like a kleptomaniac. I bring the fastest attitude. I got nothing to prove. I want to make you move, so get up. Take notice, take no one for granted. I stay focused, trying to take back our streets from the creeps who ruin our neighborhood. It might be our kids, but they're no damn good. I'm taking a stand up, dependent on a man to control my block. I'm fixing to go out here and knock some sense into our youth on with the truth. We have more obligation to ensure the safety of our nation. Well, let's start. One block at a time. Grab a stick, grab a gun. Don't let no one loiter on your street. Videotape them, turn up the heat. Exercise your right, stand up and fight. You know I'm right. And yo, like I said, I'm cleaning up these streets. I'm cleaning up these streets. Sometimes whether you hide in your house, why not pick up the torch, sit out on your porch, do yourself a favor, get to know your neighbors. Sit back and treat the fact that dealers don't like this. You outnumber them 20 to 1, but if you're not united, then they jump you 5 to 1. When the news spreads, instead of speaking out, you hide under your bed, building a high fence, thinking that you're safe. Your son gets shot, so your daughter gets raped. But no one cares, hey, better you than me. Can't see that's the attitude. That crime depends on the growth. That's why they show them fools on TV to make you afraid of your own security. These are our sons or our daughters who used to beg for a quarter. Now they're sorry each other, putting their hands on their mothers. We ain't doing nothing. Ain't no if you just stop fronting your own public information to help you improve your situation. Many people of our own street. Who cares about the mayor and the police? And like I said, yo, I'm cleaning up these streets. 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 If you love my clock, are your children in the bed or they are dealing out to the crackheads? How can you cope knowing that our children are selling dope and worse yet, using and abusing their bodies for some crack, selling their bodies for smoke, abandoning their babies, especially their parents are too damn lazy to keep them in check. And you wonder why you get no respect, why they rip you off because you raised them soft. If you do anything wrong, they say out of your way. Don't want to go to school. Hey, that's okay. Like you got when you were young, when you had no care except having fun. Having fun nowadays, you in jail for death. You slept. All you had was a crap herpes. This generation has the HIV, the AID, but no one seems to care. No one to share the resources going in what's in their head that says, ha, here's something to fight for, then you're already dead. For better cause than each other. The family educators at that because when you pass, as the last thing you leave, your seed passes on your beliefs. But if you burn them first, it's the community you cheat. Like I said, yo, honestly, I'm cleaning up these streets.
No more drugs, yo.
I'm cleaning up these streets.
Taking out your thugs,
yo. I'm cleaning up these streets.
You dealers got
we all should be cleaning up these streets.
Even the pimps and hoes.
I ain't gonna sit here in front, yo. You know what's going on outside your door. Go up there and take a look. See what your children are doing when you think they doing something else. That's all I'm saying in this song. It's our problem. It ain't the man problem. It ain't the mayor problem. It's our problem. Our children out there doing that dumb stuff. Our children getting hot out there shooting dumb drugs. Take responsibility.
Let's open up this microphone. All right, we are reopened. Now, $10,873,936 known tested CV cases in the United States so far. We got 248,585 deaths. So let's get it. Texas. 10,378 new cases. They lost 157 people in Texas today. They got 180,000 people walking around. California, 9,158 new cases. They lost 35 people. They got 482,000 people walking around. Florida, 5,607 new cases. They lost 77 people today. They got almost 237 walking around. New York City, 5,055 new cases. They holding off Illinois, boy. They holding them off. They lost 28 people. They got 121,000 people walking around. Illinois, 12,702 new cases. They lost 48 people. They got 218,000, almost 219,000 walking around. But check it out, y'all. They closing in on New York. They closing in, but New York putting up numbers holding them back. Georgia, 2,982. You might as well say 3,000 cases. They lost 75 people. They got 150,500. God darn. People walking around the state of Georgia. Nothing finer than the people in North Carolina. They picked up 2,893. They lost 8 people. They got 37,000 plus walking around. Tennessee picked up 3,344. They lost 27. They got over 30,000 people walking around. Wisconsin, 7,497 new cases. They lost 58 people. They got 67,000 people walking around. Ohio, 7,115. They lost 38 people. They got 74,000 people walking around. New Jersey, they got 273. They got 3,741. They lost 19. They got 70,000 plus walking around. Arizona, 1,399. They lost 12 people today. They got 216,000 walking around. Michigan, what up though? 7,311. They lost 49 people today. They got 122,000 walking around. Pennsylvania, 6,023. They lost 57 people. They got 6,800. 68,000 people walking around. Missouri, 4,327. They lost 24 people. They got 168,000 walking around. Indiana, they picked up 6,591. They lost 51 people. They got 84,000 people walking around. Alabama, 2,000 new cases. They lost 12 people. They got 119,000 walking around. Minnesota, 7,225 new cases. 39 people died today. They got almost 40,000 people walking around. Virginia, 1,521. They got 17 people they lost today. They got 172,000 people walking around infected. Louisiana, 2,207. They lost 39 people. They got 9,700 people infected. South Carolina, they picked up 1,400. No, they picked up 1,500. They lost 8. They got 87,000 walking around. Massachusetts picked up 2,648. They lost 20 people. They got 26,000 people walking around. Iowa, 4,413. They lost 31. They got 64,000 walking around. My state of Maryland, my itty bitty state of Maryland, we got 1,477 new cases. We lost 12 people. We got 147,000 people walking around my little state. Colorado, 5,197 new cases. They lost 25. They got 94,500 walking around. Oklahoma, 2,357. They lost 11 people. They got 22,700 walking around. Utah, 3,919. They lost 9 people. They got 44,000 walking around. You got M.I., crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. You got Mississippi, 1,271 new cases. They lost 17 people. They got almost 16,000 walking around. Shucky Ducky, Kentucky, 2,336 new cases. They lost 18. They got 104,500 people walking around. Washington State, 2,915. They lost 26 people. They got 69,500 walking around. Arkansas, 1,809. They lost 18 people. They got 14,500 walking around. Nevada, 1,469. They lost 3 people. They got almost 38,000 people walking around. Kansas, where's Dorothy and Toto? Where's the Scarecrow? 290 new cases, no deaths. They got 37,500 walking around. Nebraska, 2,611. they lost 25. They got almost 41,000 walking around. Connecticut, 1,158. They lost 10 people. They got over 35,000 walking around. Idaho. They picked up 1,158. They lost 16. They got 43 and almost a half walking around. New Mexico. I said New Mexico. Wait a minute. Is that what I'm saying? It got delivered? All right, it got delivered, y'all. My new mask got delivered. That's what I was waiting on. So I found out about it at 9:30. 9:30. Where was we at? New Mexico. I said New Mexico. 1,742 new cases. They lost 18 people. They got a little over 35,000 walking around. Wait a minute. One of these seeds caught my throat. That right? And y'all see this is water. So South Dakota, 2,020 new cases. No losses. They got almost 19,000 walking around. North Dakota, it in battle for a spot back. 1,800 new cases today. They lost 11 people. They got almost 11,000. Oregon, 1,109. They lost 4. No stats. Montana, 961, no deaths. They got almost 18,000 walking around. We got a roll of R's. Rhode Island. I said Rhode Island. They got 988 new cases. They lost 7 people. They got 36,500 walking around that little island. West Virginia, 696. They lost 2 people. They got 8,100 walking around. Delaware, 204 new cases. 8 people died today. They got 12,300 walking around. Alaska, 481, no deaths. They got 14,000 walking around. Wyoming, 1,105, no deaths. They got almost 9,000 walking around. District of Columbia, 128 new cases, no deaths. They got 3,700 walking around. Hawaii, Hawaii, 97,000. They had no losses. They got 4,000 people walking around that island. New Hampshire, 322. 3 losses. They got 2,500 walking around. I finally get to say it. Maine, 193 new cases. And they lost 1. They got 2,000 people walking around. Vermont, 116. No deaths. Puerto Rico, you got to roll them all. I said Puerto Rico. They picked up 2,118. They lost 8. No stats. Guam picked up 95. They got 18. They got 1,900 walking around. Virgin Islands, they picked up 16. They got 41 people walking around the island infected. No stats for the Mariana or American Samoa Islands. United States military, no stats. But they got 31,000 walking around almost. Veteran Affairs, 1,052. They lost 7. They got 9,500 walking around. Federal prisons, 546. They lost 2. They got 3,900 walking around. Navajo Nation, they picked up 143. They got 4,000, almost 4,500 walking around. Total stats for the day: 10,873,936 known cases of the CV. we picked up 161,541 new cases. Total deaths, 248,585. We lost 1,190 people today. In the United States, we lost 1,190 today. People are still walking around. 3,897,231 people are infected in the United States today. Almost 4 million people are walking around the United States infected. Where can you go and not get the CV? Better find a place like Maine or Washington, D.C. Alaska is even looking crazy. Yeah, Nia. Record highs. Record highs. It's crazy. Hey, it's Jimmy! Let's wait. Let's do this first. It's Jimmy. Where to get Jimmy in a minute.
This urge a humanitarian disaster today. How dire is what we're facing? What we're about to go through?
Well, it's already so dire. You see the numbers. We've been talking about these numbers for a long time, and we have projections on how much worse things are going to get. I've been here for 20 years, 19 years, and I've covered a lot of humanitarian disasters. The tsunami in South Asia, the Haiti earthquake, the famine in Somalia. This is the worst in terms of overall preventable deaths. It's obviously been spanned out over a year. But you just look at what we have seen in terms of humanitarian disasters around the world and understand what is still likely to happen in this country. And I'm talking about the United States specifically with regard to the overall impact of this pandemic here. It's on par with some of the worst humanitarian disasters we've seen around the world over the last quarter century.
It's so depressing because not only is it also predictable, it was predicted. We've been talking about this since February. And the insufficient ways that the Trump administration has dealt with this crisis, whether testing or contact tracing. Anyway, I want you to take a listen to Dr. Anthony Fauci earlier today.
I doubt we're going to eradicate this. I think we need to plan that this is something we may need to maintain control over chronically. Certainly, it's not going to be pandemic for a lot longer because I believe the vaccines are going to turn that around.
So explain what that means. We're not going to eradicate it, but it won't be a pandemic much longer. What does that mean for the average American watching this right now, wondering when life is going to go back to some semblance of normal?
Well, I think what he's saying and what we sort of realize about this virus is it's so contagious, it's become endemic. It's going to be around, us. In perpetuity perhaps, and even the H1N1 flu virus, which comes back in the flu season, is a derivative of some way, progeny of the 1918 flu. So these viruses stick around, they're so contagious, they don't go away completely, but we do gain control of them, meaning it becomes much harder for them to jump from person to person to person. So still there, but it's not spreading robustly in communities anymore. That's what he means by no longer a pandemic. But the virus is it's a contagious virus that's going to be a part of our lives now. I think going forward, we need to get control of it. With all the public health measures we talked about, and the vaccine will be another important tool. But as we talked about, Jake, that's sort of second quarter of next year probably.
So more than 65,000 Americans are currently hospitalized with coronavirus right now. We've seen increased hospitalizations in COVID hotspots, but never this bad nationally, never this many people at this one. What would happen if hospitals across the country, as a lot of people are afraid are going to happen in their neighborhood hospitals, if they become overrun?
that is a situation that either some hospitals are already dealing with or are planning to deal with because it looks imminent. What happens is a crisis sort of scenario, Jake. You have a situation where you field hospitals in Texas and Wisconsin. People are looking at large public buildings to see if they can serve as triage centers. Some of the same things we saw in April, in New York and other places around the country are likely to happen in more places now around the country. North Dakota has 20 to 25 ICU beds total, Jake. Those Midwestern states are some of the hardest hit in the country right now. They send patients out of the state first, out of the region second, but they have to try and build capacity right now, Jake. So that's the plan, and it's unfortunate because, as you point out, it didn't need to happen.
And it was just a few days ago that we hit 10 million cases. Now we're up to 10,441,000. I mean, it's spreading. Everything's going in the wrong direction. 242,000 deaths. And yet, President Trump, nowhere to be found. He's made no public comments on COVID since he lost the election. And even though his COVID task force met on Monday, they have not briefed the public in weeks. How bad of a position will we be in by the time President-elect Biden takes over on January 20th?
Yeah, I spent the weekend looking at a lot of these models, Jay, seeing what the similarities were, what could reasonably be expected by throwing a lot of public health interventions, non-pharmaceutical interventions as they're called, at the situation now. What sort of you conclude is that sort of by the end of this year, this is actually according to the IHME model, by the end of this year, and not December 31st, we would be at over 300,000 newly infected COVID patients a day. 300,000, okay? As you know, a few weeks after that is when you start to see the highest hospitalizations. We think we could be at double the hospitalizations that we are right now, by the end of January. And sort of by mid-February, as you know, Jake, more than 400,000 people, they think, would die from this, would have died from this. So, it's hard to even say that out loud. That would make it the worst humanitarian disaster. I showed you those numbers earlier. 20 years we've been covering these types of stories. It would make it the worst that we've actually incurred.
I mean, how is it not a dereliction of duty? The president, this is going on right now. It's getting worse. It was all predicted. Everybody's been sounding the alarm. President Trump has not announced any sort of revamping of testing, revamping of steps needed to be taken, contact tracing. What should he be doing right now?
Well, I'll be honest, if it were me, and I'm probably glad that nobody thinks it should be me, but I would hand this over to the coronavirus task force and the CDC and say, get to work. Do daily briefings, let the American people know what's happening, creating national strategy. Nobody likes to hear the term lockdown, but there are some places that are spiraling out of control right now. Figure out if you can do circuit breakers, sort of lockdowns, surge testing into those areas. You see in Ohio, they start to redline and they talk about mask mandates. We saw the same thing in Arizona. We saw Delaware. I don't know if we have this graphic, but in Delaware, I just get these hyper-local examples because I think it makes the case. They were surging. They were a metaphor for the country. 150% increase in overall cases. They did the three things. Not forever, but for a few weeks. Mask mandate. They stopped large public gatherings, and they had broad contact tracing. What happened? They had a 100% decrease in deaths, Jake. 100% decrease. Decreased 88% hospitalizations, 82% cases. It took about 3 to 4 weeks to see the manifestation of those interventions. It doesn't happen right away. It's not like a painkiller, but it does work. And so we know it works. We need to apply it nationally, and we need to do it now because these numbers are horrific. I had to tweet that out today. This is a humanitarian crisis. The Doctors Without Borders, they look at the globe and they say, what are the hottest spots on Earth? That's where we go to help. They're here in the United States right now.
President Trump had said is retweeting these deranged voting software conspiracy theories instead of doing what he was the number one job for a president, to protect the lives of the American people. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, thank you so much.
Damn. I was like, damn. Oh, what the heck? Oh, they got a commercial.
publicly focusing on the pandemic or stimulus or the presidential transition. Today, President Trump is taking on Fox News. As you see right here, retweeting daily replies, bashing the channel and suggesting that Fox is to blame for his defeat. Joining me now, CNN chief media correspondent Brian Stelter, and our reliable sources. Brian, this country is in a crisis right now. Just looking at the coronavirus alone, why is the president doing this? Why is he focused on Fox in the midst of what the country is going through right now?
Yeah, he is tweeting more about Fox News and about COVID. It shows his 5 stages of grief, and it signals that he is still in an anger phase. He is angry at Fox, and so are some of Fox's loyal viewers. They are angry that Fox called Arizona for Biden early on. They are angry that Fox is rightly identifying Biden as the president-elect. And so Trump and some of his fans are lashing out on social media. People, it's always been a marriage of convenience between Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump. It's always been a marriage of convenience. Certainly, both sides are saying hurtful words right now, but it is still a marriage. Trump might be threatening to see other people, but this is still a marriage. Trump is also promoting Sean Hannity, sharing clips that he likes on Fox, so it is complicated, and divorce could be down the road, but not yet.
Right. He seems to like the opinion hosts like Sean Hannity more than the actual, like, the straightforward news journalist. Exactly. And you're tracking other right-wing media outlets. What patterns are you seeing among these voters?
Yeah, when I refer to a divorce, it's because there are other suitors out there. There are these smaller right-wing channels, like Newsmax and One American News, that are further to the right than Fox News, and Trump is promoting those channels right now. Newsmax has seen an extraordinary surge in viewership, still a lot lower than CNN or Fox, but this is a channel that had 15,000 viewers before the election, and now sometimes it has 500,000 viewers. There's clearly an audience out there for a channel that is so far right that they deny Biden as the president-elect, that they promote voter fraud innuendo all day long, and so some Fox fans are going off to other channels instead. And it is possible after Inauguration Day that Trump may do the same, whether he wants to launch a streaming service, host a radio show, or go off to a channel like Newsmax. There continues to be a lot of chatter about what his future media platform might be. Could we end up with a show on Fox News? Well, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but there are definitely other options for this outgoing president, and that's something to really keep an eye on. I think big picture family, here's the concerning trend line here. People are going more and more into their own echo chambers, more and more into their own bubbles, especially Trump voters. There's this new social media app called Parler getting a lot of attention because conservatives are saying they're leaving Twitter and Facebook, going off to Parler because they believe Parler is a safer space for them. What we're seeing is even more of a bunker mentality in right-wing media, and ultimately that's not good for the country.
No, it's not good. It's a threat to democracy. These people are in echo chambers and are being fed a diet of lies, essentially. Brian Stelter.
That's what it is. Thanks. So, Gloria, we're learning the president is feeling, in a word, dejected over his election loss as he takes out his anger in the form of a dozen tweets alone. He was retweeting all these strange tweets about Fox News at a time of a coronavirus pandemic, as if he's got nothing better to do. More than 1,800 Americans died just yesterday from the coronavirus. So what does this say about the president's priorities as our country is facing a life and death struggle right now?
Well, as always, the president sees himself as the victim here. He sees himself as the victim of the election, which he has convinced himself is rigged, which of course is baseless. It is not. And he promised, as Jim Acosta pointed out, that we would stop hearing about COVID after the election. Well, we haven't stopped hearing about COVID from Joe Biden. We have stopped hearing about COVID from Donald Trump. He seems not to acknowledge it. As you point out, he's more concerned with Fox News and how they treated him and their ratings and what his own future might hold in terms of perhaps becoming a TV star, who knows, and potential presidential contender in 2024, than he is about making sure that people do not continue to die from the virus.
You know, Bacardi, one by one, we're beginning to hear from Republican senators and others who say the transition now must move forward, at least when it comes to highly classified intelligence briefings for the president-elect. Are the floodgates about to open as more and more Republicans come to terms with reality?
I'm not sure the floodgates will be open because you're going to have a lot of Republicans who see that Trumpism is the path to the 2024 Republican nomination for president. You're talking about Matt about Tom Cotton, you're talking about Nikki Haley. And so there are going to be a lot of people who stay extremely close to Donald Trump and stay extremely close to Trumpism. But what we are seeing is that many United States senators, they're done with him. I mean, this is going to be a nasty breakup. They got the swollen turnout they needed to actually save the Senate. We'll see what happens on January 5th. But many of them got the swell they needed, like Lindsey Graham, like Tom Tillis, so that they can preserve their own Senate seats. So yeah, they're going to break up with them and move on. But Donald Trump right now, just as those senators will now be worrying about themselves, Donald Trump is also worrying about himself. And that's what Gloria was talking about, whether or not it's Trump TV or whether or not it's trying to figure out how to pardon himself or whatever it may be. Everyone right now in the Republican Party has their own self-interest at hand, and that is the problem, because no one has their eye on the ball, that ball being coronavirus, outside of Joe Biden. And Joe Biden cannot even get access to the individuals in the White House who have the expertise, like a Dr. Fauci, like a Dr. Birx, so he can go out and do the work necessary starting on day one. Everyone is so self-interested in the Republican Party that it's killing us day by day.
Yeah, let's not forget the lead. The Joe Biden lead over President Trump in the national popular vote is growing and growing. They're still counting votes. It's now about more than 5,200,000 votes. Biden's lead is advantage over Trump nationally right now. The president-elect has appeared totally unfazed this week in his public comments by the president's adamant refusal to concede. Is that because the Biden team knew Republicans would soon potentially start to come around, as they apparently are now?
Well, Joe Biden and his team have felt that Republicans will eventually come around to accepting the results of this election. He wanted his advisors to give Republicans and the president some time to come to terms with the way that these things have panned out. And you started to see some of that as you've heard from some Republican senators saying that he should have access to classified briefings as he prepares to potentially enter the White House in their belief. But you've also, this is something that Biden has talked about time and time again on the campaign trail, that once Republicans are out from under the mantle of President Trump, that they may return to acting and legislating in bipartisan ways, and that is something that he has pointed to time and time again. It's certainly taking a little bit longer, I think, than many had hoped for people to come to grips with the outcome of the election. But, the other day, Biden was asked, how are you going to work with these Republicans if they're not accepting your win? And he said that they will. Now, one big question is, what is that relationship between Biden and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell going to be like? They struck many deals together, have a long working relationship together, but to this point, we haven't heard of any conversation happening between the two of them, and that relationship could be very critical, especially if Biden is confronted with a Republican Senate in January.
Gloria, you have some new reporting about how the Trump children are actually viewing the post-election path forward, and they're clearly not on the same page, are they?
They're not. This reporting with Dana Bash, Pamela Brown, Betsy Klein. We've spoken to a bunch of sources who tell us that the two adult sons, Eric and Don Jr., are very much gung-ho about a fight to the finish. This election was stolen from you. It's rigged. Sounding very much like their father. And not surprisingly, I think, Jared and Ivanka are very different. They're more calibrated and measured when they talk to him, and what they're thinking about is what happens next. They're reminding their father of his legacy, and they're thinking about themselves. They're going to come out and want to go into business. Jared has his own business. How is this all going to be regarded? And don't forget, Jared is thinking about his own legacy here, because he has some foreign policy achievements that he does not want to see undone by Joe Biden.
Gloria, thank you. Bakari, Arlette, guys, thanks very much.
Hyundai have a family. I'm so excited to...
From one commercial to another.
Joe Biden today heading to his beach house in Rehoboth, Delaware with his family. No public events scheduled, while outgoing President Trump is tweeting furiously not just falsehoods about the election, but literally deranged and debunked conspiracy theories. Trump still refusing to acknowledge the plain fact that
He has been defeated by President-elect Joe Biden and has, for the most part, Mr. Trump, withdrawn from public view. The coronavirus pandemic, meanwhile, is getting worse, but President Trump is still refusing to develop any new plan to combat this crisis, with several more of his own advisors contracting coronavirus after attending campaign events around Election Day. So, in essence, President Trump appears to be desperately, even pathetically, fighting to keep a job that he has no apparent interest in responsibly performing. And while most Republican lawmakers are completely enabling this behavior, a small number are now doing the bare minimum by acknowledging the simple fact that President-elect Joe Biden won. Let's reiterate this for viewers out there who might be worried because of this unprecedented, unhinged behavior by the outgoing president. Legal experts, Democrats and Republicans, say there is no credible path for Donald Trump to challenge the election results in all, or even really any, of the states that he needs to reverse their results so he can win the election that he clearly, legally, and legitimately has lost. Now, officials in the White House know this and acknowledge it privately. Republicans in Congress know this and acknowledge it privately. The only questions remaining are the extent to which President Trump will continue to be a sore loser and the lies that he will continue to tell his supporters on his way out the door. But none of that is going to change what happens on January 20th, when President-elect Joe Biden takes the oath of office and moves into the White House. And as CNN's Caitlin Collins reports for us now, one person who spoke to President Trump is now describing the president as dejected over his rejection by American voters.
Good morning.
President Donald Trump remained behind closed doors today with no public appearances on the horizon. He hasn't taken questions from reporters in over a week and hasn't spoken publicly since last Thursday. Instead, he's waged war against the election from his phone, firing off tweets claiming without evidence the race was fraudulent, as his advisors privately wonder how long he'll keep going. Sources tell CNN the president has been dejected following his loss, but has continued to meet daily with political advisors who are doubtful their legal challenges will succeed. Several said it's only a matter of time before Trump acknowledges his loss, but they believe that will come with a tease that he'll run in 2024.
When someday I leave, whether it's in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, 16 years.
As Trump holds out, more people in his party are urging him to accept defeat. Fox News' Geraldo Rivera posted this message telling his friend his hard-fought race has come to an end.
You came so close in this election, but time coming soon to say goodbye with grace and dignity.
Karl Rove, who advised the Trump campaign this year, wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed that Trump should do his part to unite the country by leading a peaceful transition and letting grievances go. At least 5 GOP senators are now publicly calling for Joe Biden to receive access to classified briefings the Trump administration has blocked.
And if that's not occurring by Friday, I will step in as well and be able to push and to say this needs to occur.
The White House press secretary, who is paid by U.S. taxpayers but appeared on Fox News today as a Trump campaign advisor, referred questions about whether Biden should receive intelligence briefings back to her own office today.
Has the president considered that?
I haven't spoken to the president about that. That would be a question more for the White House. As Trump fights his legal battles, the White House is still dealing with the fallout from an indoor election night party now tied to several cases of COVID-19. Today, political advisor Corey Lewandowski tested positive, making him the 7th person who attended that party to do so. Now, Vic, we have not heard from the president in person since last Thursday. I can't tell you how rare that is in the 4 years covering this White House that we have not actually seen the president come out and speak to us directly.
but that doesn't mean there's not a lot going on behind the scenes. And right now the buzz is whether or not the president is going to fire CIA Director Gina Haspel. He's been unhappy with her for some time now. He's been telegraphing that that is something that he could be doing, especially recently over her opposition to declassifying documents related to Russian interference. So ultimately that decision is President Trump's and President Trump's alone. But Jake, I am told there have been many discussions inside the White House over the last few days about whether or not Trump should fire her. And while Republican lawmakers are coming to her defense on Capitol Hill, there is not a lot of defense happening for her inside the West Wing at this moment.
That's right. Gina Haspel, the CIA director, and other intelligence officials are saying that to release this information would compromise sources and methods for intelligence and thus national security. But there are others in that building that have other priorities besides national security. Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We have more breaking news. Sources are telling CNN that the president is getting conflicting advice from his most trusted advisors in adult children about what to do next. On one side, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. On the other, apparently, Ivanka and Jared Kushner. CNN's Pamela Brown joins me now. Pamela, what is the conflict here? What are the president's children arguing?
Well, we're seeing the difference in approach publicly, Jake, with tweets from Ivanka Trump and then her two brothers, Eric Trump and Don Jr. But my team, me and my colleagues, Gloria Borger, Dana Bash, Betsy Klein, Kate Bennett, we are told that behind the scenes there is also a different approach in talking to the president as he tries to figure out how to come to grips with his loss in this election. Our sources are telling us that Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared are really trying to navigate this delicately, that they have accepted that he has lost, but that doesn't mean they want the legal fight and the recount not to happen. They want that to still happen, but only for future elections to ensure integrity for the future. They know, they have accepted that President Trump lost, and so they wanted to figure out a way for the president to save face and have a graceful exit. On the other hand, you contrast that with Don Jr. and Eric Trump, where they have been much more aggressive, much more gun-ho. They want an aggressive fight. They want to do everything they can to change the outcome of this election. They still believe there is hope to do that. And so you're getting these competing suggestions to the president, but it is important to point out, Jake, that Ivanka Trump is someone that the president, as we know, relies on heavily on a myriad of topics as he has been president, because she's also one of his only children, his only child, I should say, who is in the West Wing acting as an advisor. But we do know that behind the scenes, Jake, he also has started to come around with the idea that he has lost this. Even though we don't think he's going to concede, there's a lot of discussion and acceptance about figuring out a way for this to all end, Jake.
Well, I don't understand fully, because if Ivanka and Jared are focused on allowing the president to save face and providing him with an off-ramp to lose with some dignity, it's a little late for that. I mean, that ship has sailed. The question is just how much less dignity can he leave with? Do you have any sense of why and how Ivanka's approach is different from Don Jr. and Eric?
Right, and look, they're not going to be able to change him, right? And even before this election, the president said he wasn't going to accept the results if he lost, that it was rigged. One aspect that he's thinking about in all of this is he feels like Hillary Clinton never acknowledged that he won the election, so he doesn't want to give that dignity to Joe Biden. That's all part of the thinking and the discussion in the White House. But for Ivanka Trump and for Jared Kushner, frankly, they're thinking about their futures. Ivanka knows that her future is very much tied to her father's. Jared Kushner has done a lot of work in the Middle East, in that portfolio, during his time in this administration, and they don't want that all to just be undone by Joe Biden if there is not a better exit. But as you point out, we are how many days since Election Day, or since the race has been called for Joe Biden, and the president has still not accepted that he is the president-elect. It has still not paved the way for the transition to go. But there are certainly discussions going on behind the scenes among the president's children and advisors, Jake.
Yeah, you can't even compare it to Hillary Clinton, who conceded the night of the election, and Obama and the Obama administration began letting the transition process happen. At this point, 4 years ago, Trump had visited Obama at the Oval Office. He can't. Okay.
Yeah.
I get
so let me just. You're right. So Hillary Clinton did concede, and that is what I point out to sources who bring this up as some sort of comparison. But in the White House, the feeling is, and I'm just conveying what they are saying, is that Hillary Clinton talked about Russian interference and Comey
family and so forth, and therefore, they feel like she didn't ever acknowledge that Trump actually won, and that has stuck with him, and we know, Jake, he holds grudges.
President-elect Joe Biden today heading to his beach house in Rehoboth, Delaware with his family. No public events scheduled, while outgoing President Trump is tweeting furiously not just falsehoods about the election, but literally deranged and debunked conspiracy theories. Trump still refusing to acknowledge the plain fact that he has been defeated by President-elect Joe Biden and has, for the most part, Mr. Trump, withdrawn from public view. The coronavirus pandemic, meanwhile, is getting worse, but President Trump is still refusing to develop any...
We start this hour with the U.S. COVID crisis. 148,000 new cases reported yesterday. According to our own NBC News tally, that is the highest single-day total of this entire pandemic. Many states are now reintroducing safety measures they haven't had since the spring, as the number of people in the hospital hits all-time highs.
Having served medical care in an actual war feels very similar to this, where we're fighting a war against this virus.
Our NBC team is on the ground in coronavirus hotspots across the country. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in El Paso, Texas. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Minneapolis. And NBC News national political reporter Josh Letterman is in Bethesda, Maryland. Morgan, let's start with you. El Paso's health department reporting 29 new coronavirus-related deaths this morning. It's just terrible news. What else are you seeing there?
Yeah, Allison, we're seeing the crisis deepen by the day here in El Paso. Earlier this week, we saw some of those mobile morgues arrive. By the end of today, we anticipate 10 of them to be in place here in El Paso. Those are the large refrigerated units that have now had to be brought here simply because the morgues are running out of room due to the death toll rising daily here. We do know that hospitalizations rates are skyrocketing, and hospitals have had to, in some instances, double up room capacity, 2 patients to a room. We know that doctors have been brought in from the Army, from the Air Force, treating those most critical, and tents have been set up around area hospitals to try and handle the influx of these patients. I had a chance to speak to one of the doctors who tells me that this is unlike any crisis he's ever dealt with before. Take a listen.
Without a certainty of whenever this is going to end or when the spike's going to go down, we just don't know. So that creates anxiety, but we're able to understand that. We've developed our processes, our plans to deal with the surge, and that's what we've implemented.
And the medical officials here tell me they have resources to handle their current number of patients, but there is an imaginary wall out there, Allison, that if these numbers continue to go up, they said that it's a worst-case scenario. They're trying not to hit, but at the same time, a very real possibility. Allison.
Morgan, Texas's governor said that he is sending more resources to help El Paso. What's the plan? What are they trying to do there?
Yeah, well, this has been kind of an ongoing process, specifically since October when these numbers started to tick up. We know that a field hospital has been established here in the El Paso Convention Center. Initially, only 50 beds were set up. Governor Greg Abbott saying last night that by the end of this week, that number will be doubled to have 100 beds there to handle some of the more stable COVID patients. In the meantime, we know that there are more state resources, healthcare workers being sent to help out as much as possible. And those tents that I mentioned that are set up around the hospitals will be staffed by some of those healthcare workers. We know that travel nurses have been flying into El Paso by the hundreds, working 6 days on, 1 day off, 12-hour days, doing whatever they can to try to treat these patients, while at the same time watching those case numbers rise in the very community they're serving. Alvin?
Morgan, an El Paso County judge extended the county's stay-at-home order through November, but we're hearing the state's attorney general is going to the courts to try to get rid of that order. Can you tell us more about this and why it is just so controversial?
Yeah, this is a shutdown order that the entire state has been watching, essentially because it's pitting El Paso County against a local restaurant group that sued them and the Texas State Attorney General, Ken Paxton. They are saying that the county judge here, Ricardo Samaniego, has overstepped his authority by issuing this shutdown. shutdown that closes non-essential businesses, establishes a curfew, and basically makes it to where there's limited travel in some instances, all to try to cut down on potential interaction to keep those case numbers low. Now, we know that their argument is basically saying that by shutting down the local economy, you are taking potential profits away from business owners. At the same time, the county judge tells me that if these numbers continue to go up the way in which they are, it will only be longer before this city can return to normal. So there is an appeals court that is expected to make a final ruling on this tomorrow, whether or not this shutdown will remain in place. It was extended as of this morning, and it could potentially run into early December. Allison?
All right, Josh, let's go over to you. In Maryland, the governor is bringing back coronavirus restrictions. The state there setting new coronavirus records every single day for the last week. Tell us more about what's going on and what Maryland is trying to do to deal with it.
Yeah, so Maryland and the National Capital Region is a good example of how barely any part of our country is no longer touched by the crisis that is raging across the nation. This is an area that had been doing fairly well up until recently, but now every single indicator, according to the governor, is getting worse. More cases, more hospitalizations, more ICU admissions, and now more deaths, with the state now tipping above 5% positivity, which for the governor said that the state now is in what he calls a red zone. And so while Maryland isn't formally going back into phase 2, a lot of the restrictions they're putting in place are very similar to what they did have in phase 2 back when we were dealing with this in March and April. So the governor here limiting restaurant and bar capacity back down to 50% for indoor service. And here in Montgomery County, where I'm at, they lowered it even further to 25%. But meanwhile, statewide, they're also forcing employees for the state government to go back to telework and reducing the limits for gatherings to 25 people as they try to get the situation under control here.
Josh, Ted Delbridge, the director of the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems, is warning that cases will peak in the winter. We know that could still be months away, and things are already pretty bad. What happens if hospitals that are maxed out? What's the plan?
Yeah, well, so far they've been okay with hospital capacity here, and they're helped with the fact that there are some significant hospital resources here in Maryland, such as Johns Hopkins University, which we've all, of course, been following their modeling of the pandemic. They do have surge capacity here, just like Morgan was describing in Texas. So far, they haven't really had anything else, and what they're trying to do is to avoid getting to that place by trying to keep the new transmissions under control through this new contact tracing app that Maryland has rolled out just this week. They've already got about 500,000 people who are enrolled in this. We got a chance to take a look at how the app works, and a lot of people think that these apps actually are tracking your location. That's not what it does. It's transmitting a randomly assigned number to other phones that come within that 6-foot radius of you. Keep track of that, and then once a day, downloading a list that tested positive and submitting their information into the system, so it can let you know you might have come in contact with someone, you should probably get a test or quarantine for a while. That is the biggest thing that Maryland authorities feel that they can do to avoid getting to a place where they run out of hospital beds.
Josh, if I had that app, I would be tapping it to refresh as much as people were over the weekend tapping to see the election results. Seems like a pretty good idea and something that could help a lot of folks out. Morgan, Josh, thank you both. Coronavirus records crumbling in Minnesota. The state reporting 7,000 new infections in one day for the very first time.
Got it.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez got rare access inside a COVID ward at one of the state's major hospitals.
Minnesota just broke another daily record for new COVID cases, this time more than 7,200. And we have rare access inside the COVID ICU inside Abbott Northwestern Hospital here in Minneapolis. It has about 30 or so COVID ICU beds right now, about 3/4 of them are full. And the doctors and nurses we spoke with here say that they're concerned over the next couple of months, not just because of the bed space, but they're also concerned about potentially staffing issues as the community spread continues here in Minnesota. New COVID cases have jumped in Minnesota about 130
Americans are in the hospital right now, according to the COVID tracking project.
All righty, a lot of y'all think this is the disease. Y'all been listening to Donald Trump, man, telling you what he want to tell you. That woman coached gymnastics. That means she's in pretty good shape. She couldn't be a Abby Lee Miller. You're a gymnastic coach. You got to be able to do them flips. She's in her 30s. If she would have been in her 50s or 60s, she wouldn't have got off that ventilator. Okay? So she made it off the ventilator. One of the 17% we just saw, somebody that was fortunate enough to get off the ventilator. She was very fortunate to get off the ventilator. Very fortunate to get off of the ventilator. She can't even walk. This was a woman that taught gymnastics. A woman that can get on the balance beam and do all that stuff. She couldn't walk. And now she has a walker. 36 years old. A gymnastics coach. Y'all say it's a game. You say it's a game. Y'all want to play around with your life and other people's lives. Chances are it was one of the kids he teach that gave her that CV. Chances are, I can't say for sure, but chances are, that's what happened. So you telling me that we got to sit here and wait and watch the people around us die, and we got a president that's hiding out in the White House scared they're going to throw him out, and he ain't doing nothing about it. You imagine if Trump had went to a hospital in every state? You know the publicity he could have got off that? Especially since he claims that he's immune to the virus. Then why doesn't he? If he's immune to the virus, why he didn't go to every hospital and talk to the people and show that he cared? Maybe he would have won. Maybe if he would have showed the people that he actually cared, maybe they would have voted for him. How come you didn't tell him that, Miss Kaylee? Huh? Why didn't you tell a man that? I'm just asking the question. Is the microphone on? Hello? Yeah, it's on. Ain't nobody saying nothing except for Naya. We really down to 6 people? Why this YouTube app always Davey goes down, man? With all the good information that we just put out, we got 9 people here. This sector is sad. So let's look at what's trending. What's trending right now? let's see what the simpletons are watching. I clicked trending. Come on, man. Rapper got shot on the highway. Billy, a singer. Another singer, a rapper. Dancing in my room. Another song. NBA Youngboy, a rapper. Trying to catch a 1,000-mile-per-hour baseball. Boozy and Mike Tyson, the daughter confronting Boozy. Who cares? Trying to cook enchiladas. NBA Youngboy again. Life after my husband. Rich the Kid and Youngboy. Boozy. Sony PlayStation 5. I'm scared to admit this. A Night in Our Life, 4-month-old baby. Another music video. The Snow Owls. First PS5 experience. Another song. We're Married. Apple event. Board smashing. What? Kodak Black, that's video, music videos. Ohio governor, COVID-19 address, another music video, John Ram skips to a hole-in-one. Xbox, UFC golf battle, another music video. Xbox, the worst injury that happened in the teenage video. How large can a bacteria get? Dead by Daylight. Apple M1. Hell's Kitchen. Huda, I need to speak to your manager. It's my birthday. You gotta click on the video. First look, 90 Day Fiance Season 8. Biden victory cold open. Oh, Saturday Night Live. Surprise pregnancy announcement to husband. The greatest among us. Skateboarding with Tony Hawk. I tried to beat Minecraft. Let's watch SpaceX Static 5 Starship. UFC golf battle. Brawl Stars. That's a video game. The Princess 2 switched again. Official trailer. Mike will make it with that speedboat. Video game. How Donald Trump reacted to Joe Biden's projected election victory. So that's what's trending. That's what's getting millions of views on YouTube. Alright, this was 19 minutes ago. Wolf again. Oops.
Record for this single day coronavirus cases as the pandemic rages across the country. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention just revised its forecast, is now projecting that as many as 40,000 additional deaths here in the United States in the next 3 weeks. Joining us now to discuss this and more, the Health and Human Services Secretary, Alex Azar. Secretary Azar, thank you so much for joining us. This is a pretty dire forecast from the CDC. The virus seems to be running rampant right now. Tell our viewers what the Trump administration is doing right now to get these numbers down.
Yeah, well, so what's really important is we want to change that trajectory. We change that through our individual behaviors by washing our hands, watching our distance, wearing our face coverings when we can't watch our distance. And it's important right now, especially as it's gotten colder outside. We need to stay on the settings, especially if we're vulnerable, like indoor restaurants or bars, if they're overcrowded, places where you might take your mask off or let your guard down. And
especially household gatherings with neighbors and family members. We're seeing so much transition there because you just don't wear your face covering in those settings. You let your guard down. We're seeing that, and it's not unique. Well, if I talk to all of the G7 health ministers, and Western Europe is seeing exactly the same phenomenon. People are tired. They're sick of the community mitigation and the masks they're wearing on them, so to speak. Europe right now is experiencing 45% higher per capita cases per day than even the United States is. But we want to turn this around by good individual behaviors. We've got hope. We have vaccines and therapeutics on the way. We're here already. I want to talk to people there for that.
I want to talk about that, and I'm glad you're speaking out. You're going on television as you are right now, telling the American public what needs to be done. But where is the president? Where's President Trump on this right now? Americans are dying in huge 1,800 yesterday alone. We haven't heard from him in more than a week right now, except he tweets a little bit. What's going on? Why isn't he addressing the American people as you are?
Well, I'm his health secretary, and I'm trying to get the message out there, and especially on face coverage. We just, the CDC, in the last couple of days, put out the latest evidence that masks work. At 1 meter, we tested at 1 meter. If both people are wearing masks, it can reduce the viral transmission by up to 70%. And for the first time ever, we've been able to show that the mask not only protects from somebody who's infected spreading disease out, but protects you, the recipient. So my message to you is wear your face covering, and if somebody around you isn't wearing their face covering, let them know that they're putting you at risk.
Well, I'm grateful to you for saying that, Mr. Secretary. It's really important. But with all due respect, it's one thing for you to say it. It's another thing for the president. If he were to say to his supporters and all of those who voted for him, it's critically important, as you just said, to simply put on a mask. So simple. Simply wear a mask. Thousands of Americans will live. He should be doing that right now instead of tweeting about Fox News, right?
Well, I just hope the American people hear these messages from all of us. We're all over the airwaves, and we're saying this. And you know why? Because we had a historic week in public health. Pfizer announced a vaccine with 90% plus efficacy. That's almost unheard of. That same day, we authorized Lilly's monoclonal antibody to help keep people who have been diagnosed as positive or at risk of hospitalization, to keep them out of the hospital. Last night, Moderna announced they hit a critical milestone on their vaccine trials, and within days, we may see trial results from them. And then this afternoon, we announced a unique partnership with America's pharmacies to administer an eventual COVID vaccine, so people in underserved rural areas will have access to vaccines the way they get their normal vaccines. 90% of us living within 5 miles of a pharmacy, and pharmacists being some of the most trusted people in healthcare. So we're really trying to advance, and I want people to act responsibly because there's so much hope for the future, but we need you to stay safe now, because I want you to get to that point where we pull through this.
Alrighty, y'all. I'm starting to get tired. I've been nibbling on stuff. I need to go get some real food. Well, let's take a look at this. I can't resist. I know it's a commercial. You know that. That's why I give us time to make sure you can see it. Matter of fact, let me,
The accused serial scammer at the heart of a flurry of CBS 2 investigations. Well, she is back in court today, but not like this. The last time Dorothy Tucker caught up with her in person, Dorothy spent months investigating Clark. Here now with the new twist, Dorothy, the first thing she did, fire her attorney.
That's right. So the attorney is gone. Now, I watched the court hearings on YouTube where it was live streamed. I wish I could show you, but for legal reasons, we cannot record it. I saw Candace Clark report to court from her bedroom. She did not show her face. She showed her bed. It was a mess, but those are the kinds of theatrics we have come to expect from Candace Clark.
I'm sorry, but this is supposed to be invitation.
When we first met Clark, she was the star of a private ceremony where she was being sworn in as the new United Nations attaché. Only this was all fake. The judge, the audience, most of them actors. Over the course of many months, we discovered several fake ceremonies where Clark pretended to be sworn in as Illinois' new Director of Special Investigations. She has scammed actors, musicians, caterers, venue owners out of thousands of
That was all a fake, a hoax.
We had evidence that Clark's deceptions dated back to her high school days. In 1987, at Percy Julian High, Clark told classmates she had been crowned Miss Teen Illinois. The real winner that year? Danielle Reese. At one point, Clark pretended to be a counselor and was accused of swindling young mothers out of $3,600.
What person can sleep at night knowing that I'm taking money from this woman's child?
Clark posed as a real estate agent and conned Darlene Simmons out of her entire retirement, $73,000.
She's a devil.
Our biggest discovery was Clark's housing scam. She loved renting big, expensive, beautiful homes, only she eventually made bail. Why do you say they're wrong? The last time we saw Clark, she was leaving court with her attorney, Borjan Kovacevic. This is the man Clark fired today with no explanation. Now, when the judge asked Clark if she wanted a court-appointed attorney, if she couldn't afford one, she said no. She said she would start looking for a new attorney immediately, and she'd have one in 2 weeks. So there is another court date on December 2nd. Brad?
Hey, Dorothy, look forward to your next follow-up. Thank you.
Really don't want to leave on that note. Trump won't try and pardon himself.
Despite his refusal to admit it, President Trump's time in the White House is coming to an end, and that puts the issue of presidential pardons front and center. This afternoon, we are getting the reporting on how the president might use this power on the way out, whether he might actually try to pardon himself. Evan Perez has a scoop for us on this, and so what do you know about what the president could be thinking here?
Well, Brooke, first, the president has to move to the acceptance part of his grief. He's got to work that out. But once he does, I mean, we were told that he's already had conversations with people close to him, some of his aides, to look into this question of exactly how much of these pardons he can do. Now, the easy part for him is that he already has talked a lot on Twitter about some of the people who were involved in the Mueller investigation, people in his campaign who he believes were unfairly targeted simply because they were with him. And those people, of course, include Michael Flynn, his first national security advisor, who's still in court trying to get out of his conviction, or rather his guilty plea, Paul Manafort, his former campaign chairman, and of course, the big question is, what does he do about his family and himself? Now, that's a big question. The president on Twitter mused about this issue in 2018. He said that he believes he has the power to self-pardon. I'll tell you that the Justice Department looked at this question back in the Richard Nixon era in 1974, and they said, quote, under the fundamental rule that no one may be a judge in his own case, the president cannot pardon himself. Now, there's a lot of disagreement constitutionally as to whether or not this would be legal, but there's another way for the president to take care of this. He could temporarily step down, and Mike Pence could act as president and give him such a pardon before the president leaves office in January 20th. Of course, Brooke, the big thing here for the president, even if he gets a federal pardon, this does not solve all of his problems, his legal issues.
New York State, right?
Right, New York State and other states could have investigations into his company. We know that those are looking as to whether or not, looking into big questions of whether or not there was any tax crimes that were committed. So the president is not out of the woods, even if he gives himself a pardon before January 20th.
Just when you think you had covered it all, Evan Perez.
Yep, not over.
Not over. Evan, thank you. Let's talk about all that. Garrett Graff is a CNN contributor, and Ana Navarro is a CNN political commentator. Welcome to both of you. And Garrett, let's start on pardons. I mean, the president potentially pardoning himself. What say you?
seeing that is necessarily something that would hold up in court. One wrinkle, though, in this is a corporation pardon. We have never seen in U.S. history a corporation pardon before, but it does seem like Trump could potentially pardon the Trump Organization, and that could hold up in court if he wanted to try to wipe away some of the legal challenges that might face his presidency and his business after he leaves office.
Okay, I'm going to put a to be continued on that. We'll move on. Ana Navarro, Republicans. Your party, we are seeing a few Republicans emerging. Senators Grassley and Thune, while saying on one hand Joe Biden should receive the presidential daily briefings, on the other, they stopped sort of calling him the president-elect. Is this creative semantics? What would you like to say to these members of your own party?
Enough is enough. Look, they know. They absolutely know. There's no way you can tell me that Lindsey Graham does not know that Joe Biden is the president-elect and Donald Trump lost. Grassley knows it. Lankford knows it. Everybody knows it. This is far from being Florida 2000, okay? We're talking about 4 states, and we're talking about margins in the double digits of tens of thousands. So knock it off, guys. You cannot call yourself the National Security Party. You cannot call yourself the pro-military party and sit there in silence while you watch a demented, delusional man in denial just strip the Defense Department and strip the DHS Department and get rid of everybody who doesn't go along with the idea that he's lost. And at the same time, not allowing Joe Biden to put a team together, to have the intelligence necessary. This makes us vulnerable. And I know that they know, because, I know Lindsey Graham, there's no way he can...
Are you talking to him? Are you talking to him and saying, yes?
Lindsey, okay, it's one thing for Trump to be crazy, it's another thing to put the country in a threat, in a position of being vulnerable, in a position where an international foe can take advantage of this chaos and this lack of preparation. This is no joke. We have got to come together. We've got to make sure that Joe Biden has got his team in place and has got the intelligence necessary. And listen, it's time to unchain themselves from the albatross that has been Donald Trump around the neck of Republicans for the last 4 years. Not allowing them to have their own convictions.
Stay tuned, because maybe in 4 more years, Garrett, sources are telling CNN that they expect Trump to tease this potential 2024 run when he does finally acknowledge the election results. These sources are telling us that they expect, Trump to dismiss 2020 as fraudulent, but they expect him to hint that he's running again in 4 years. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think you're right to look at his long-term influence on the party, because if you look at a figure like Sarah Palin, who is also so polarizing and so inspirational to the Republicans, her peak influence in the party actually came in the 2010 midterms after she lost to Barack Obama and Joe Biden. And I think there's a lot to augur and hint at the fact that the most MAGA-ish days of the Republican Party might actually come in 2022 or 2024. Because remember, even if Donald Trump ultimately decides not to run, there are other family members who have those aspirations. I mean, you could imagine, for instance, Ivanka Trump running against AOC in the New York Senate race in 2022. Or what if Don Jr., who in many ways has been the most popular Trump family surrogate, decides that he wants to carry the MAGA banner forward in 2024.
What is it? Ana Navarro, you hear all that Garrett's throwing out, not necessarily an impossibility. Ivanka, Don Jr., the drain of swampiness may not have seen its best heyday until, the next couple of years. Is that possible? What are Republicans you're talking to say?
Look, I think there is no way that Donald Trump goes quietly into the good night, okay? He feeds off the rallies, he feeds off the crowds, and he's got a database of 70 million donors. And he's a marketer and a brand person at heart, and he's going to find a way to monetize that and to continue wielding influence and to continue feeding his ego with the rallies and the applause. Maybe ABC should just do us all a favor and cast him on Dancing with the Stars so he can go do his Macho Man dance and still get votes. Yeah, I'm good with that. If they want to put all of them on there, put Ivanka, put Kaylee, put them all on Dancing with the Stars so they can get their kicks and they can get their applause on and they can be in the limelight and they can get somebody voting for them, even if it's, for Who Danced Macho Man or YMCA best. But I don't think he's going away. And whether he runs or not in 2024, I can tell you he's going to continue teasing it and talking about it and keep it dangling in front of Republicans as a way to keep Republicans disciplined and in line and not rejecting him. And also because he is going to find a way to make a buck out of this. Make no mistake about that. Whether it's a network or whether it's giving speeches and charging for rally attendance, whatever it is. Believe me, this man is going to find a way to make a buck out of it. Because also, he's got that. Let's not forget that, little.
Right. I'm still back on Macho Man. You gave me a visual and a Navarro that I'm not really happy with. So thanks for that today. And Navarro and Garrett Graff, guys, thank you both so much for all of that. And I think both of you are spot on.
Oh, you're gonna sneak me. You're gonna sneak me. You're gonna sneak me. That's all right. Go ahead and let it play. Get that commercial, though. No, it's going to be a commercial. Yeah, you son of a gun. Get that ass. Feeding his fat
It's Labor Day, and you just heard from the President of the United States speaking from a location normally reserved for more ceremonial entrances, state dinners in North Portico, the White House there. White House, again, just a reminder to everyone, funded by taxpayer dollars, where you have now the President making a number of disparaging and just untrue statements, including calling former Vice President Joe Biden, quote, stupid, along with a slew of other lies. And by the way, Mr. President, it is Kamala Harris. Gloria Borger, Abby Phillips, Dr. Kent, Stefkowitz are all with me. And I just want to run through a couple, because we just know we have to fact check when we listen to the President live. Before we get to his vociferous, again, denial of the Atlantic piece, I just want to say he continues to bring out that, Obama and Biden spied on his campaign, always going back to Obama, trying to relitigate 2016. This is just a...
Yeah. I was just going to say, wait a minute. Oh, is that our girl? Is that our girl? 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
The number is now fast approaching 250,000, and the CDC's new combined forecast projected by December 5th, just 3 weeks away, as many as 282,000 Americans will have died. New forecasting from the University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation now is projecting 438,000 deaths by March.
Here we go. Look at this.
First, the president said nothing more could have been done. Really, nothing. Couldn't think of a thing. Never mind actually developing a national testing and tracing strategy or coordinating supplies of PPE. Couldn't have maybe, stopped holding mass rallies. Couldn't have said perhaps a few words about wearing a mask, other than, quote, I don't see it for myself, which is what he said when he actually was announcing the CDC guidelines all the way back months ago. He immediately undercut it by saying, oh yeah, not for me, but yeah, sure, for y'all if you want. Now that he's lost the election, he can't perhaps let the incoming team, which seems to be taking the pandemic very seriously, get briefed and coordinate with their government counterparts. He won't allow that. That would be something he could do. But the answer, of course, is no. Not for the COVID team, not for anyone, in fact. Not even the president-elect. For the safety and security of the country, the country's future, that's a big deal. But for a president who's checked out, except perhaps for taking hatchets to the Pentagon intelligence community, it's really no biggie. If it weren't so sad and so consequential, it would be funny. But for that, there's always White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. Bless her heart, Mississippi, taking us completely through the looking glass and then beyond to a galaxy far, far away. Remember, this is the spokesperson for the White House. Listen to what she said.
Kayleigh, while this is happening, it's been brought up by Senator Langford, a Republican. He said, listen, give Joe Biden a presidential daily brief. After all, Senator Harris she's on the Intel Committee. She has high-level security access. Has the president considered that?
I haven't spoken to the president about that. That would be a question more for the White House.
That would be a question for the White House? Says the White House spokesperson? That is next level stuff. CNN's chief White House correspondent Jim Acosta joins us now. She is still the spokesperson for the White House, right?
As far as we know, Anderson, she has not held a briefing in some time. She was with the president for that nutty statement he gave in the briefing room 1 week ago tonight. But I think she is of the same mindset the president is right now. They are dug in. Talking to advisors this evening, Anderson, we do not expect the president at this point, barring some kind of big turnaround on his part, to give up these challenges until after they make their way through the courts in about a week or so from now.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are making their way through the court, stuff makes its way through a golden goose. I mean, they're going through the court pretty fast because those judges are just tossing the stuff out because there's no there there.
Right. And falling flat on their face. And when the president is talking to his advisors, yes, he's dejected. He's upset about all of this. He's lashing out at Fox News. He wants to settle scores with people like the CIA director and the defense secretary and the FBI director and so on. But they are also considering some other nutty ideas. For example, this evening I talked to a Trump advisor who said that they have been talking about the prospect of whether electors in some of these individual states could go rogue and choose the president over Joe Biden in some of these states that went Joe Biden's way. I mean, that takes you to the level of, insanity, really, that they're contemplating at this point because the president cannot accept the fact that he lost. At this point, this advisor I spoke with earlier this evening, this advisor said that the president is starting to grasp the reality that he is not going to find a way out of this, and that we're nearing the next phase, in the words of this advisor. It doesn't sound like it's going to come fast enough. It sounds like the president wants to drag this out as long as possible to see, as you put it earlier, see what happens.
You also have some new reporting about a top official behind the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security statement tonight, calling the election the most secure in American history. What are you learning?
Yeah, one individual official that we're focusing on these days, Anderson, is an official by the name of Chris Krebs. He leads an office called CISA, which is basically the cybersecurity arm of the Department of Homeland Security. He's been on Twitter over the last several days debunking Trump world conspiracy theories, upsetting a lot of people inside the president's orbit. And I talked to somebody earlier this evening, an official earlier this evening, who said Krebs has been telling people around him he doesn't care if he's fired at this point. And in the words of this senior administration official, what they're going to be doing in that office and across the Department of Homeland Security, according to this official, is making sure that the integrity of the democratic process is protected, not one individual, meaning the president. Anderson.
All right, Jim, stay with us. I want to bring in our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, as well. So, Gloria, the conflicting advice the president is apparently receiving from his family. What have you been learning on this?
Well, you have his two adult sons, Eric and Don Jr., who are gung-ho, fight to the finish, do whatever you can because you won this election, it was a rigged election, and on and on and on. And then you have Jared and Ivanka, who are a little bit more difficult to decipher. They have been measured, I would say.
I'm bored. Anybody have any links? It's only 4 minutes long. It's only 4 minutes long. Okay. Obama, I'll listen to it. It's only 4 minutes long. Sam says, I don't think they are killing them. They are killing themselves. Did I miss something?
Trump
President Trump refuses to acknowledge his election laws and makes baseless claims about voter fraud, many top Republicans are enabling his denial. Let's discuss with Cindy McCain. She's the widow of the late Republican Senator John McCain. She's now a member of the Biden Transition Advisory Board. Thanks so much for joining us. And I want to get your reaction to what we just heard. Former President Obama just spoke out about the president's adamant refusal, at least so far, to accept the election results. He gave an interview to Scott Pelley of CBS News. Listen to this.
What are these false claims of widespread election fraud doing to our country right now?
They appear to be motivated in part because the president doesn't like to lose and never admits loss. I'm more troubled by the fact that other Republican officials who clearly know better are going along with this, are humoring him in this fashion. It is one more step in delegitimizing not just the incoming Biden administration, but democracy generally. And that's a dangerous path.
Are you, like the former president, troubled by, do you think your late husband would be troubled by Republicans who are, quote, humoring the president right now?
Yes, I do believe he'd be very troubled by this. As you know, he not only believed but lived the ideals of the democratic process. And the fact that our newly elected president, our president-elect, does not have access to any of the security briefings that he needs, does not have access to the folks within the administration that are working on the pandemic and on COVID itself. It's not only a terrible thing to have happen, but it's also detrimental to the country. It's dangerous for this to occur. It's time that the president get on the right side of history and make sure that our incoming president has all the things he needs to begin with his feet on the ground.
These are life and death issues. There are so many American lives that are on the line right now because of this coronavirus pandemic. What do you think, Cindy, that Senator McCain, an icon in the Republican Party, would be saying to his former Senate colleagues right now who seem to be willing to simply disregard democracy, baselessly back the president right now?
Well, they used to call it going McCain on people. I think he'd be going McCain on all kinds of people because that's not what we are. That's not what this democratic process is about. We are a country that passes peaceful transition between administrations. That's the way it's always been.
All right, y'all. I'm getting tired. This 2 hours ago.
Police say they tracked down one of the men who attacked employees at a restaurant and damaged the building. Investigators say 8 to 10 young Armenian men went inside Cafe Istanbul on Beverly Drive last week and started throwing chairs and other items around. Employees were attacked when they followed the vandals outside. They believe they were targeted because they're Turkish. Police say they've now arrested William Stepanyan from Glendale. He's being held without bail on charges of hate crime, robbery, and burglary.
Bringing their children with them on a crime spree.
Police say a crime spree spanning at least 3 local counties is over after an arrest in Farmington Hills. We're told a couple was taken into custody for a string of business break-ins and that they had their children in the car with them. Local 4 defender Sean Lay is live with the circumstances of this case and why they're garnering some sympathy from the police. Sean?
Absolutely. Let's lay all this out right now because police departments in 3 different counties calling Farmington Hills Police right now because they have similar cases they're trying to solve. They think they're all connected. About 30 break-ins. Now, a man and woman, a mom and dad, they've been arrested for this, and what they're telling police Police say they had to arrest them, but they feel bad for them in the process. Take a look. This is a big arrest for you guys.
Very significant arrest.
Farmington Hills Police Chief Jeff King says when one of his patrol officers spotted a car sitting at this oil change business at 10 and Middle Belt very early yesterday, that officer was well aware that police Metro Detroit wide were looking for the people breaking into businesses all over, overnight, night after night. Most of them oil change businesses. The officer stopped the car inside Andrea Dawkins and behind the wheel, Romello Buggs, both from Detroit.
The driver indicated that his passenger, the female, was pregnant, and they did have two minor children in the car, a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. And they had indicated that the passenger was having some medical issues.
EMS and fire checked out Dawkins. She was fine. The babies were fine. There was a hammer in the car. Chief King says Buggs and Dawkins then apparently admitted that they've spent nights driving with their kids and breaking into businesses, grabbing about $100 each time. The two are connected to 20 break-ins and likely 10 more.
What have you learned about why the couple was doing this?
Based on their statements, they were in need of money. They were doing it to support themselves and their children.
You do feed their kids?
To feed the children, which is always sagging on the officer. When the officers have sympathy and they have that sympathy and sympathetic to the position.
But here's the bottom line. The kids are with CPS. They are safe. The driver there, Romello Buggs, he was already arraigned. He's been charged. He's being held on outstanding warrants. Now, the mom in this case, Andrea Dawkins, was also charged and arraigned today. She was released right into the custody of Wrightburg Township, expected to charge her with similar crimes tomorrow. The chief here in Farmington Hills here says Chief King, had the couple walked into their police department, they would have gladly plugged them into a number of social service agencies here to help them. Live in Farmington Hills tonight, Sean Lake, Local 4 Defenders.
Yeah, all right, Sean. Oh.
That's rough right there. That's rough right there.
Police say they tracked down.
What? You do the crime, you gotta do the time. You do the crime, you gotta do the time. Trooper shoots man with knife.
At 5 in Malden, where state troopers shot a man who police say had a knife. Now, that suspect is alive. WBB's Michael Cross is live in Malden tonight with more on how all this unfolded. Mike?
David Lee said the incident started about a half a mile away at the Stop and Shop in Revere. It ended at this intersection here behind me in Malden. State police say they shot a man because he refused to drop a knife.
I was just scared this is honest.
The Middlesex County District Attorney's Office is investigating a shooting involving a Massachusetts state trooper and a man with a knife on Beach Street in Malden. The owner of Linden Automotive watched the incident unfold right outside his shop around noon Thursday.
So the police were speaking, telling the guy, stop. The guy was keeping on walking.
Massachusetts State Police Colonel Christopher Mason says the incident started at the Stop and Shop in Revere. The suspect, who was a 62-year-old man, was told to leave the store. According to the colonel, a trooper spotted the man walking down Beach Street in Malden with a knife.
The on-duty trooper gave the subject repeated verbal commands to drop the knife, to disarm himself. The subject failed to comply with that.
The colonel says the trooper and a Malden officer repeatedly told the man to drop the knife before trying to physically disarm him.
At some point, the trooper discharged his firearm, his service firearm, striking the subject. The couple was on the way. I held up.
The man was arrested by Malden police and taken to Mass General. Right now, he's in stable condition.
Obviously, we're relieved that the officers were not injured, that we expect that they'll all be fine, and we're relieved that no members of the public were injured by the person, either at the Stop and Shop in Revere or as the subject walked in or Malden.
State police say they were cover tonight here at the scene. The suspect is being charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Reporting live in Malden, I'm Mike LaCrosse, WBZ News.
I don't feel sorry for them people. That's 3 months ago. We kind of already covered that.
Expensive rents in the country, with the average studio going for more than $2,000 a month.
It's extremely stressful. It's darn near impossible.
Lydia Renee, her husband, and their baby are preparing to move to a new apartment.
And I have seen some better deals, like in West Hollywood. They are offering certain incentives where I'm seeing prices that you would normally see in the valley that you would never get in those areas.
According to a new rent report by ApartmentGuide.com, rents in LA City have dropped during the pandemic 18%. In areas a little farther out, like Long Beach, rents have dipped more than 30% since this time last year.
Prices are lower because there's not as much demand, there's not as many people moving, and property owners are trying to entice people, so they are lowering prices.
In Northridge, near Seaside, Renee says she has seen some rental steals.
Some places have like 20 available apartments in one building.
Bree Eisenberg is a recent college graduate, and she and her boyfriend found a great deal on a one-bedroom in Encino for $1,750. The landlord also offered them free air conditioning and 1 month's free rent.
We were super excited. We were like, you can get all the information you need when you leave the place, and we ended up signing a lease, I think, a month before it was even ready to move in, just because we were so excited.
Tenants' rights activist Larry Gross says prices have dropped, but mostly for higher-end units.
Rents for the city's most affordable housing units remain largely unchanged.
And Gross warns prices could soar once the pandemic ends.
Any unit that was built over the last 15 years have no protections whatsoever, either under the city's rent control laws or the state rent gouging laws, and those landlords can raise the rent as much as they want.
Experts say record low mortgage rates may also be a contributing factor. More people deciding to give up their apartments and buy a house, leaving landlords with increased inventory. Christine Lazar, K-Town.
So it sounds good. Yeah, it was cold in here. I put them sausages on because the pork chop's still frozen. Oh, that's cute. That is really cute. Oh, you something with a commercial. That is cute.
Hey guys, to help run forums, host the website, and travel, we've introduced a commercial service fee. So I am here checking out the new edition of the Liberty Trike. So this is the brand new 2019 Liberty Trike with some of the cool upgrades that they've come out with. So I'm really excited to show you because I first came into contact with the Liberty Trike, it must have been 2016 or so. It's got over a lot of iterations, changed a lot of cool stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and jump in. Alright, so the Liberty Trike is overall a very small vehicle. You're looking at 16-inch wheels for the front end, both of them on the back. It is a trike, so balance is pretty good, but it's also relatively narrow. And the narrowness allows it to get in and out of doors pretty easily. I actually know this firsthand because aside from testing it here, we also have a Liberty Trike when I worked at an electric bike store. And we had a very narrow doorway, a particularly narrow doorway from a building that was 100 years old or so. And the Liberty Trike fit through, which most other trikes, it would be impossible to get that through. So
it'll totally go through the front door of any kind of business or most likely your home. But the Liberty Trike is fairly short, aside from just being narrow. It's a trike that fits into a very compact package. So we got Alec over here.
Hey everybody, how are you?
So Alec is from Electric Bike Technologies, which is like the parent company that does the Liberty Trike as well as electrictrikes.com and e-bike kits. So yeah, Alec is on here to kind of give you a sense for scale. And how tall are you, Alec?
I'm about 5'11", and you can see that it's very easy for me to get on and off this trike. And it's a small trike, but it's a comfortable ride despite my height.
Okay, so yeah, that's one thing I forgot to mention. Talking about the proportions of it is it's really easy to get on and off. The standover height on that is very short. We're looking at like maybe 16 inches or so to get your foot up and over that. So not too much more than a steep stair gets you on the bike, or on the trike rather. So the seat post is a regular 1-inch seat post, or 25.4 millimeters. And it's got a cool seat on there, so why don't you jump off there real quick and we'll show you the seat. So this is one of the newer upgrades for the Liberty Trike. It's a fairly wide seat. You're looking at about 11 inches wide on the footprint of the seat. And it has this backrest that kind of extends up and out. So that's a new addition from the Liberty Trike that I remember from years ago. And that's pretty cool. You know, they do that to respond to the customer's needs, because this has been a pretty popular trike for you guys, and they've got a lot of feedback on it likewise.
And interestingly, this used to be an option, an upgrade on the Liberty Trike, and then we just made it a standard feature because it was so popular. So many people wanted an extra way to lean back and take it easy a little more, that now everybody gets a backrest on the Liberty Trike.
Okay, so that's really cool. You kind of get a little bit behind the scenes on how it came about.
We really like to hear, how people are responding to the trike and make changes based on that.
Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into the mechanical specs, and we'll get into the real nuts and bolts of it. All right, we'll go ahead and start with the controls of the Liberty Trike, and it's pretty simple, pretty streamlined. Part of that is for the cost savings, to keep the cost of the trike down to something more affordable, and it's also pretty simple. I mean, as you can tell, a vehicle like this, you're not going to take in the Tour de France anytime soon. So the basic kind of components that you see on this serves that dual purpose. So on the right-hand side, you have the throttle for the electric system, and we'll kind of get into that in a minute. And also, it's very small grip, so this is actually a different grip from the older Liberty Trikes. These handlebars have a pretty big rise to them. They kind of come up to meet the rider in a more natural hand position that you can kind of get your hand in there and kind of grip it pretty well. And then coming down into this big dip where they have the display, and up to the other side. So this is for the front brake. This is a single lever for the brakes. This is like a big 4-finger lever, and it also has a parking brake on it, so you can kind of pinch that to not allow the bike to roll away. Because it doesn't have a kickstand, as you can tell, it's a trike. And this is for the front disc, just for the front disc, and that comes down to the cabling here to this ProMax 300 caliper that's over this 160 millimeter brake rotor right here. In this fork, this is a solid steel fork, and it's pinching over with a pretty big motor cap, with a pretty big cap over these like a 19 millimeter nuts on the front here. And this is held on here pretty strong. You'll notice that there's a small little tiny torque arm up on the front here to kind of maintain the integrity of the fork while the motor is putting out a fair amount of torque when it propels forward. And so that's coming up into this little mud flap, kind of a duckbill mud flap. This is an upgrade too, isn't that right?
That's right, yeah. The front fender is also a new addition.
Okay, cool. So this front fender is new to me, that's how I noticed it. And that's pretty cool, because previously the only fender you had was the controller, which I guess it works, but not optimal. So this is coming up into, I guess compared to the other trikes, that they have a fairly traditional headset and stem up here. So this does telescope. You can kind of open up this little quick release right here. Okay, I need another hand. Open up that quick release, and then you kind of adjust both the angle of the handlebars as well as telescope it up or down. Or you can pull it all the way out if you got to pack this thing into a car. We'll kind of get into the folding aspect of it in a little bit. So yeah, coming down the frame, this is where you have the controller. We'll get to that in a sec. And we'll continue on with the specifications. So these are plastic pedals. They actually have a fairly good amount of tread on them for a plastic pedal. And they do have a cord in the middle that is metal, but it's all plastic all around. And a lot of times you're probably not going to be pedaling a bike like this, and that's due to the relatively short cranks as well as the geometry and purpose of the bike. But these cranks are 6 inches, which is an American size because this is an American crank set where it's a solid piece of metal that goes along the crank and then through south and then out the other side.
And that's another change from the last time that you got to ride a Liberty Trike, which is that instead of the 4.5-inch cranks original and the 36-tooth chainring, now it's got a larger 40-tooth ring and longer cranks, and that's based on people saying that they wanted to pedal a bit more, so we lengthened that out in order to allow you to pedal at more moderate speeds.
Okay, so yeah, that's a really good point, because when I tried the Liberty Trike years ago, it had that smaller chainring, and also the cranks were really small, and so the result was when you pedal it, it felt like I was tiptoeing. You know, it felt like I'm just trying to run while tiptoeing is a strange combination. So they've listened to their customers and kind of changed that as a result to make it more usable to pedal the bike if you're on the battery or if you just want to move your legs a little bit. So there's not too much going on in the back area other than the fact that they changed this part of the seat stay. So it used to be a nice big curve, and now it is 2 straight tubes, and the reason for that was fuel clearance, is that right?
Exactly. We wanted to increase the amount of space here for people with bigger feet, especially when we installed the longer cranks. So now that the cranks are longer, you need more room for your legs to go around. So we've got a little extra clearance here so that you can pedal without hitting the back of the seat stays, even with the longer cranks. And then in this area also, we've added another chain guard mount in order to hold the chain guard still, especially as your heels spin around near it. So anybody who's had the chain guard moving around, now it's secured in 3 points.
Awesome. Why don't you go ahead and jump on the bike and we'll see your foot in relation to that pedal, what you're talking about. Okay, so yeah, Alec is here, and he's got still some good clearance there. I'd say at least an inch or so in that natural position, and they've done that to kind of extend it just a little bit based on the crank, like you said. So that's pretty good. Really nice addition. Okay, so following down the rest of the bike through the chain here, so this chain comes into a 20-tooth sprocket in the back, and you see there's a little bit going on here, and I'll have Alec kind of get into the details, but for right now, the purpose of this is to allow the coaster brake, which is kind of like the brakes that you've probably seen from years past, where when you pedal backwards, that's what engages the rear brake. But how does that exactly work with the jack chain? Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So in order to use the coaster brake, we need a way to hook the chain up to the axle. So what you see going on back there with the 2 chains is when you pedal, the long chain drives the coaster brake hub from the input sprocket. You pedal. The output sprocket on the coaster brake connects to the axle, drives your wheels around for you. In order to get the intuitive back pedal brake, which is great because it's ubiquitous, it's a very American, authentic experience, and it's really easy to use. You don't have to use your hands to brake. In order to get that, when you pedal backwards, the long chain clicks a ball in the coaster brake hub, and then the short chain on the coaster brake hub stops the axle from moving. So in order to have the back pedal coaster brake, we've got 2 chains and that intermediary hub connected to your axle there.
Okay, so if I understand right, we're looking at the main sprocket right here, and then that's welded onto this coaster brake mechanism here that, of course, is connected by a secondary chain to the axle itself. So that, if I'm understanding this correctly, pedaling the bike, of course, goes through this system to pedal normally, and then when you're going backwards, it's only operating on this side without transferring over to the axle.
Yeah, so what happens in order to stop it? So the axle normally will spin if you're just coasting, and you'll see that as the axle spins, the short chain turns the coaster brake hub. When we want to stop with the coaster, we stop the hub, and the hub is connected with a fixed chain to the axle, and so now we're braking.
Wonderful. So while we're back here, I also wanted to point out the axle, because this is a rather peculiar system I haven't seen, because most of the time it's a straight axle going all the way through, but this one is coupled together right in that section. How does that work?
Yes, this is another change that we've made for the 2020 model year. This is what you would call a flexible shaft coupling. So in the back we have a 15mm axle, but unlike some of the earlier axles we did, it's in 2 pieces. You have a short axle over here, and you have a second axle over here. And in the middle, it's connected with flexible shaft coupling. The coupler, when I spin the wheel, the coupler is spinning the free axle over here. So the axle is always moving, so the bearings are always carrying load. That's why they're connected. But the reason why they're on a flexible coupler and in two separate pieces is in order to allow the axle to always stay perfectly aligned with the bearings. So this increases the bearing life of the rear axle bearings here. We've got a bearing set in the frame here, we've got another bearing set in the frame here, another one, and another one. So we have 2 on each side, 4 bearings total. These are sealed cartridge bearings. And when we have an axle this long, if they're longevity, we want the axle to stay aligned with the bearings within half of a degree. And so the split axle coupler lets them always stay aligned.
With our new largest capacity third rack dishwashers from...
Anybody still here?
Now would be a good time to transition into the electric system. One last thing is the basket that rests on top of the rear of the Liberty Trike. This is actually not an added accessory. This comes on the Liberty Trike by default. And they've actually changed the orientation, so it used to be mounted horizontally, but now it's more mounted with the length of the trike. And it's also stronger. You know, these gauge wires is pretty thick compared to the old ones, so that's a good improvement that they've done. So in Liberty Trikes past as well as this one, there is a battery that is mounted up onto the frame. This is a 36-volt, 8-amp-hour battery pack, and it actually lowered the capacity of the battery for a good reason that we'll get to. So to kind of show you how it operates, you can pull this plug out so long as the bike isn't fully operating. And then you twist this key to kind of unlock the battery from its pin, and then you can actually slide the battery out off of that rail. And Alec, why is that a smaller battery capacity, by the way?
Yeah, we're trying to do 2 things. One, we'd like to reduce the overall weight of the trike, so we have a smaller battery. And a lot of people aren't using, the full 26-mile maximum range of the old Liberty Trike battery. This will give them a maximum range of about 19 miles, which is probably adequate for this kind of bike. And based on the feedback we've heard, most people are not riding anywhere near as far. But the primary reason is to allow you to carry this on an airplane. So this is under the 300 watt-hour maximum battery size for carry baggage by the FAA regulations. So you can check your Liberty Trike in your checked baggage, you can remove your battery and carry it with you on board the airplane, let the airline know that you have a very large battery with you, and it's just under, this is the largest battery that you'd be allowed to carry on the airplane.
So that's the battery mechanism. On this bike, it does not have a pedal assist. There are other trikes from these guys that have a pedal assist system that is built into the bottom bracket or so. But on this one, it is just a throttle. So let's go ahead and we'll turn it off and turn it on again to kind of show you the basic startup of it. So here on the left-hand side of the handlebars, you have a control switch for operating the electric system. If you press and hold the letter I, that will start up, and it'll show you a couple of things. It'll show you your odometer, your current speed, and also the assist level based on the throttle, as well as your battery. So this actually has a little cartoon for the battery, kind of a display that shows you what you're at. So right now we're a little above half on the battery. And this is all controlled with the throttle on the right-hand side. As you twist the throttle, that will engage the motor up to the front, and when you let go, it will spring back into position. This trike does have a forward and reverse function, so if you press this little button in and make it small, then twisting the throttle will move the trike backwards. Of course, that speed is capped at about like 4 miles an hour, about. Then when you press that button again and pull the button out, then it will go forward once again. You don't have to like get off the bike, or you don't have to do anything with the display. You just have to not be moving. One important point, if you're going along full throttle, about 10 miles an hour or so, and if you kind of tap or goose that reverse button, then the throttle will deactivate from that point and it will let you coast. And they do that as a safety feature so that you're not going full gore on throttle and then press that button to try to go in reverse and throw you off the track or anything. So that's a pretty cool thing that they've programmed into the system. So continuing on to the left side of the controls, you have a plus and a minus button to increase or decrease the amount of throttle. That not only changes the cap of the throttle, but it also changes the curve. So if you have it cranked up all the way to level 5, and then you give this thing full juice, it's actually going to kind of ramp up fairly easily. This is definitely not a speed demon kind of vehicle. So it's going to ramp up pretty easy. And if you decrease that level by pressing down or negative on the remote switch, that's going to lower this throttle just enough to actually move the vehicle alongside if you're walking with it. This is a very popular feature in some countries, but here in the good old US of A, it's not terribly common. So coming down to the motor, we'll talk about that. So this is a 500-watt direct drive motor that's inside of this hub. So of course it has some nice big metal spokes that aren't going to need truing anytime soon because they're solid. And that's what's powering the whole trike. So you do have a front hub drive, which a front hub drive is not something I'd recommend for mountain biking, but when you're going easy on the street, it's fine. It works really good. For this kind of purpose, it's a great choice. So while we're at it, let's talk about the controller. This is an air-cooled controller that's mounted underneath the main tube for the frame right there. This is the brains of the operation. So there's not a whole lot you need to, it doesn't really interact with the rider at all. This just kind of does all the thinking because it takes input from the rider, primarily up on the controls, the throttle, and the display, and then it turns that into a moving vehicle. Which, by the way, why don't we jump on the Liberty Trike and get it moving? Okay, so I'll start this one off by pedaling, just pedaling. It's a single speed, so I don't have to worry about changing any gears per se. You just kind of go, and it's pretty simple. All right, here we go. Kind of rotate that a little bit. We're going about 6 miles an hour based on the pedal assist, and you know, when you're just pedaling, it's pretty comfy. You don't worry about turning, which can, you know, kind of be magnified when you hit on the electric motor. Let's go ahead and take a little sharp turn there. A little bit sharper. So you kind of, if you're going fast, you got to adjust your weight when you turn, which is normal. I mean, it's normal for any bike, let alone trike. Let's go ahead and give it full guts and see. All right. So at this point, the pedals are just kind of a formality, and there we go. All right. So riding full throttle is the fun thing. This trike is definitely intended for throttling. It's still capable of pedaling if you had to. But yeah, throttle's really where it's at for this kind of a vehicle, which is great. When you pedal backwards, I mean the throttle still has power, the motor still has power when you hit the coaster brake in the back to pedal backwards. So you can kind of create a little bit of like an artificial friction or something. Or I guess it's real friction, it's just not due to the road at all. So that is one thing to consider if you brake with your feet a lot, if that's something that you're used to, then you might want to, you know, test it out a little bit, you know, make sure you get the hang of it. A lot of brakes, including the disc brake on the front, have a electric cutoff switch, meaning that when you press on the brakes, that sends an electric signal down to the motor to not allow power to get through. However, that's not present on the coaster brake. So that's kind of a safety thing. It's a safety thing to have a brake cutoff in the first place, and it's not available for a coaster brake that I've ever seen. So that's one thing you gotta, you know, kind of one of the trade-offs is that it's a safe vehicle to ride all in all, but that is one extra kind of redundant feature where they have it on one brake but not on the other. Yeah, that's one thing to kind of look out for, one kind of question mark in my book. But yeah, other than that, I mean, riding at a higher speed, around 10 miles an hour or so, that's about where I start to get nervous on tight turns. It's the shorter wheelbase side to side in the back. That's kind of what does it. It has a really narrow wheelbase so that they can fit indoors, so that they can keep the shipping costs down, that kind of thing. However, that does mean that when you take tight turns, you got to start shifting your weight from side to side to accommodate. Because yeah, this bike is, I mean, at full guts, you can definitely do some risky things. Alright guys, so here we are at the Liberty Trike. I got the camera pointed down to the pedals. I'm going to pedal alongside the throttle at some point. I got the throttle cranked up to level 5 assist, so let's go ahead and take it for a spin. 7.5 is where this thing caps out on the throttle, and I think that's pretty comfortable because when you start to turn at that speed, it's a little tough because you got a lot of the rider weight up high. But the off-road section,
no, thank you. 11 miles per hour, no, thank you. 11 miles per hour, no, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. I said, no, thank you. You can keep that. That's a damn shame we wasted all that time watching that video. We wasted all that time watching that video for nothing. All right, this is an hour ago.
Developing tonight, Philadelphia police shot and killed a 39-year-old man who police say fired at an officer. Greg Argos is live at police headquarters to break it down for us. Greg?
Jessica, good evening. Investigators say that 39-year-old suspect believed fired 2 times at officers. The man, of course, fired back, killing him. A man who says he witnessed this entire thing describes it as something straight out of a Western movie.
The owner of this SUV cleaning out shattered glass. Collateral damage perhaps after Philadelphia police officers opened fire on a suspect armed with a handgun. But what led up to this deadly shooting?
His gun was drawn where it was noticeable, you could see it.
Was quite the scene, according to Mitch Williams, who says he witnessed what took place at the corner of Jasper Street and Hart Lane in Kensington Thursday afternoon.
You saw the suspect with the gun?
Yeah, like what?
That's when police say the suspect, a 39-year-old man, fired at least 2 rounds at officers during a foot chase with police.
Our officer returned fire, firing at least 2 times, and struck that male. The male was transported to Temple University Hospital by a responding 24th District police officer, where unfortunately he was pronounced dead a short time later.
Let's back up a few minutes to about 1:27 Thursday afternoon. 2 officers in this unmarked white sedan pull up to this red Mustang, stopped in the middle of an intersection.
The officers honked their horn, attempted to get him to move along. It wasn't happening.
And when the 2 cops went up to the driver, they saw him armed with that handgun, and that suspect sped off.
He was startled almost.
The officers chased that red Mustang until he wrecked his car into the side of this church.
In the area of Ruth and Somerset Streets.
And then on foot, moments later, he picked back up, Mitch watching the final moments of this quick but deadly interaction.
It's like grand up photo, like real red. It was like a movie scene. Shit, I was waiting for somebody to say, "Pat."
Now, in a statement, Police Commissioner Daniel Outlaw Wright-James Park, quote, "The public has my assurance that the officer-involved shootings investigations unit will conduct a fair and thorough investigation into this fatal officer discharge. At the completion of their investigation, the officer-involved shootings investigations unit will present their findings to the District Attorney's Office." Now, the Commissioner says, despite this car crash and this shootout, fortunately, no civilians and no officers were injured. We're live here at Philadelphia Police Headquarters. I'm Greg Argos, CBS 3 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Greg, thank you.
All right, here we go.
Now, racist messages read in court today as a judge weighs whether to grant bond for a white father and son accused of killing a black man in Georgia.
Gregory and Travis McMichael each face 9 charges, including murder, for shooting Ahmaud Arbery as he jogged in a neighborhood near Brunswick. Today's hearing largely focusing on whether this shooting was motivated by race based on McMichael's previous behavior. Joe Hickey has been listening in to the testimony, and he joins us now live. Joe?
Jennifer, that bond hearing still underway at this minute, but Gregory and Travis McMichael have been in jail since they were arrested in May. Today, their attorneys called several family members and close family friends to testify on their behalf as both defendants are seeking bond. Seated in a separate room, Gregory and Travis McMichael appeared on a monitor for today's hearing. Attorneys first called witnesses to speak to Travis's character, including Allison McMichael, his mother. She described Travis's relationship with his young son and was asked if Travis would run if released on bond.
Travis would never leave.
And while several people testified to Travis always being respectful to people with diverse backgrounds, a close friend was asked about old text Travis sent, where Travis described shooting something using words with possible racist connotation.
He was referring to a raccoon. Okay. A raccoon with gold teeth and a .45. It was facetious.
In previous court hearings, the GBI agent testified that the third suspect in the case told them Travis McMichael used the N-word after shooting Arbery. The McMichaels were arrested in May after video of the shooting surfaced on social media, leading to national outrage. Prosecutors have said Arbery was out for a jog in February when he was confronted by the McMichaels and shot. Attorneys for the McMichaels say they believed Arbery had burglarized a home under construction, although the homeowner has made it clear that nothing was ever taken and he had never enlisted the McMichaels' help in any way. After several witnesses testified on Travis's behalf, attorneys this afternoon called witnesses to speak to Gregory's character and brought Allison, Gregory's wife, back to the stand, who said her husband is also not a flight risk. And that hearing is still underway tonight. So far, defense attorneys have finished calling their witnesses for the bond hearing. The prosecution is now delivering its argument. It's unclear whether we will get a ruling today from the judge in the Brunswick courtroom as to whether bond will be granted, but we will bring any updates here on air on 11 Alive and also on 11alive.com as soon as they're available. We'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, Joe, we'll wait to hear from you about that. Thank you. Cobb County District Attorney Joyette Holmes had been selected as special prosecutor for this case. We know some of you had questions about what would happen after Holmes lost her re-election last week to former Assistant Solicitor General Flynn Brody. While Holmes will no longer oversee the case, it is going to stay within the Cobb County District Attorney.
Developing in Southeast Georgia, the mother of this young man shot to death while jogging in a neighborhood near Brunswick wants a judge to make sure his accused killer stay in jail.
It's horrible. It's draining. But it's funny I have to do that.
Ahmaud Arbery's mother spoke just moments ago after leaving the courtroom.
Today, the three men charged with felony murder in Arbery's death went before a judge asking to be released on bond. News 4 Jax reporter Kelly Wiley just left the courtroom in Glynn County and joins us with an update.
Hey, sweetie. Hello, buddy.
Yeah, the court just recessed for the day. They're going to resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Still a lot of big topics, elements on the table that need to be decided on. The big thing here today, the bond, whether or not Travis and Greg McMichael were going to be released on bond, that's not been decided yet. Where we left off in here was the state stating which exhibits they wanted to bring forward. Specifically, these text messages, these racial text messages that they notified the court that they thought were relevant to whether or not these two should be released on bond. Where we left off is simply them listing them out and the defense teams for Greg and Travis McMichael saying whether or not they wanted it to be heard in court. The judge allowing a lot of it in. Some of it he sustained the objections to, but there's a lot that's going to be gone over tomorrow morning that's going to be back on this topic of race and whether or not Travis and Greg McMichael had a history of using racial slurs, certain attitudes towards people of color. And that's what's going to be discussed at the top of tomorrow. But we did hear the arguments over Travis McMichael getting bond. That was what was taking over the majority of the first part of the hearing, and that's what we've got kind of a wrap-up for you right now. Family and friends of Greg and Travis McMichael took the stand today. The father and son are accused of chasing and killing 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. The wife and mother to the McMichaels said her son Travis has a 4-year-old and hopes he can be released.
Because he loves home, he loves his son, and he will stand up to his responsibility.
Arbery's death made national headlines. Video shows him running through a Satilla Shores neighborhood. The McMichaels nearby in a pickup truck. They told police nature of two devoted fathers with careers as public servants. The state prosecutors argue the men are a flight risk, facing a federal investigation into civil rights crimes tied to the death of Arbery. During the hearing, the state showing racial text messages from both McMichaels, including multiple exchanges between Travis McMichael and a witness in his bond hearing.
Quote, ha 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 ha, exclamation point, sayonara, you're. Do you remember Travis McMichael texting you about shooting a crackhead with gold teeth and a high point 45? You remember that text exchange? You actually responded to it, saying something about Newport and 40. You remember that?
Arbery's mother in tears over the thought of her son's accused killers walking free.
It was heartbreaking. To hear Dan say that he was remorseful. You know, those guys were out for like 74 days. I lived right in the community. No one reached out and said they were sorry for my loss. And I don't think he was remorseful. Not at all.
And tomorrow we are set to hear more of these racial text messages and posts that state prosecutors say they discovered throughout their investigation. There was an interesting moment at one point where the defense, as they were going through these things, and they've already had a chance to look at these text messages and posts that they know are going to be brought up related to their client. At one point, one of the defense attorneys said, as disgusting as it is, what does saying the N-word have to do with flight risk? And they also referenced that Travis McMichael has friends of color. So that was one interesting moment where there was a lot of back and forth between the prosecution and defense attorneys. Again, we're set to hear a lot tomorrow, and we are expected to be back in the courtroom to give you updates on what we see. Reporting live, England County, Kelly Wiley, Channel 4, the local station.
Why do they always say that?
Now.
I'm not black, friends. All that says is that you put up with people. That's what it says. You put up with people. That's all that says.
A 4-year-old girl is hurt and a man is dead after a double shooting in North Philadelphia. Eyewitness News reporter Matthew Phillips at Philadelphia Police Headquarters with the latest on this investigation. Matt?
Yippee, police tell us that man who was killed is the city's 430th murder victim this year. As for that 4-year-old girl who was also shot, officers say she's lucky to be alive. A loved one races past crime scene tape. Raleigh motion here in North Philly after more gun violence leaves behind bloodshed and pain in the city of brotherly love. This time a 32-year-old man is dead and a 4-year-old girl hurt after a shooting happened here on the 1100 block of Somerset Street in North Philly around 11:30 this morning.
Really senseless, but I just got the car, so good thing that my niece is in safe position.
Philadelphia police say that 32-year-old was writing rap lyrics outside on this porch. His little cousin, that 4-year-old girl, was nearby at the doorway when a gunman approached and started shooting.
Our ballistic evidence would suggest that there's one shooter. We have 7 fired cartridge casings on location.
The 32-year-old was struck twice and pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Police say the 4-year-old girl was struck with a single bullet, but officers believe it went through her arm and into her chest and abdomen. Now as police collect evidence, even experienced detectives are trying to figure out how anyone could fire at an innocent child.
My heart sunk when I saw the RC come over. The 4-year-old had been struck by gunfire.
She's in the same condition. She's got bed, no surgeries.
And right now, police are in the early stages of their investigation. investigation. They don't yet have a description of a shooter, but anyone with information is urged to contact detectives. Live at Philadelphia Police Headquarters, Matt Petrillo, CBS 3 Eyewitness News.
All right, Matt, thank you.
Why shoot the little girl?
Oh, yeah, it is today.
A 4-year-old girl is hurt and a man is...
Sure have become a hot commodity during the pandemic and are now being targeted by thieves. The crime is surging in the city, up nearly 30% this year. Inside Edition launched an investigative report. They hid a tracking device inside the tire of a $2,300 bike and then locked the bike to a fence in Lower Manhattan. It took less than 40 minutes for someone to come along and steal it, cutting through the lock.
There's our bait bike ready and going, trying to crank it open right now. That is a stolen bike right there.
After it was stolen, the team then trailed the thief through traffic using the GPS device. See more of this investigation on Inside Edition, which airs tonight, 7 p.m., right here on CBS 2.
That's a daggone shame.
Jackie, I want you to take a look behind me because when we were here last week, you could not see inside some of these stores here. Now that the borders are down, it is a sign of optimism. Two main reasons you may see plywood up in other pockets of West Philly are fear of future unrest and looting, and store owners are waiting for that insurance money to kick in so they can make repairs. Earlier, we spoke to a longtime business owner and a longtime employee who said in their 20 and 30 years respectively, the looting is the most devastating thing they've ever experienced.
Oh, no.
At first glance, this part of 52nd Street in West Philly looks like business as usual. But talking to business owners and employees, looks can be deceiving.
It's a shame that it had to come down to this.
Stephen Hall is still picking up pieces after looters ransacked a hair care store where he works. The family-owned business reopened Wednesday after it closed for 2 weeks. Plywood still covers the windows as the store waits on insurance money for repairs. That may take months. NBC 10 captured the round-the-clock chaos on camera for days. People targeted West Philly and Port Richmond. The result of unrest after police officers killed Walter Wallace Jr. October 26th. Boards also remain up along high-priced retail areas of Center City.
Yes, I do have sympathy for the gentleman that got killed by the cops. But you don't take it out on the owners of stores. And I'm just happy that we're back in action and we're ready to open back up again.
What were those 2 weeks like for you?
2 weeks is very difficult time. We don't pay the rent the last month, and now we are struggling for this month.
On the same block of 52nd, Amir Hussein struggles to keep his shop open because he can't pay rent on time. Amir paid $2,700 on security to keep looters away. He believes some customers are scared to shop on 52nd, but hopes the election results may calm lingering tensions.
After election, this is a little comfortable now, a little breathing now.
Yeah, so if there is a silver lining to opening now, is that the holidays are right around the corner. Maybe a tall order, but some store owners hope that the holiday shopping can get them back on track. I'm in Parkside. I'm Brandon Hudson, NBC 10 News.
If they kick off that damn stimulus, there's going to be plenty of shopping going on. But you won't do it. You won't do it.
In our armed suspect led police on a dangerous pursuit on the freeway and city streets this afternoon. At one point, he blew through a red light and T-boned a white sedan on West Century Boulevard. A short time later, the driver almost hit another car when he flew through another red light. The suspect also swerved around an airport shuttle bus near LAX, but finally gave up after stopping in front of a house on West 99th Street in Inglewood.
The faces of those believed to be killed.
An armed suspect led police.
37 minutes ago.
It has been more than a week since the body of a woman found in a Cook County forest reserve.
Yeah, tonight her family and her friends are pleading for information that could help solve this case. And WGN's Patrick Elwood is live in Midlothian with the latest there. Patrick.
Good evening to you guys. Once again, a very emotional gathering here this evening in Midlothian as the stakes kind of go up a little bit here in terms of the investigation. There is now a $10,000 reward being offered for the arrest and the conviction of the killer or perhaps even killers.
These flowers are a symbol of Vanessa. She was a rose, she was a flower, she was a queen.
Keeping her spirit alive while the search is on for her killer. Vanessa Ceja Ramirez's body was found in the Midlothian Meadows Forest Preserve last Wednesday. She disappeared the previous Monday when she left her mom, who finished jogging the 3-mile path. Vanessa headed back to the car, but she was nowhere to be found when her mother returned to the vehicle. Tonight, her family and friends gathered at that same place. There are few leads in the case, though, as the Cook County Sheriff's Police investigate. Her cousin, who spoke on behalf of the many family and friends who were here, says they will not stop until justice is served.
For the person that did this heinous crime, if you are listening to this, you are a coward, lowlife, and truly are the scum of the earth for what you have done. You have no place in society. We will find you. Then and only then will true justice be served. Vanessa was kind, loving, a precious soul who loved her family and friends and God. We all loved her just as much.
Victims advocate Andrew Holmes organized today's gathering.
It was brutal and it was vicious. Now we're going to have to do what we have to do to help all law enforcement agencies that's working on this case to get them the information.
And her friend Carla Patino aches for the pain and the terror Vanessa must have been in her final moments.
This is a serious crime. Our life was taken. Can you imagine what this girl went through? All this pain, all this suffering. Just by thinking it hurts my heart.
So we are told that soon after Vanessa's disappearance, her cell phone pinged in nearby Oak Forest. Cook County Sheriff's Police are on the job working the case. If you know anything, they certainly like to hear from you. And the mayor of Midlothian was there today offering up whatever help the village can as well. A lot of heartbreak out there this evening. Reporting live from Midlothian, Patrick Elwood, WGN News. And good evening, everyone. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Bill Vitter.
And I'm Liz Joe. More on those stories in just a minute, but we are going to begin tonight with some breaking news in the search for a suspect after 2 attempted rapes in Queens.
2 women attacked minutes apart this afternoon. It happened in Forest Park.
Comedy News reporter Jeff Heinberg live at the scene with their latest shot.
Well, Liz, Billy, you can see behind me police here blocking what's called Forest Park Road right here. Forest Park, by the way, a very large park, city park right in the middle of Queens, where just in the last hour they brought lights in, suggesting that perhaps they'll be investigating here for a little bit of time. We'll give you some video of this investigation, which started at around 1 o'clock this afternoon. That's when the first incident started with a 15-year-old girl, cops say, was attacked by a man wearing black and orange who tried to remove her pants.
She fought him off, ran home, and called family members, but before police could arrive for that call, just 10 minutes later, there was a second incident involving a 24-year-old woman not far away from the first scene, also described by a man with the same description, right in this vicinity, who also took her pants off, tried to take off the rest of her clothes. She also managed to fight him off and run away. Investigators have said very little, have released very little of a description other than the fact that this man was wearing black and orange, and they are currently investigating, searching for evidence here on the scene.